Good morning, everybody. Mellows hasn't joined us yet. So I was listening to some House Judiciary committees, which I normally do every morning, and I was listening to an interesting one. So I thought I would share it with you guys this morning. Um, I thought I would share it with you because it was kind of interesting. So I thought I would bring it to you guys. It's already in progress, but I'm going to back it up and share it with you guys. Um, let me set it up and I will share it with you. So give me a minute and we will share it. So let's bring it up and I will share it with you.
Rise to declare a recess at any time. I want to welcome everyone to today's hearing on sanctuary jurisdictions. Without objection, Mr. Baumgartner will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses if a member yields him time for that purpose and to introduce a witness. And I'll now recognize myself for an opening statement. Our subcommittee meets today to address the continuing efforts of Democratic jurisdictions to nullify federal immigration laws and obstruct law enforcement officials in their vital efforts to uphold these laws. They self-righteously call themselves sanctuary cities, but the sanctuary they offer is to violent criminals who prey upon not only our own citizens, but on immigrant communities themselves. During the last 4 years, the Democrats deliberately trafficked into our country more than 8 million unvetted and illegal migrants, including some of the most dangerous, vicious, and violent criminals and cartels in the world. They did nothing when local law enforcement agencies from across this country warned this committee that foreign criminal cartels and gangs were establishing themselves throughout the country. The Sinaloa cartel, Tren de Aragua, MS-13 prominent among them. When the grieving families of the victims of their policies were introduced on the House floor, the Democrats sat in stony, contemptuous silence. When those same families warned this committee about the devastating effect of these sanctuary policies, Democrats offered platitudes and then implied they were exaggerating the threat. When local and federal law enforcement officials warned that these policies were endangering law enforcement officers and the communities themselves, the Democrats ridiculed them. Well, the American people finally had enough of the Democrats' gaslighting and callous disregard for public safety. For years, the Democrats had told us they were powerless to stop this mass illegal migration without allowing at least 4,000 illegal migrants a day into the country and offering amnesty to those already here. Yet on Inauguration Day, President Trump put the lie to all of that. President Trump ordered our laws to actually be enforced. Within weeks, illegal crossings at the southern border plunged 96%. Migrant caravans en route to this country broke up in Mexico and dispersed. Migrants crossing the perilous Darien Gap dropped 99%. By February, monthly illegal border crossings plunged from $37,000 in February of 24 to 408 this past February. ICE has now arrested more than 100,000 illegal migrants, most of them with criminal records. With the Border Patrol refocused, gotaways have fallen from 95% from an average of 1,800 a day to 77. Now, the work before us is enormous. The largest illegal mass migration in recorded history must now be followed by the largest mass repatriation in history, and congressional Republicans stand squarely behind the president. There are still an estimated 600,000 on the non-detained docket that were set loose in our country. Right behind them are 1.4 million illegal migrants who have already received a final court order of deportation that they will simply ignore. Now, instead of recognizing and respecting the wish and will of the American people to see their communities made safe again and their borders made secure again, the Democrats continue to obstruct the enforcement of our immigration laws. For the first time since antebellum days, The Democrats have returned to their doctrine of nullification, that recalcitrant jurisdictions can simply defy and nullify federal law. Take Adams County, Washington, for example. When a rural county sheriff's office had the audacity to cooperate with federal officials to remove dangerous illegals from their streets, the state's woke Democratic Attorney General sued them. In Chicago, when lifelong residents begged their city government to protect them, Mayor Brandon Johnson did everything he could to silence them. In the Denver suburbs, when struggling families appealed to city officials for help, as armed Venezuelan gangs took over their apartment complex, the Democrats called them liars. And before this committee, as mothers recounted the senseless, brutal, and entirely preventable rapes and murders of their daughters at the hands of illegal aliens that the Democrats had deliberately released into their communities, our Democratic colleagues put on their best long faces, offered platitudes, and then advocated for the same policies that created this humanitarian disaster. And they still don't get it. Across the country, Democratic sanctuary jurisdictions are doubling down on these horrific policies. In February, in my home state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom approved $50 million in state funds to be used for, quote, legal defenses against the Trump administration, half of which is for nonprofits to provide legal aid to aliens in removal proceedings. Jurisdictions like San Diego and Los Angeles have hardened their sanctuary policies to further thwart the enforcement of our immigration laws. San Francisco leads a lawsuit against the Trump administration to try to prevent the administration from withholding federal funds from sanctuary jurisdictions that are in open defiance of federal law. In December, the Boston City Council unanimously voted in favor of keeping the city's sanctuary status. Last month, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson defended the city's sanctuary status at a congressional hearing, repeating discredited and utterly absurd claims that returning criminals into our communities actually make those communities safer. Just today, it's reported that an illegal migrant from El Salvador, charged with previously sexually assaulting a 16-year-old boy in Palmdale, has now been arrested for the murder of a 13-year-old boy in Lancaster, California. These Democratic sanctuary policies not only require the release of dangerous criminals back into our communities in defiance of federal law, they place law enforcement at much greater risk, as officers must now confront these criminals not when they're in custody and unarmed, but rather when they are at large and often armed. The Trump administration is doing everything it can to confront these dangerous policies. In one of his first executive orders, President Trump directed law enforcement to evaluate and undertake any lawful actions to ensure that so-called sanctuary jurisdictions, which seek to interfere with the lawful exercise of federal law enforcement operations, do not receive access to federal funds. In February, President Trump signed an additional executive order to ensure that federal funds to states and localities will not be used to support sanctuary policies or assist illegal immigration. And the administration has sued multiple jurisdictions, including Illinois and New York, for their efforts impeding federal law enforcement. But without new laws, the next Democratic president will undoubtedly reverse these policies and once again open our borders to the worst criminal elements on the planet and then shield them under Democratic sanctuary policies. We cannot let that happen. Congress must enact stronger laws that will prevent a future Joe Biden from ever again placing our families at risk, and that will stop today's Democratic politicians from impeding the enforcement of our immigration and public safety laws. Today, we will hear from several law enforcement and local officials on their perspectives and suggestions as we pursue this work, and I want to welcome them all here today. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses, and with that, I yield to the ranking member for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to all of our witnesses, including Sheriff Wagner from my home state of Washington. Good to see you here. Perhaps the chairman would have this level of concern for the victims of senseless gun violence across this country. 47,000 people who were killed from gun violence just in 1 year alone. Or perhaps the chairman would have this level of concern for the families of law enforcement that were killed during the January 6th insurrection on the United States Capitol, or even the families that are suffering from rising grocery prices and devastated retirement accounts thanks to Donald Trump's chaotic economic policy. Ever since Donald Trump came into office, my colleagues have been very happy to sit back and let him run completely roughshod over our laws. President Trump, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, all led you to believe that this attack on immigrants was supposed to be about criminal immigrants. It was supposed to be about people who threaten public safety, despite the fact that research clearly shows that immigrants commit fewer crimes than Americans. They actually led you to believe that they were for the immigrants who did things legally. I can't tell you how many times on this committee I've sat here as my Republican colleagues say, we're not against legal immigration, we're for the people who do things legally. They led you to believe that legal immigrants had nothing to worry about, people on permanent residence status or legal visas or legal status. They even led you to believe that somehow getting rid of immigrants would be good for American jobs, that it would bring down costs for the American public, and that this was all about caring for you versus them, some shady criminal immigrant that might be invading our communities. Well, as people's 401k accounts plummet with Trump's economic policies, as costs of everything that Americans need to buy keep going up instead of down, the effects of Trump's unconstitutional and unlawful actions against all immigrants are causing fear and havoc in our communities across the country. Let me be clear. Trump has targeted immigrants who are here lawfully, suspending refugee admissions, a program that, by the way, was once hailed by both Republicans and Democrats and the faith community everywhere as the cornerstone of humanitarian assistance. They are revoking the very programs that created legal pathways for immigrants to enter, that effectively brought down the numbers at the border. And in revoking student visas and green cards of legal permanent residents, many of whom are married to US citizens, they are going after every single immigrant in America, fabricating stories about these immigrants being, quote, criminals, even deporting them to other countries in violation of judicial orders. All of this leads us to ask once again, as the Fourth Circuit said earlier this week, in the case of a Maryland father who was, quote, mistakenly deported to a Salvadorian prison by the Trump administration. If due process is of no moment, what is stopping the government from refusing and removing to return a lawful permanent resident or even a natural-born citizen? That is a quote from the judge in the decision. This obsession to weaponize every part of the US government against immigrants is hurting Americans. It's taking away critical resources for crime prevention and counterterrorism, drug interdiction, and other law enforcement at the Department of Justice and Homeland Security investigations, and it's terrorizing immigrants and their US citizen family members, including those with no criminal background and with legal status. Now, the Trump administration wants to coerce state and local law enforcement to help them round up immigrants by threatening to cut off their transportation and law enforcement funds if they don't comply, even though multiple courts have held that this is illegal, and numerous research studies and law enforcement officials have confirmed that keeping the long-standing distinction between federal immigration and local law enforcement actually helps keep communities safer. In 2019, my home state of Washington passed the Keep Washington Working Act with bipartisan support. It's a common sense law to ensure that local policy remains focused on public safety of all residents rather than enforcing federal immigration law. We know that when local police act as immigration agents, immigrant communities and their families are less likely to come forward to report a crime when they are a witness or even a victim. It destroys the trust that police rely on to preserve public safety in communities. Courts have ruled multiple times that states have the right to enact laws like Keep Washington Working Act. And despite what you might hear today, the law does allow information sharing with the federal government when necessary for an ongoing criminal investigation or pursuant to a court order or a judicial warrant. As the Trump administration continues to bully and intimidate the country to bend the knee, we won't be intimidated. And I fully support Attorney General Nick Brown's efforts to ensure that everyone in our state follows our laws. The Major City Chiefs Association has repeatedly reaffirmed that across the country, if law enforcement officers are viewed by members of the immigrant community as colluding or working with immigration law enforcement officers, this would, and this is a quote, result in increased crime against immigrants in the broader community, create a class of silent victims, and eliminate the potential for assistance from immigrants in solving crimes or preventing future terrorist acts. The Major Cities Chiefs Association has also explained that cooperation with the immigrant community is a crucial part of solving crime and preventing further criminal activity within the entire community, including ensuring protections for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. Instead of trashing the rights of every American and destroying communities in our economy, this subcommittee should be holding hearings on why Mahmoud Khalil remains detained, simply for expressing pro-Palestinian views that Donald Trump doesn't like, or why Alfredo Juarez, a longtime labor leader, has been detained in my state of Washington, apparently simply for organizing farm workers for fairer wages. Or why a local roofing company just had a raid where 37 immigrants who are longtime residents in our state building affordable housing for our communities were all picked up and jailed. Or why the administration refuses to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United States to reunite with his US citizen wife and his 3 children, even after admitting to mistakenly deporting him to a Salvadorian gulag where he fears for his life. Let's have a hearing, Mr. Chairman, on the disappearing and the kidnapping of people across this country, instead of hurting public safety for all Americans by undermining trust policies of local jurisdictions. I yield back.
And lady yields back. The chair is now pleased to recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
I think the chairman, here's how it works. I sends a detainer to the local sheriff or the local police chief and says, hey, if you're going to release this migrant who we know is here illegally, who's been accused of some crime, if you're going to release him, give us a heads up. Give us 48 hours before you're going to release him, give us a heads up. And they do that because that protects everyone. It protects law enforcement resources. It protects the public from letting a guy out. It protects law enforcement when they go to arrest this guy out on the street. If they can do it in the jail or in the local facility, much better. And frankly, it protects the illegal migrant. And how do we know all that? Because it just happened in Denver not too long ago. Denver's a sanctuary city. I sent him a detainer. Well, they had this guy in custody for 310 days. I sends him a detainer. The Denver, because of their sanctuary city policy, says, no, we're not going to give you a notice. We're going to send you this. We'll give you notice like 1 hour before. And they release the guy to the streets. We actually have the form where it says stamp, release to, and there's a blank. They write in the streets. And then law enforcement goes to arrest him. And guess what happens? Law enforcement officer gets hurt, took resources, money to do that when they could have just went to jail because they had to send more agents. And it hurt the migrant himself because they ended up tasing this guy when they could have just kept him in the jail. ICE comes there, goes from the jail to handcuffs you to take him to wherever they're going to take him. But no, we can't do that because we're a sanctuary city. And now it's gotten even worse. Now, if you're a sanctuary state, they come after law enforcement like Sheriff Wagner, who's trying to do the right thing. Use the resources in a proper way, protect the migrant, protect law enforcement, protect the public. No, we're a sanctuary city. We're going to release them to the streets, even though they had a detainer months before that said, just give us a heads up and we'll come down and do it the easy way. That's why this sanctuary city policy, sanctuary state policy is so darn ridiculous. So I appreciate the chairman having this hearing. I appreciate our witnesses, particularly law enforcement, who we have here on the front lines of this every single day. Thank you all for what you do, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Jayapal, and greetings to the witnesses. Donald Trump's ruinous tariffs and calamitous trade war against the world, except for Russia, have crashed the stock market and cost American workers and retirees and farmers $11 trillion in 1 week. 1 week. And the Republican majority in the House could stop this nightmare today by exercising our powers over international commerce. But they prefer to own the tariffs and own the trade war. We'll see how well that works out for them going into the future. It's certainly not working out well for the American people. Now desperate to displace attention from this world historical economic debacle and the fact that courts have struck down more than 55 of their lawless, unconstitutional executive orders and actions, they invite us to discuss again immigration. So be it. In New York City, Donald Trump's deportation force grabbed green card holder Mahmoud Khalil for exercising his First Amendment rights in a way that Donald Trump disapproved of. Now they're trying to deport him, as well as other students across the country, using a McCarthy-era statute that the president's own sister, Judge Marianne Trump Berry, declared to be, quote, unconstitutional on its face. Then they tried to extra-legally deport more than 100 Venezuelans, shackling them and putting them on planes bound to a self-proclaimed dictator's infamous mega prison in El Salvador under cover of night, based on an 18th century law about wartime authorities called the Alien Enemies Act, which palpably did not apply to this case because we are at peacetime. Congress still has the power to declare war under our Constitution, not the president. Despite their best efforts to keep these removals a secret until it was too late, attorneys for people on the plane filed a lawsuit, and Judge Boasberg, a George W. Bush appointee, issued an order to stop the removals while the planes were hurrying to get in the air and were still in the air. Today, the judge in that case will likely decide whether or not to hold the administration in contempt for deliberately defying the order to turn the removal flights around. On one of those flights, the administration deported Kilmar Garcia, a Maryland man, a father and husband to an American citizen, who had a legal status called withholding of removal, a legal immigration status that specifically blocked him from being removed to El Salvador. He won this status after the government falsely accused him of being a gang member and tried to deport him during the first Trump administration in 2019. Instead, he was able to prove that he posed no threat to public safety, and that on the contrary, he had a well-founded fear of persecution from the violent gangs back in El Salvador. The first Trump administration respected that ruling, but in this second iteration, the administration violated its legal obligation and shipped him off to the Salvadoran mega prison to be locked up in a cage with the very gang members whose violence he had escaped. The administration admitted in court that this deportation, which had absolutely no legal basis, was done in, quote, administrative error. And a judge ordered them to return Mr. Garcia to the United States by midnight this Monday. Rather than bring back the man they admitted they had wrongfully deported, the administration placed the attorney who argued the case on leave and decided to double down and appeal the order. We've seen the administration conduct indiscriminate raids that round up people with no criminal records, who've lived in our country for decades, who own homes and pay taxes, whose family members are U.S. citizens, and who pose no threat to public safety. U.S. citizens have even been arrested and detained by the deportation force as part of these reckless and lawless raids. Now the administration is trying to force state and local law enforcement agencies to use their time, their money, and their resources to participate in these raids. But under Article 1, Congress has exclusive power over naturalization and immigration. And under the 10th Amendment, the federal government has no power to, quote, commandeer the machinery, personnel, or resources of the state and local government for federal law enforcement purposes. But the administration is using threats and coercion now to try to force state and local governments and police departments to use their limited resources to arrest and detain students, fathers, mothers, and law-abiding community members, which means fewer cops, less money, fewer resources to focus on protecting communities from actual violent threats and gangs and the scourge of gun violence and drugs and drunk driving and so on. There's no power in our Constitution to do that, something I thought our colleagues believed in and respected in the system of American federalism. These authoritarian policies have nothing to do with law and order. They're about intimidation and retaliation against disfavored populations, state and local governments, immigrant communities, students, lawyers who dare oppose the administration in court, and judges who stand up to rule against Trump's continuing reign of unlawful actions. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We'll now introduce today's witnesses, and I'll begin by deferring to Mr. Baumgartner to introduce our first witness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to introduce the outstanding Sheriff of Adams County, Mr. Dale Wagner. Sheriff Wagner is a respected law enforcement leader who made the decision to cooperate with federal immigration authorities to protect his community. Adams County is a small rural county in eastern Washington that I have the privilege to represent. Its people are the best of our district and indeed the best of America. And it is Dale Wagner in which they have put their trust to enforce laws and protect their community. And for that, Dale Wagner now finds himself the target of a legal campaign by our
Mr. Chairman, this is not an introduction. So if the gentleman from my home state of Washington, my colleague, would like to introduce the sheriff, he's welcome to do that, but he is not on this committee, and he's solely here for the purpose of introducing the sheriff.
Points well taken.
Thank you, Pramila. We'll get to it. He's now the target of a target of a
Mr.
left-wing-
Chairman,
Yeah.
the gentleman is not complying with your order.
We'll suspend. The gentle lady is correct in her point of order. The unanimous consent covers an introduction without editorial comment.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman will
Chairman.
proceed in order.
I've
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Mr. Baumgartner, question.
No, not at this moment in the proceeding.
He had me all interested in this county.
Again, the gentleman is recognized to
Sure.
make an introduction. That is what is in order at this time.
I'll
Gentlemen, we'll
keep it brief,
continue.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Very pleased that Adams County Sheriff Dale Wagner is here. And I would just also point out, we have 8 outstanding sheriffs in the state of Washington dealing with the fentanyl scourge here with us as well today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Our other witnesses are Mrs. Danielle Carter-Williams. Ms. Carter-Williams is a Chicago resident and fitness trainer who advocates for Chicago residents. She serves as vice president of Chicago Flips Red, a grassroots movement dedicated to empowering communities across Chicago to embrace bold, conservative solutions for a brighter future. Our third witness is Mr. Neil Franklin. Major Franklin retired from law enforcement after a combined total of 34 years in the Baltimore and Maryland State Police Departments. He is currently the executive director of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. And finally, we have Mr. R.J.
Nathan.
Howman. Mr. Howman is president of the National Immigration Center for Enforcement. He's also a founder of the boutique firm Stryker Strategies and is a visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation's Border Security and Immigration Center. He's worked in immigration enforcement policy for more than a decade, including at the Federation for American Immigration Reform. I want to welcome all of our witnesses today. Thank them for appearing. I will begin by swearing you in, so would you please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and beliefs, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please know that your written testimony will be entered in the record in its entirety, and accordingly, we'd ask that you summarize your oral testimony in 5 minutes. And we will begin with Sheriff Wagner.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Good morning. My name is Sheriff Dale Wagner, and I have dedicated my career to serving the people of Washington State. Law enforcement today faces unprecedented challenges, many of which stem from political agendas, rather than public safety concerns. One of the most pressing issues in this conflict between Washington State, Keep Washington Working Act, and sanctuary policies and federal immigration laws, a situation that places all sheriffs in our state in an impossible position. Recently, Adams County became the target of a lawsuit of Washington State Attorney General, alleging violations of Keep Washington Working Act or sanctuary policies. This lawsuit is not about justice or protecting communities. It's about enforcing a political agenda that restricts law enforcement's ability to cooperate with federal authorities. Adams County is a hardworking community built on agriculture, perseverance, and a strong family values. Spanning approximately 1,925 square miles in eastern Washington, our county is home to farmers, ranchers, and business owners who contribute daily to our state's economy. The people of Adams County are resilient and committed to maintaining a safe and prosperous home for future and family. Our office operations by principle of service above self and we police who we love. Those are our friends and our family and our neighbors. These sanctuary policies prohibit law enforcement from working with federal immigration agencies such as ICE and Border Patrol. Even when individuals in custody have committed serious crimes beyond immigration violations, we are barred from notifying federal agencies or authorities upon their release. The result, repeat offenders, drug traffickers, and violent criminals, and they remain in our communities instead of facing appropriate legal action. While proponents claim sanctuary policies protect vulnerable populations, they also shield repeat offenders who exploit the system. Criminal organizations, including drug cartels, human traffickers, take advantage of these policies, knowing they face minimal risk of deportation, even when caught committing additional crimes. These sanctuary policies create confusion and fear among law-abiding residents and citizens. The public is misled into believing local law enforcement arrests people solely based on immigration status. This is not true. It's not true in my county. Our office, like others across the state, do not arrest individuals based on immigration status. Yet, the policies create barriers that prevent victims and witnesses from reporting crimes, fearing potential of immigration consequences they do not fully understand. This makes it harder for law enforcement to investigate crimes and protect the community. Sheriffs are sworn to uphold the law and protect public safety. However, sanctuary policies place us in a legal bind, forcing us to navigate conflicting state and federal laws. We must follow the state mandate that contradicts federal law, compromising our ability to enforce laws effectively. Instead of focusing on crime prevention, we are caught in the unnecessary legal battles that are wasting tax dollars and divert resources from critical public safety efforts. When law enforcement cannot address repeat criminal activity effectively, families, businesses, and their entire communities suffer. Hardworking residents should not have to live in fear of criminals who exploit policies designed to shield them from accountability. Public safety is a must and our priority, not political agendas. Rather than allowing law enforcement agencies to work at local, state, and federal levels together, sanctuary policies force us to rearrest individuals who could have been transferred to federal custody. This strains our jails, wastes tax money, and puts residents at unnecessary risk. The solution is not to pit state and federal authorities against one another, but to ensure public safety remains a top priority for everyone. Law enforcement should be allowed to do its job without political interference. We must defend the constitutional authority of sheriffs and enforce the laws that we protect our citizens with. We advocate for policies that support law enforcement effort rather than hinder them. Continue hiring and training the best deputies and police officers to uphold the highest standard of professionalism and integrity. Work with local, state, and federal law enforcement and community partners to maintain safe neighborhoods and prioritize security over politics. The people of Adams County have always supported law enforcement, and we are proud to serve our community that values law and order. Despite these challenges, we remain steadfast in our mission to serve and protect. We will not back down from our responsibility to uphold the law and keep our residents safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Major Franklin. You may begin.
Good morning, Chairman McClintock. Honorable committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Major Neil Franklin. I am retired. I'm here today representing myself, having served a 34-year law enforcement career in the Baltimore Police Department and the Maryland State Police, as well as representing the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, LEAP, where I was the executive director for an additional 10 years post-retirement. Lieutenant Diane Goldstein is now the current executive director. LEAP is a nonprofit law enforcement, nonprofit group of police prosecutors, judges, other criminal justice professionals who speak from firsthand experience. Our mission is to make communities safer by focusing law enforcement resources on the greatest threats to public safety and working toward improving police-community relations. While we strongly believe that effective border security is imperative to public safety, we adamantly oppose any proposals that will push sanctuary cities and mandate state and local law enforcement to play a significant role in enforcement of federal immigration law. We believe routine civil immigration enforcement by local officers would harm public safety by eroding police community trust and diverting law enforcement resources away from tackling more serious crime. Ordering state and local law enforcement to act as ICE agents would deeply damage police community trust that we depend upon to do our jobs effectively. Across policing, the research underscores that having trust from the people we serve directly impacts public safety. Police are only as strong as the relationships we have with the public. We can only prevent, detect, and solve crimes if witnesses and victims are willing to come forward to report criminal activity and work with us to address it. A report on Latino perceptions of police found that 44% of Latinos hesitate to report crime to police for fear that it could lead to investigations into immigration status of their family or community members, even if they are legal citizens. Compelling local police to enforce federal immigration law would only further damage community trust, making victims, witnesses, and other residents less likely to report crimes or provide critical information to help us solve them. Forcing local law enforcement to act as federal immigration agents would also divert their focus away from the greatest threats to public safety. Local law enforcement should not be forced to dedicate precious time and resources toward burdensome information sharing and detainer requirements instead of solving serious crime. It would lead to countless people being detained for extended periods solely based upon their immigration status, wasting limited jail space that should be reserved for those who pose the most serious threats to public safety. Proposed bans to sanctuary cities also pose constitutional and civil liabilities for local police departments and jails, exposing them to costly lawsuits that could further drain their already stretched resources. Many cities across the country have been forced to pay massive settlements for illegally holding people based upon requested ICE detainers, a practice that would become more frequent as police hope to avoid cuts to essential federal programs in their communities. For example, New York City recently agreed to a $92.5 million settlement stemming from a lawsuit claiming authorities had detained 20,000 people for days, weeks, even months after their scheduled release date due to ICE detainer requests. The proposed act would put state and local governments in an impossible position of deciding between risking cuts to essential federal programs or inviting potential legal action for violating the civil rights of their community members. Furthermore, one solution does not fit all. Cities and towns are unique with very different needs, requiring different solutions for various problems. Each community should be free to design its own strategies absent sanctions of any kind from the federal government. We are deeply concerned to see the federal government considering blocking federal funds to sanctuary jurisdictions and mandating local law enforcement to act as ICE agents. Forcing local police to act as federal immigration agents would harm public safety by eroding community trust and diverting critical resources away from more serious crime. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you for your testimony. I will next hear from Ms. Carter Walters.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and esteemed members of the subcommittee. And thank you to President Donald J. Trump, the people's president, for giving Chicago Flips Red our first platform, and to the subcommittee for the opportunity to speak truth in the people's house. We proudly stand with our president to bring his message to the Black American community and expose the lies pushed by the Democrat Party and the fake news media. We are here to confront the reality of sanctuary cities. Despite the word sanctuaries, these cities are anything but safe. Chicago has claimed the title for years, and now we're drowning in the consequences. Lifelong residents are pushed aside. Schools are overcrowded. Crime is out of control, and affordable housing is vanishing. This crisis exploded under Biden and were worsened by the reckless, agenda-driven leadership of Lori Lightfoot and Brandon Johnson. They didn't just ignore the collapse, they fueled it. In December 2023, a few aldermen tried to give us a voice, but the mayor and his allies used systematic stunts to block the vote on a non-binding sanctuary city referendum, silencing Chicagoans and stripping us of our right to choose. Every elected official swears an oath to serve their constituents and uphold the Constitution. Brandon Johnson has failed. He's dismissed that oath in his obsession with keeping Chicago a sanctuary for illegal aliens. He's driven our city into a $1 billion deficit, handed out shady non-bid contracts, and funneled over $6 million into services for illegal aliens. That's why we demand a full forensic audit focused on migrant-related spending. This isn't mismanagement, it's organized looting of taxpayer dollars. ShotSpotter, a life-saving gunshot detection tool, is gone. Hyde Park now bears a permanent 720-bed shelter as illegal alien shelters multiply all over our city. Tax increment financing, known as TIF, meant to revive struggling areas, are being embezzled. Our kids aren't learning to read while the city teachers cater to non-English speakers. These are deliberate acts of neglect, justified by Chicago's sanctuary city status. Lori Lightfoot licked the fuse with executive orders, and DEI Johnson poured gasoline on the fire. Field houses has been taken, police stations overrun with illegal aliens in tents and are on the floors, leaving officers demoralized. My husband, a retired CPD officer, saw it all. Violence, disease, measles and tuberculosis outbreak, prostitution, and bed bugs that reached our home. Since 2025, over 51,000 illegal aliens have flooded into Chicago. The city's answer? Blend migrant and homeless shelters under the One System initiative and hope no one noticed. Homelessness has jumped by 207% as 2,100 beds go to illegal aliens. When state funding ends in 2025, corrupt insiders will pass the contracts among themselves. This isn't policies, it's racketeering. My husband and I are tax-paying business owners. We did everything right. We invested in the opportunity zone. Thank you, President Trump. Applied for grants, and we were denied. Yet 140,000 illegal alien-run businesses were funded without question. Law-abiding citizens are being replaced to serve a political machine. MS-13, Trendy Agua, they're here. Their graffiti marks our neighborhoods. New gangs, the Venezuelan Disciple, is forming in our neighborhoods. One shelter gets 20 to 30 police calls daily. Drug use, harassment, loitering, and violence have turned parks, sidewalks, and porches into no-go zones. This isn't immigration. This is an invasion. Sanctuary cities do not protect us, they abandon us. The citizens of Chicago, we demand a full forensic audit of every dollar tied
Ms.
to
Carter Walters, very much appreciate your testimony, but we have to limit it to 5 minutes. But you'll have an opportunity to expand on those remarks during the question period. So appreciate your testimony.
Okay.
And we'll finish with Mr. R.J. Hallman.
Chairman McClintock, Ranking Member Jayapal, and esteemed members of this subcommittee, I come before you today to discuss a crisis that threatens the very foundation of our great nation. A crisis that's been born of reckless policies that jeopardize the safety of our communities and shred the integrity of our immigration system. You know, the sacred duty of any government is to shield its law-abiding citizens from harm. It's the bedrock of why we submit to governance, why we uphold the laws that bind us together. We cherish our families, our neighbors, our way of life, and we trust that the law will stand as our shield, a unifying force that levels the field for all. That's what sets America apart, our reverence for the rule of law. So profound that we demand every aspiring citizen to swear an oath steeped in its honor. But that system has betrayed too many of our people. It's not some abstract debate about legal nuance or political gamesmanship. It's talking the safety and security of our nation. We face a stark reality right now, even with President Trump in office. There are millions of illegal aliens roaming free among us. Some are on ICE radar, 98% aren't. They're nearly all in the shadows. There's criminals, those with final orders of removal who went through due process, 1.4 million of them. And then there's the unknown. And then worse, you have hundreds of so-called sanctuaries. They roll out the red carpet for these lawbreakers while turning their backs on the honest citizens that they're sworn to protect. You know, what strikes me is the silence from one party up here on Capitol Hill. There's no demand for real enforcement. Instead, we're drowned in a chorus of tired slogans and distractions like tattoo motives, you know, chanted as like it could offset illegality. Well, it can't. Amnesty for all, no risk, no consequences. That seems to be the agenda. You know, at the same time, a lot of folks rail against empowering state and local police to aid federal efforts, you know, twisting logic into knots. These are the same officers that we trust to hunt murderers, rapists, traffickers. But if you inject immigration status into it, suddenly they're unfit. Their competence and integrity are repeatedly questioned, again, unless they are defying federal law outright. Then, of course, in sanctuary jurisdictions, everything they do is cheered or enabled. And that brings us to the deceptive term as well, sanctuary jurisdictions. It sounds noble, doesn't it? A haven, a refuge. But for whom? Not our sons and daughters, though left vulnerable due to them. Our communities are then torn apart. These sanctuaries shield the lawless, not the lawful, and that betrayal cuts to the core of what America must stand against. The American people spoke loud and clear in November. It's time for Congress to wake up, shift into the President Trump's gear, and act decisively. End sanctuary cities for good and launch mass deportations now. Every day we delay, we roll the dice on the next preventable tragedy, the next innocent life lost to a criminal alien that we could have deported. And lastly, just consider the numbers that are pretty much hot off the press. From October 1st, 2022 to February 6, 2025, more than 25,000 detainers were declined by sanctuary jails, more than 1,400 instances. The jails failed to give adequate notification to ICE to take custody of the aliens. You see it at more than half of the declined detainers were prisons in California, just where we saw a heinous crime where the child's body was found 10 minutes from where I grew up. When's enough enough? Congress needs to act. Give ICE the resources to act in accordance with the law, deliver on an electoral mandate, secure American communities. And then it's time for statutory changes to make sure these changes last and our system gets ramped up in terms of integrity. I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now proceed with questions under the 5-minute rule, and we'll begin with Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I've read all of your statements that you've submitted. I've been listening intently to your testimony. Mr. Hallman, I just want to confirm Cook County Jail in Illinois from October 1st, 2022 to February 6, 2025, released more than 1,000 criminal aliens into their community.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yep.
And just want to confirm this, Mr. Franklin. I don't want to take this out of context. You said compelling local police to enforce federal immigration law would only further damage community trust. Is that an accurate reflection I'm reading from your statement? Is that accurate?
Yes, depending upon the jurisdiction and what those unique circumstances might be for that particular city or town.
And Ms. Carter Walters, in Chicago, where they've released over a 3-year period more than 1,000 criminals back into your community, does that make you feel safer as a citizen?
No,
Did it make your community feel safer?
no,
And did it provide actual safety when you saw MS-13 trained at Aragua roaming the streets there?
no,
So you've demanded a full forensic audit of every dollar tied to migrant shelters, right?
yes,
And a freeze on the $92 million budget until full reviews are completed?
yes, sir,
And you want the accountability and community input
yes, sir,
and a federal investigation into potential corruption, and potentially, if there is corruption, you want prosecution, is that right?
yes,
And most importantly, you want an end to sanctuary policies that you feel disadvantages you guys as citizens of Chicago vis-a-vis illegal aliens who are being released into your community.
we want to end sanctuary cities.
And go to you now, Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff Wagner. So you outline and give some examples of some horrific instances in your own county, particularly shocking case 2021 in Othello. Can you briefly recount that for us?
Yeah, in 2021, we had an incident of an illegal alien that took the life of a mother and a daughter. The daughter being a special needs female that had the capacity of a five-year-old, and they did it in a very horrific way by dismembering the bodies and leaving them in a trunk of a vehicle.
How did that impact your community?
That was a huge impact in our community.
How so?
Well, any horrific crime, no matter who's involved, is going to impact the community. And I think that the situation that we were faced with is the limited resources that everyone keeps talking about here. I'm a department of 18 people, and that includes myself and my undersheriff that we're working. I'm not a politician. By, I guess, my job I am, but we actually get out and do the work. And this situation.
You imply that we don't get out and do the work, which is
well,
that's fair. That's fair, Sheriff.
I'm not saying
That's
that.
fair.
I'm not saying that. But the reality is that, I mean, it affects the community because we are a small community, a small farming community of all nationalities, and we are very close to each other, and we care about each other very much.
In your recommendations, you talk about allowing you to enforce the law, and that might mean that you actually cooperate with federal officials. So if I understand your keep Washington working law, that's the statute there, are you allowed to hold someone with an ICE detainer?
We are not.
Are you allowed to transfer someone if ICE requests that you transfer them to their custody?
We're according to the KWW, no.
So the state law actually directly, not indirectly, not impliedly, it actually directly defies federal law, federal statute.
That's what I understand, yes.
Yeah, because federal statute says if you get a detainer, you're supposed to hold.
Yeah.
You're supposed to hold. That's what federal law says, and you can't do that there.
Correct.
How does that impact the safety of your community?
Well, ours is impacted in a great way because, one, my jail has been closed for 3 years, and I find that ironic in this situation as well. But it impacts us in a great way because, like I believe it was Mr. Jordan was explaining, putting people out onto the street and having them get caught again becomes a bigger problem. We're not arresting on immigration status. We're putting people in jail for crimes they committed in our community. And then ICE, because of public records that are available and things like that, they have the ability to find out who's in our custody and where they are and when they're released and all those kind of things. And they are basically released to their custody in the opposite way, similar to Denver in most cases.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my opening, there are a lot of reasons why states and localities have adopted policies to leave immigration enforcement to federal government where it belongs. For some, it's about fostering trust with local communities, When immigrant communities know that calling 911 won't result in deportation for themselves or a family member, they're actually more willing to report and help law enforcement solve crimes, which makes all of us safer. For others, it's an important factor is legal liability. Courts all over the country, just to counter what my good colleague from Arizona said, have ruled that when local law enforcement complies with civil immigration detainer requests, and to be clear, an immigration detainer is a request, and continues to detain someone pursuant to a detainer when they otherwise would have been released, it's actually an unlawful detention, and it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. So Sheriff Wagner, I want to thank you again for being here and for the work that you do to support your community. And I believe you when you say you want to keep all of your residents in Adams County safe. You can just give me simple yes or no's to this. At any time since 2019, has the Adams County Sheriff's Office given the federal government personal information of any Adams County residents, like fingerprints, dates of birth, home addresses, or driver's license numbers? Just turn your mic on, Sheriff. Thank you.
We do a program called Stone Garden.
So just a yes or no is fine. Do you give, it's a simple question, do you give the federal government personal information of Adams County residents like fingerprints, dates of birth, home addresses, and driver's license numbers?
I'm not aware of fingerprints, but I do believe we give public information to those people.
And how often has your office done that?
It depends on what you're talking about. You want yes and no answers, or do you want me to explain?
Well, in this one, I'm asking you if you have numbers for that.
Okay.
If you can give me.
I don't have numbers, but we do a Stone Garden program through the Border Patrol, which is funded through the state as well.
Okay. And at any time since 2019, has the Adams County Sheriff's Office held people beyond their release date in order to facilitate their pickup by civil immigration enforcement officers?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you're following the Keep Washington Working Act in that way, and that's good to hear. I want to go on to some questions for Major Franklin. Let me turn to you. One of the studies that I submitted found that mandatory information sharing between local police and ICE led to a 16% increase in crime against Hispanics. And let me be clear, that 16% increase means 1.3 million more crimes. Can you help us understand this statistic and why jurisdictions with community trust policies in place experience less crime and why their residents feel safer?
Yes. So to be effective, and a good part of my career was in criminal investigation for quite a few years. And we first need to get people to report crimes before we can even begin to investigate them. And when there's no trust between the police and the community, many people will not even report crimes. And this hasn't just become evident with the immigrant community. I grew up in West Baltimore, and I experienced times in my neighborhood where we really had trust issues. Many of my friends, many people that I knew would not even report the crime of a robbery, of being a victim of a crime. And then we need witnesses. Once we begin to investigate a crime, we need witnesses. So you have to have that trust that we, the police, are going to do the right thing. And in the immigrant community, if they believe, just believe that their immigration status is going to be questioned, or maybe that of another family member, or that of a community member which they are friends with, they're not going to cooperate with us. We've seen this time and time again, but when you can establish that trust, you see, we cannot be effective in solving crimes. And most of the people who commit the violence is a very small number.
Right.
If we can get them, if we can focus on them, get them convicted, charged convicted, then we have a great chance of reducing crime.
I just have a few seconds left here, but jurisdictions that adopted sanctuary policies experienced a 52 to 62% reduction in the domestic homicide rate for Hispanic women. Does that track with your experience as a law enforcement officer in jurisdictions with those policies?
Yes, as creating the first domestic violence unit in the Maryland State Police, as being the president of Turnaround Incorporated, which was about domestic violence in Baltimore City, shelter services and counseling services. Yes, those numbers are very familiar to me. And there's a great
And
report out, I
ladies,
believe
time's
it's,
expired.
Usually the witness can answer finish answering.
Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr.
He did
Chair.
answer. The answer was yes. It was a yes or no question, and he
finish his
added
answer.
quite a bit more.
a
Mr.
strong
Tiffany.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major Franklin, there's an organization or a publication, safehome.org. They listed Baltimore as the deadliest large city. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that report. Or
Yeah, they just last year, was in 2024, it just surpassed Memphis and Detroit. Mr. Holman, when a detainer has been issued, isn't that as a result of someone committing a crime?
ICE is reaching out to them to get them in custody, and they're on the radar likely because a crime was committed. That's why they're in that local jail.
So federal money flows to jurisdictions around the United States at taxpayers' expense to try to fight crime. Should taxpayers continue to fund sanctuary jurisdictions?
No, not at all. If you are in defiance of federal law and you're not working with federal law enforcement, you shouldn't receive a darn dime. Again, there's a lot of cooperative jurisdictions out there under President Trump. The 287G agreements that we're seeing, kind of the opposite of a sanctuary jurisdiction, has skyrocketed since President Trump took office. Those jurisdictions should be rewarded and helped for acting in accordance with federal law.
Should federal facilities be moved out of jurisdictions that are sanctuary cities?
If you're talking detention facility or something like that, a lot of them.
Let me give you an example, and I'm going to ask Mr. Chairman to introduce this letter I sent to Doge would ask unanimous consent to enter that letter. But anyhow, I sent a letter. The SBA is moving facilities out of Boston, which is a sanctuary city. And I sent a letter to Doge saying, would you look into Dane County, Wisconsin, which is Madison? Would you look into moving facilities out of there if they're going to continue to be a sanctuary county? Do you think that's appropriate?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sheriff, so I mentioned Dane County, Wisconsin, and there was a situation where a gang member from Venezuela, Tren de Aragua, gang member, he was charged with false imprisonment and battery in Dane County last year, went on to Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, which is about 100 miles from Madison to Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, over on the Mississippi River. And this gang member was charged with domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and strangulation by the Prairie du Chien Police Department. Does it surprise you that another community is affected when there is a sanctuary community that is not honoring ICE detainers?
No.
Does it make it more dangerous for people throughout the region, not just, let's use this example of Dane County, Wisconsin, does it make it more dangerous for people throughout a region as a result of having these sanctuary policies?
I think like the gentleman over here said earlier, I think every situation is different, every location is different, every circumstance is different. But I do think the policies matter, and the policies that we're faced with in sanctuary policy it's too hampering for the situation that we're dealing with on the ground.
Ms. Carter Walters, so you know that Wisconsin is just north of you in Chicago, and I just cited Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin is 100 miles from Madison, Wisconsin, and Kenosha, Wisconsin is only 64 miles north of Chicago. Should people in Wisconsin be concerned about the sanctuary policies that are in Chicago?
Exactly, because they don't just stay in Chicago. They're in Indiana. They're all in the suburbs. So yes, they definitely should be afraid.
Why in the world do civic leaders like Mayor Johnson want to advance policies like this that not only make their own city less safe, but the entire region less safe?
Because we believe that that's how they're funneling money and stealing our tax dollars. So that's why we are demanding a forensic audit on how a breakdown of how those funds were allocated, because we have yet received anything of a breakdown to show how our tax dollars were spent. So yes, we believe that's how they're funneling the money, and that's why we are asking for a forensic audit, and we want arrests being made.
Mr. Chairman, I think
these witnesses make the case so well, that it is not just the sanctuary community that is being affected by these policies that they are implementing. It's an entire region. Most of the people of Wisconsin are affected as a result of what's going on in Dane County, Wisconsin, and Chicago, Illinois. It is time for this to stop, and there needs to be consequences for what is going on with these sanctuary communities. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major Franklin, you're famous in Maryland. Your career in law enforcement has involved fighting violent gangs, drug traffickers, illegal gun trafficking from other states that have weaker laws than Maryland. But you've also studied law enforcement and worked on it, not just at the micro level, but at the macro level. I wonder if you could explain how this works. My colleagues are talking about horrific, gruesome cases of undocumented people who engage in murder or rape, serious crimes like that. If someone is engaged in a crime like that and they have a warrant for the person's arrest and they bring it to a local or state official who's got control over their custody, if they're in their custody for another reason, doesn't the local government have to cooperate with that warrant and turn that person over immediately to the federal authorities?
Yes. On a warrant, yes, we do. I don't know one case where we have not done so with a warrant.
Yeah, I was searching. I couldn't find a single case where there was any local government that did not cooperate with a warrant that was to demand turning over the body of a person who'd engaged in a serious crime. In fact, I saw an article about President Trump, who has been touting his ICE arrests. Half of them were people who were in local custody, and he asked for them to be turned over. They were being held for serious crimes or other kinds of crimes, and then they were deported, and he got them, based on a warrant. So if we're not talking about a warrant situation, right, then I come back to my puzzlement about why my colleagues who control the U.S. Congress right now are not engaged in trying to come up with a comprehensive immigration reform package. I mean, I'll give you an example. At the end of the last Congress, we had a bipartisan deal on toughening up the border with more officers, more patrols, more asylum judges, lots of new technology. The most conservative members of the U.S. Senate on the Republican side were championing it, advancing it. It had bipartisan support in the Senate. And then Donald Trump tanked it, basically saying for political reasons he didn't want it. He did not want a comprehensive immigration border solution. He wanted a problem to run against. And I see a lot of that in today's discussion. It's amazing to me that rather than engage in the hard work, maybe not even so hard anymore, of coming up with a bipartisan immigration solution, we would rather be beating up on local governments for not doing the job of the federal government. Now, but let's say that someone thought, okay, well, we really should commandeer the resources, the personnel, the machinery of the local governments, even though it's against the Constitution and against the 10th Amendment. But let's say they think that, and they want to use law enforcement not to turn over murderers and rapists and so on, but for routine immigration enforcement. All right, how would that work if, say, they came to a particular city or county and say the vast majority of the undocumented people here we know are working in hotels or agriculture on farms or the construction sector? Could a city have the resources to say, we're going to send in raids of police on construction sites, on farms, in hotels to arrest all of these people that we think are here illegally?
We don't have the resources for that. We don't have the people for that. We're struggling to find people, to hire people, and we just don't have the resources. We have calls waiting. We're call hopping. one day after next.
The federal government's got a lot of money. We spend millions and millions of dollars just flying Donald Trump down to Florida to Mar-a-Lago to go play golf while he's crashing the stock market. Why doesn't the federal government spend that money? A locality might say. The cities are pretty hard up for money, right? They don't want to be invading all of the hotels and construction sites to go and look for undocumented workers. I mean, do you think that's a fair request to put on the localities?
No, it's not.
Seems to me that the problem here is we have people not doing their jobs in Washington, and they want to blame local governments and put the pressure on them. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Chairman Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, are you familiar with the Department of Homeland Security Immigration Detainer Notice of Action form? You familiar with these forms?
I've heard of them, yes.
Yeah, okay. And these forms, down about halfway down the page, it says, it is therefore requested that you, this is going to local law enforcement, requested that you notify DHS as early as practicable, at least 48 hours if possible, before the alien in your custody is released. All right? Is that partisan, or is that just common sense?
Depends on who you ask, but it is common sense.
The ranking member said we need to function in a bipartisan way. I don't think that's partisan. That's just saying, hey, you got a bad guy, at least someone who's been charged with crime in your possession. He's also an illegal migrant. Can you give us a 48 hours heads up before you release him to the streets?
Sure.
That makes sense to me, right? I don't think that's partisan. I think that's just common sense. Mr. Hallman, are you familiar how this form works? This detainer process is supposed to work? All right, the next line says, maintain custody of the alien for a period not to exceed 48 hours beyond the time. Again, we're requesting you do. They're not demanding. We're just requesting you help us out. Law enforcement working with other law enforcement to protect the safety of law enforcement and, of course, the public at large, beyond the time when he or she would otherwise have been released from your custody to allow DHS to assume custody. Again, that seems like common sense to me. But sanctuary policies prevent these two requests from taking place. Is that right? If you're a sanctuary state, sanctuary city, you don't comply with these. You may give them we're going to give you a 10-minute notice. We're going to release them and then tell you we already released them. That's how it works in these sanctuary cities, in these sanctuary states. Is that right, Mr. Hammond?
That's correct, too. And it's even interesting, too, under the Biden administration, you have a lot of state and local law enforcement who think that they're not going to comply with ICE based on their experiences under the Biden administration. ICE had policies in place that made it so hard for enforcement and removal officers to actually work with these jails.
Yeah.
They made it next to impossible. So you have all of these jails that think, oh, I don't know if I'm going to comply. I may get penalized if a state puts an aggressive restriction on that. But everything is going to be streamlined. They want to comply. It will be a good process.
Yeah, let's put up on the screen. Are you familiar with the name Abraham Gonzalez, Mr. Hallman? Do you know this guy? Abraham Gonzalez?
I do not.
Okay, this guy was released this year, February 28th, 25. He was released. Look at what the sheriff's department put here. This is a ICE notification. They put the stamp on there, being released to the streets. Now, this guy had been in custody for 345 days. And ICE had sent this very form asking, hey, can you give us a 48-hour heads up before this guy who was charged with aggravated assault, charged with stealing an automobile, charged with menacing, can you just give us a heads up? And guess what Sanctuary City, Denver did? They called him 1 hour before, and ICE couldn't get there, and they released this guy to the streets as they stamped on the form. Now, what I find interesting, can we put that back up again? What I find interesting is under the section flag, see it over there on the right-hand side? It says he's cleared, but then look what it says, violent to staff. So the very people who released him to the streets knew this guy. He'd been charged again with aggravated assault, stealing a car, but he'd also been violent to the very people in the jail who were holding him, and they still wouldn't give notice to ICE. And then, as I said in my opening statement, this guy is released to the streets. ICE goes out to arrest him. Officer gets hurt. They had to tase the guy, so the migrant gets hurt. Tell me how that is not, tell me why that we should have that kind of policy happen, Mr. Hallman.
Well, we shouldn't. It doesn't keep our communities safer in any sense. And again, what they're trying to do here is they say, hey, at least we tried. An hour heads up or whatever. But how can they look at that man to release him on the streets, knowing the crimes that have been committed, knowing that risk? How can they say, hey, we'll see you later as he goes off and could potentially commit another crime down the line? I mean, is it worth it to instill trust with the immigrant community? How about, the citizens? And how about the harm that they could face due to the unknown of releasing a dangerous criminal alien to the streets?
They knew this guy had a propensity to be violent to law enforcement because he had done it in their very jail. And they can't give federal law enforcement a heads up. Sheriff Wagner, would you have given him a heads up?
I think in that circumstance, I would.
Yeah, you certainly would. But for people who do what you would do, you're now getting sued for that, right? Your attorney general is coming after you.
Yeah, and as the gentleman over here said, you know, we should stay out of local business, right? And so here I am with the state attorney coming down on me for trying to juggle the whole mess.
Because that's how law enforcement, you're supposed to work with other law enforcement when you can, not violating the Constitution, just be in good common sense way to make sure people are safe, law enforcement safe, public is safe, and frankly, as I said before, even the migrant is safer when you do it that way, when you do it the common sense way versus the sanctuary city way. And that's what we really have to, I think, that's really the decision here. Common sense or sanctuary city way. I think common sense wins out every time. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Chairman, the Trump administration, after pardoning hundreds of violent criminals, has launched a reckless, chaotic, and inhumane immigration policy that is making our communities less safe. The administration, and as we heard today, the chairman of this committee, speak as if all immigrants are criminals. The administration is draining resources away from other important law enforcement priorities and is even targeting legal immigrants and vulnerable populations. It's no surprise that many states and localities do not want to aid and abet the president's extreme anti-immigrant agenda. Recognizing that good policing depends on building trust with their residents, many cities forbid their law enforcement officers from questioning victims of crime or witnesses to a crime about their immigration status, and they do not share immigration information with federal authorities. They believe that their communities are at greater risk when a victim of domestic violence is afraid to ask the police for protection from her abuser for fear of deportation, or when witnesses to a murder refuse to assist law enforcement in tracking down the perpetrator because they're afraid their immigration status will be discovered. These cities have concluded that if they take on the federal responsibility to enforce immigration laws, it would destroy trust between immigrants and local law enforcement, which would make everyone less safe. Major Franklin, why is building trust with all members of the community so important to policing?
I think you touched on something, sir, regarding the importance of, it's not just for keeping members of the immigrant community safe, because there's a very small number of violent offenders also prey on people outside of that community as well. So as soon as we can get the reporting of the crime, the cooperation from witnesses to have that person arrested, charged, convicted, and get them off the streets and hold them responsible, the better for not just the immigrant community, but the entire community.
Is it fair to say then that if minority communities, immigrants, or really any part of your community feels unsafe going to the police, that it makes everyone in the jurisdiction less safe? Can you explain
Absolutely.
why?
Again, because the importance of that trust, and this isn't something new, by the way. We've experienced the same thing with underserved communities where there's no trust with the police, and we fail to get an accuracy regarding the crimes because they're not reported. There's no trust in reporting the crime because they don't believe the police are going to do the right things, and in many cases, they believe the police may cause them some sort of harm. In the immigrant community, it's about being deported, and not just the victim or the witness being deported, but that victim or witness can be friends or relative of someone else who might be undocumented, and they fear that deportation. So there's going to be limited, if any, communication, any cooperation at all with the authorities. And it's not just about communicating with the police, it's about fearing interacting with other positions of authority and services within the city who they believe they may have some sort of relationship with law enforcement. They want to ensure that them and their friends and families are not subjected to deportation.
Thank you. One of the priority Republican bills this Congress, H.R. 32, the so-called No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act, which has been teed up for floor consideration in the coming weeks, would gut billions in federal funding for states and localities, including funding for essential programs like public safety, education, and transportation, if states and localities are not able to aid the Trump administration in federal immigration enforcement. Would cutting federal funding from local and state police departments help or hurt public safety?
It would make public safety much worse.
Can you talk about the real-world impact that these cuts would have on the ability of law enforcement to protect their communities?
Absolutely. When I was in charge of Baltimore City Human Resources, we had a special unit that applied for federal grants because we need the funding, we need the resources, not just for law enforcement activities and duties, but for other important things like youth programs, which are extremely important, other services, mental health services. There are many types of critical services that our communities need.
Okay, thank you. As we've heard today, my Republican colleagues talk as if all immigrants are criminals. Could you tell us whether that's true and whether, in fact, the studies show that the crime rate among immigrants is lower than the crime rate among native-born American citizens?
Studies show that among the immigrant community, it's lower.
So most immigrants are not criminals.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield
Time
back.
has expired. Sheriff Nails.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the panel for being here. Thank you, Sheriff Wagner, those distinguished gentlemen behind you. I want to thank you all for your service. I'll give you a round of applause. Thank you for our county sheriffs. We need them. We need them. They're supported. You know, most of the crime, and I know Mr. Franklin or Major Franklin, you're talking about the distrust between the police and the communities they serve. Let's be honest with each other. You know where the distrust begins, right? It all starts in these large cities across America. I bet you if you ask one of those sheriffs, we had everyone come up here, they don't have a problem with trust between their agents or their deputies and the people they serve. It takes place in these large cities, the San Franciscos, the Chicagos. When you look at Chicago, and Ms. Walters talking about Chicago, you had Lori Lightweight there. I mean, her approval rating was in the toilet. What, a 22% approval rating? I think she was the first incumbent to lose re-elect. And why is it? Her policies. It was the sanctuary city policies. She was horrible, absolutely horrible. All the anti-police rhetoric. Would you agree with me that that's why Lori Lightweight is no longer the mayor in Chicago?
Yes, and that's why Brandon Johnson has a 6% approval rating.
You should consider running for mayor. I think you're great. Anyway, Sheriff Wagner, you know, I was a sheriff, Fort Bend County, large county. Everybody that got arrested into my jail, I had about 1,800 beds. When you got arrested, every morning, every name, mine, any name, didn't matter who it was, would get sent to ICE. We'd send it to ICE in Houston. They would scrub that list, and they would then determine who a detainer gets placed on. I complied with every single detainer. Didn't matter if they said a detainer needs to be placed on this guy, and we kept our people safe. That's why I was a very popular sheriff and never had to worry about a re-election because the people supported what we did. But then when you got some of these liberal states, your state for a good example, Illinois and others, we created a law now in the state of Texas. We had a crazy rogue sheriff in Austin, go figure, in Austin, Travis County, that wasn't complying with these detainers. So we now have a law in Texas that says if you don't comply, a county sheriff does not comply with ICE detainers, you'll be charged with a crime and then you'll be removed from office. And most sheriffs across the great state of Texas support that. I believe you would as well.
Yeah, I would.
Because it just keeps our people, it keeps our people safe. I want to thank you again too. In 2005, you know, I read your bio. You were awarded a Medal of Valor for one of your deputies that was shot by an illegal multiple times, I believe.
That is correct.
Yeah. So thank you for your service. You guys are fantastic. You know, you're being sued by your attorney general. I guess you're putting your community at risk. Did you know that?
So if I can answer some of that, I know there's a lot going on, but the reality is this. You talked about the size of your agency and your jail. I have a 28-bed facility that's been closed for 3 years. We are not detaining on immigration status. We do share information through the Stone Garden thing that we are a part of, and several other counties across our state are doing. And the state actually gives us the money through it. They're the ones that take their cut and then give us the money. But yes, it is exactly what you're saying.
Some of the actions in front, a few of the sanctuary jurisdictions I want you to ask you if you think they're conducive to public safety. In King County, Seattle, illegal alien named Julio Cruz Velasquez, custody in 2019 with priors for rape, domestic violence, burglary, robbery, DUI, drug possession dating back to 2010. King County ignored the ICE detainers, released him into the community. He was then arrested later on for murder. It would have never happened if you'd have just complied with ICE. Does that sound conducive to public safety? It doesn't, of course not. The stories go on. Washington County, also in your state, illegal alien Alejandro Melandio Hernandez was arrested for manslaughter and a second degree for killing somebody while driving recklessly. The county ignored an ICE detainer, released him into the community, and he is still at large today. Does that sound conducive to public safety, Sheriff?
No.
Of course it doesn't. Let's go to Boston. April this year, Boston released an illegal alien charge of aggravated child rape rather than comply with an ICE detainer. Does that sound like conducive to public safety?
No.
Of course it doesn't, and the story goes on and on and on. Mr. Franco, we go to Baltimore. April 24, Raul Calderon, a 25-year-old Guatemalan national convicted of 4th degree sex offense and 2nd degree assault. Despite ICE detainer's request, Baltimore County released him after suspending his prison sentence. Then in 2024, another individual, 25 years old, convicted of molesting 2 family members, 9 and 10 years old. It just goes on and on and on. Now, Baltimore has problems. You got a lot of corruption in Baltimore. Again, when you look at these major cities, Baltimore, Chicago, everywhere, they're run by far left liberal Democrats and by Soros-funded DAs. And that's why you're getting clobbered in elections. The American people are sick and tired of it, and they're fighting back. Ms. Walters, I salute you. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Jayapal, and thank you to the witnesses for your testimony today. This hearing is extremely timely. The Trump administration's recent actions against our refugee community are making people less safe, not more safe. Recently, the administration sent emails to Ukrainians escaping Putin's war of aggression, telling them, do not attempt to remain in the United States. The federal government will find you. Then a day later, they said, sorry, we made a mistake. Cutting off resettlement funds for Afghans who made it to the United States after fighting side by side with American troops. That's in this administration's agenda. Turning their backs on courageous Afghans who worked directly with our forces and are desperate to reach our shores, but have to hide out from the Taliban because we're not accepting refugees anymore. Revoking all US visas held by South Sudanese passport holders because their government refused to accept a deportee that the Sudanese government said was Congolese, not South Sudanese. And then this administration claims to care deeply about persecuted Christians while slashing Christian refugee entry by 78% in the first term and doing even less to help Christians who are persecuted enter the United States today. All of these heartless and short-sighted actions by the Trump administration serve no discernible purpose besides bullying those who escaped war, authoritarianism, and disaster. Again, this bullying undermines the stature of the United States in the eyes of the world and makes all of us less safe. It diverts our law enforcement resources away from real threats in order to upend the lives of honest, hardworking people in need of refuge from the United States. Now, with that said, I want to turn to the issue of how intentionally eroding trust of immigrant communities by local law enforcement can impact public safety. Major Franklin, just a couple questions for you. Can you speak to how efforts by this administration to destroy relationships between the immigrant community and local police officers would be detrimental to public safety?
Sure. It would be detrimental in a number of ways. Number one, I spoke earlier to being successful in identifying victims of crime, having crime reported, being successful during the investigation of those crimes so that we can hold those violent offenders accountable. But also it would be detrimental in the loss of critical resources that we desperately need among our law enforcement agencies around the country. And again, I want to speak to the uniqueness of every jurisdiction. We should have the ability to develop our own strategies that would work within those particular communities that have their own special needs. A loss of critical resources would devastate us in the law enforcement community in a number of ways. So I took an oath, not just to the Constitution, but to the people that I serve, to protect everyone who's in my community, no matter what their status is. And in order for me to do that, and my comrades to do that, you've got to have trust. You've got to build trust if you're going to get the information you need so that people aren't fearful when coming forward to report. They don't want to be victimized. They don't want their friends and family victimized. They want people held accountable, and they want to be able to come forward and trust us and not fear them or their friends being deported from the United States.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the U visa, a visa for victims of crimes who cooperate with law enforcement or governmental officials in the investigation or prosecution of criminal activities? And if so, do you think that they're helpful?
Yes, I am familiar with it, and they are helpful. Of course, the police officer has to take the initiative in filling out the paperwork when we're dealing with the victim to make sure that they're able to stay in the community and in the country.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. Let's cut through all the noise, all the blur, all the politics, all the nonsense. Nobody on this side of the aisle, because it was repeated again over there before, ever said that immigrants are bad people. We love legal immigrants that come here the right way. They are great Americans. I'll tell you a story real quick. I was picked up in a taxi cab the other day in Washington, D.C. Young gentleman driving the taxi cab. I love to talk to people, start talking to him. He's from Ethiopia. He came here legally. He always wanted to be an architect. His cousin was an architect, and he admired him so much, and his cousin had helped him. But in Ethiopia, they tell you what you're going to be. You don't have that choice like you do in America. So he was told he wasn't going to be an architect. He legally immigrated here, worked his butt off, gave it everything he had, worked multiple jobs, got his degree, and was working still more because now he was getting his master's degree. He taught me. He said to me, for God's sake, protect your country. All these illegal immigrants coming here are not good. Legal immigrants are angrier about the illegal ones than anybody else. They did things the right way. They did it by the book. They're good people. We love them. So let's be clear. Cut the nonsense. I'm not directing that to you. And you know, let's also cut the nonsense because it costs money. There's only so much money in this world, and we're going through a lot of budgetary stuff right now. And I make it clear, I'm fighting for Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. Many of us are on both sides of the aisle. But when you're spending money on this stuff, it's less money for our children. It's less money for our seniors. It's less money for our veterans. It's less money for our disabled because we don't have an endless amount. So when you are spending tax dollars on that, our American people in our cities and in our rural areas and everywhere in between are getting hurt. Let's cut through the nonsense. We're taking things away from them, and it's wrong. You can't have a country without borders. You can't have public safety without law enforcement. You can't have public safety when you're releasing lawbreakers into the community. And not all illegals have committed horrendous crimes, but some have, and we're not checking on it properly. There have been murders. There have been rapes. There have been disfigurements. There has been all kinds of harm done. And when you create a sanctuary city or state, you are compounding that. And you know what? The only thing worse than the illegal people when they come here, especially those that are violent, are the people that condone that and give them benefits and help them to stay here. How wrong is that? They're hurting everybody else who voted for them. I'll give you one example. My home state, the state of New Jersey. Nationwide ICE is currently detaining nearly 48,000 illegals. It's exceeding its funding capacity, which, as you all know, is 41,500 beds. So in the Northeast, particularly in New Jersey, we face a severe shortage of beds. So what did ICE do? They took action. In New Jersey, they plan to open a 1,000-bed facility in Newark, in Delaney Hall, to relieve the pressure. And guess what? Newark's mayor fought it. He sided with the people who were illegal, the people who are breaking the law. He doesn't want to help in law enforcement. And by that, then you're breaking the law as an elected official. The elected official is a lawbreaker, and it's wrong. We know what happened to Lake and Raleigh. We know what's happened to so many people. We're trying to clean up the chaos that was left behind. Bottom line, I have a couple questions here. So I want to, Sheriff Wagner, you face legal threats for doing what you're doing. Could you tell us a little bit about that real quickly?
Yeah, right now we're being faced with a lawsuit from the Attorney General of Washington State on, in my view, some.
They're suing you for trying to uphold the law. What a crazy world we live in. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
No,
but
that's
how
okay.
awful that is.
That's okay.
No, because it pisses me off.
Yeah, I get it. It pisses me off. But the reality is that it's some of the circumstances that have been, it's very political. It's politically driven, and it's unfortunate that we're in that position because we, like I said before, we've had a jail that's been closed for 3 years. I'm not housing people. I use outside entities to do that. I don't have the resources and manpower to go out and surround people up out in the fields. Not only that, the other mentioned person that was here earlier, look, we're a small community, and I do have the trust of my community. I have a 2/3 Hispanic population in my workforce at the sheriff's office. I have guys that less than 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, that were illegal, got their citizenship, and they work for me. So I understand the process, and I understand how these people are affected. The whole fear mongering is coming from both sides, quite frankly, but it does come and it tries to hit our community because we are a Hispanic population of 34%.
And there's the truth.
That's the truth. And we unfortunately are dealing with a nationwide problem where the border is the southern border, not the northern yet. And my community is affected because guess what? We fit the mold that needs to be in politics apparently right now.
Thank you for what you do. I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a UC request. This one is from Newsweek. Donald Trump pardon recipients are being charged with new crimes since their pardons. And this is NPR, January 30th, 2025. January 6 rioters pardoned by Trump had criminal records.
Without objection. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Chairman McClintock. Another day and another hearing to distract the country from the dumpster fire of the Trump administration instead of talking about how Trump and Musk are destroying our economy, busting unions, gutting Social Security and Medicaid, stealing people's private information and trampling on civil liberties. Republicans are here to, surprise, surprise, scapegoat immigrants once again. The Republican playbook on immigration is dishonest and cruel. Republicans have lifted up some tragedies that involved immigrants committing a few crimes. This is the exception, not the rule. I live in an immigrant neighborhood in Chicago. I know what it's like. But the antidote to dishonesty is truth. And that's what I'm going to talk about. The truth here is that there's significant evidence that welcoming jurisdictions have lower crime rates, lower poverty rates, lower reliance on public assistance, and lower unemployment rates. This is from a stakeholder, someone who lives day in, day out. Do I want to live in a dangerous neighborhood? I have a wife, I have children, I have grandchildren. But welcoming jurisdictions have had to do this for good reason. And the truth is that the courts around the country have repeatedly upheld welcoming policies like the ones in Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. They've also held that forcing states and localities to participate in immigration enforcement violates the Constitution. The truth is that welcoming policies increase trust between community and law enforcement. That's why forcing states and localities to be an instrument of ICE is opposed, not only by local law enforcement leaders, including Chicago, but also by many crime victims groups like the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. But despite all of this, Republicans are championing a bill that would cut billions of federal funding for essential programs like public safety, education, and transportation if states and localities do not sign up to enforce Stephen Miller and Tom Homan's reckless, racist, and illegal immigration agenda. Major Franklin, thank you for being here. Let me ask you, would cutting funding for these essential programs help or harm public safety in your opinion?
Cutting the funding for those programs would definitely harm. It's no doubt about it. And the services are extensive. And that's one of the things that the Law Enforcement Action Partnership helps communities do, cities and towns, is to manage their limited resources and find other ways of dealing with community issues and problems other than law enforcement.
Thank you. And in your experience, how do welcoming policies affect domestic violence survivors and other crime victims?
So outside of my law enforcement experience, when I was with the Baltimore Police Department, I was also the president of an organization called Turnaround Incorporated. That was an advocacy organization for victims of domestic violence and child sexual assault and so on. And working with that organization for 4 years opened my eyes quite a bit as to the importance of have welcoming policies for the immigrant community as it relates to domestic violence and ensuring that they get the services they need, especially since it is very difficult for them to come forward when they are victims or their family members are victims. So you've got to have that trust built between those communities and the police.
Thank you, sir. It's quite clear to me that Republicans are not interested in public safety or crime victims. Tragically, if Republicans cared about public safety, they talk about the obedience to the NRA and red states having the highest rates of gun deaths and homicides. If Republicans cared about public safety, they support investments in evidence-based public health approaches that are proven to reduce violence. If Republicans cared for public safety, they wouldn't be criminalizing immigrants, kidnapping people, or disappearing them to El Salvador. And if Republicans cared about public safety, they would never have supported Donald Trump, a man whose greed and cruel actions makes us all less safe. I'm proud to have helped shape Chicago's first welcoming measure in 1985 in the face of lies and cruelty. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I do request unanimous consent.
Without objection, the chair would remind members that the kind of personal attacks directed at the president are not permitted on the House floor, and they will not be permitted in this committee. Mr. Moore.
Can I submit, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I said without.
Thank you. I would like to submit for the record a study. Immigrants do not commit more crimes in the U.S. despite fear-mongering. Another article. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S.-born Americans, studies find. And a third article, study finds that no crime increase in cities that adopted sanctuary policies despite Trump claims. Thank you.
Be very interested in reading those. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, border crisis, illegal aliens flooded sanctuary cities, overwhelmed their infrastructure, and maxed out their budgets. According to the New York City Mayor Eric Adams, by the end of the fiscal year 2025, the city had spent more than $12 billion on illegal aliens for their city. A study also shows that for Denver, one study estimated that city had spent $356 million on illegal aliens. And Ms. Walters, according to the report, the mayor of Chicago spent $638 million in vendor contracts for illegal aliens since 2023. Ms. Walters, have you seen your taxpayers' dollars being used to benefit illegal aliens instead of the American citizens?
Yes, and actually, after he spent all that money, he then came back and tried to propose a $300 million property tax on the American citizens. So not only did he take our tax dollars and spend it on people who, and let me just say this, When you come across that border illegally, you have broke the law, therefore making you a criminal. So the 20 million people who cross this border are criminals. So let's just get that. So get that straight right now. That's why we trust President Trump, because he is listening to the American citizens. And the Democrat Party, that's why their rating is what, 26%? Because they refuse to listen to what the American citizens want.
Ms. Walters, I think really, Ms. Walters, I think really you're right. And I think, so is that how you see Chicago flipping red? Is it the immigration issue? I know that was a big issue in this election, and I agree with you. If people come across the border illegal, they are lawbreakers by definition. And we're not a sanctuary city in Alabama, but I'll tell you this, I had a 14-year-old girl drug into a restroom in Wetumpka, Alabama, and raped by an individual who he had claimed to be a minor when he came to the U.S. He was 31 years old. And the Biden administration didn't bother to do a background check, turn him loose into our community. And we're not a sanctuary city. I cannot imagine what these sanctuary cities are having to deal with. And these law enforcement officers, when they're trying to just, for public safety purposes, catch people and then not even notify us because they just want to release them back into the community. So tell me, so you think this issue of just the very people who supported the Democratic Party are being left in the cold, in my humble opinion. And so is that how you're seeing Chicago flip red, because of the Democratic policies and what they're doing to those communities they're supposed to be protecting?
Yes. Chicago flips red established because of that. And we are going to make it our business, because we have seen the destruction that the Democratic Party policies have done to our communities in our city. It's funny that Mr. Garcia is from Chicago, and he cannot tell you as what's happening in our community, because if he came into our community, he would see all the gang graffiti, the Trendy Agua signs, the MS-13. He would see that across the street in a park and where they're putting the shelters at, that all the needles that's in the park, all night, all we hear is music all night, and the drinking and the defecating on the streets, all the the illegal restaurants that are allowed to operate on the residential, on our corners.
So Ms. Walters, in some ways, you feel almost like a prisoner in your own community because of the policies of the administration prior to Trump.
Yes, and then they can't lock them up. My husband just retired. He's a police officer. They cannot lock them up, and they wasn't reporting the numbers. So if an illegal alien committed a crime, they wasn't reporting it, and then you didn't know.
So that's why they say, oh, there's less crime by a lot of the illegals, because they're not bothering reporting the crimes that illegals are actually committing in those communities.
Yes.
I got you. Hey, real quick question, and you can finish up on this. Democrats really, they attack Republicans often. They call us racist because of our opposition to sanctuary jurisdictions. What is your response to that when they say we're here trying to make communities safe and they're calling us racist? What is your response to that sort of rhetoric?
Well, I say, call me a racist. And I don't want anybody who crossed over here illegally, unvetted, I don't want them in my community. So you call me racist because let me say, the Democratic Party is so far from reality. They go in their gated communities. I don't see any of those people that's advocating to keep these people here. I don't see them in their house and their communities. They don't have them around their children or their husbands, but yet and still they're advocating for us to allow this in our communities around our kids and our families.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. I gotta yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Time has expired. Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much. I just want to clarify that usually when we talk about racism in the Republican Party, it has to do with things like deleting the history of Jackie Robinson, deleting the history of Harriet Tubman, or deciding that the Tuskegee Airmen should be deleted, or maybe just defunding the African American Museum. The list kind of goes on and on and on, but I am not here to talk about why they are racist. I am here to talk about some other things as it relates to immigration. So let's get to that. You know, it's interesting because we got all these theories. I don't know why we put up with getting data and facts.
Hello,
If we just
Ariel.
go sit here and talk about how we
For now.
feel. So, you know, maybe we can inject some facts into these feelings. I'm not really sure. But as somebody who has actually practiced criminal defense, I don't know if there's anybody else in here who has. I can tell you that I have handled thousands of cases, not hundreds of cases, thousands on the state level in Texas, Arkansas, and the federal level. And I can tell you that, you know what? If I had to look at the vast majority of the cases that I was representing criminal defendants on, the vast majority of them just didn't happen to be immigrants. These are just the facts of my experience, and maybe the immigrants went to somebody else. I don't know, but I can tell you in my actual experience in real life, in reality, and not in this fallacy world that y'all are making up where you hate on everybody. So my Republican colleagues are here using today to continue pushing this false narrative of sanctuary cities harboring criminals. Yet right here in DC, we have a 34-count felon being harbored in the White House. The hypocrisy coming from your side of the aisle over concerns regarding lawlessness is outrageous. Right now, House Republicans are conducting town halls with constituents lying about our legal system. That, quote, there is no due process if you come here illegally because you violated the law. That immigrants, quote, are not entitled to due process. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that. We all want to live in a country where we respect the law. So I'm a bit surprised that Republicans aren't up in arms with Trump detaining and deporting U.S. citizens and people who are lawfully present here in the United States. What Trump and ICE are doing is a disgrace, and it's all being done without respect for our laws. For example, Mr. Neri Alvarado, a Dallas-based baker, was arrested and deported to El Salvador prison for having an autism awareness tattoo in honor of his 15-year-old autistic brother. This was done despite never having been to El Salvador, despite having no gang affiliation, and despite having no organized crime connection. He was deported because ICE agents have been detaining, quote, all Venezuelans with tattoos. And to be clear, this type of racial profiling isn't just a one-off. In fact, the ACLU, using DHS's own data, mind you, found that at least 65% of the states and local agencies voluntarily working with ICE have records of racial profiling and civil rights violations. Mr. Franklin, first of all, and Sheriff, let me thank you for your service too, because I appreciate law enforcement. I just want to put that out there. But Mr. Franklin, Major Franklin, you're a decorated law enforcement officer. Yes or no, in your experience, does racially profiling people make communities safer?
No.
And yes or no, does ICE forcing state or local law enforcement to detain people make communities safer?
No.
You know, it's interesting because we've already, and we're gonna, do Groundhog's Day a couple of times, seemingly here. Actually, let me give you the facts real quick before I go to that. In fact, a report for the American Immigration Council found that cities that didn't enforce ICE detainers have 35.5% lower crime rates, 2.3% lower poverty rates, and relied less on public assistance, including 4.9% less for children under 18. And I do want to be clear right now, ICE is trying to work with the IRS because we actually take in billions of dollars because of immigrants in this country, and now they're going to try to get them out. And I'm going to tell you that the biggest issue that we have, I really don't think this should be a partisan issue, so I'm going to agree with my Republican colleagues. I think that we all should want to be safe in our communities. The problem that we have is that we have an incompetent administration, that everything that they touch turns to shit. Because what they do is they take a wide sweeping brush and they have decided that the enemy is now.
Wait a minute. She is part of the administration because she is part of this whole debacle. Now I'm going to say something, and Ariel heard me yesterday. I found a post where she spoke at a church over the weekend and made a comment that Black people didn't look for plantations anymore because it was illegals that were here picking cotton. That's why the illegals were here, because they were the ones here picking cotton, because the colored folks no longer did it. That was below them. So she can speak all she wants, high and mighty about, because she's a lawyer, and she's above everybody because she is a lawyer. She's a highly educated idiot, but she was belittling even the colored people yesterday. She's high and mighty for the illegals here, because all they're here for is to pick cotton. Shame on her.
Are going to be immigrants instead of taking a scalpel. That's all we're asking, is to be exact in what you're doing instead of taking a sledgehammer to everything. Thank you, and I will yield.
Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats keep using the phrase constitutional crisis, but the real constitutional crisis is sanctuary city mayors, DAs, and judges who are defying federal law and preventing the president from doing the job that he was elected to do by the American people. It is the job of the federal government to keep Americans safe. When violent gangs are taking over American cities like Chicago, that is an invading army. When you can't live peacefully in an apartment in Colorado, that is also an invading army. No judge, DA, or liberal mayor should be able to usurp the power of our commander-in-chief, who was elected by 77 million Americans, and now the Supreme Court agrees. Since the Democrats do not like the result of the election, you would think that they will be focusing on the midterms coming up, but instead they are engaging in a judicial coup d'etat. The reason they are not focused on the midterms is because they are not confident that they can take back control of the House of Representatives in 2 years, because they have no leader and they have no valid message. The Democrat Party has a 21% approval rating with voters in this country. And why? Because their only message is Trump is bad. They've gone so far as to attack people for driving electric vehicles. They openly admit that they are DEI hires, and they claim that the reason they're not popular with voters right now is because they are not opposing Trump enough. That's the reaction to their failure. Their solution is to become more extreme and more unpopular with their policies. This question must be asked: does the Democrat Party hate President Trump more than they love our country and more than they love the safety of my fellow Americans? This might explain why they are willing to overtly defend members of Trinidad MS-13 rather than stand up and clap for a child with a terminal brain cancer illness, or for a young man admitted to West Point, my alma mater, or for a family of the gentleman who was murdered in Butler, Pennsylvania. Trump derangement syndrome is real. It's a real thing. And sanctuary policies are harming my fellow Americans, as my witnesses have testified here today. This U.S. congressman is tired of seeing mothers, daughters, and wives of Americans raped, maimed, and murdered by Trinidad and MS-13 and other violent criminals that have snuck across the border to destroy this great nation. All of us should support ICE raids, the hard work of Tom Homan, Customs and Border Protection, and the policies of our duly elected commander-in-chief. Ms. Carter-Walters, thank you for being here, ma'am. I really appreciate your testimony earlier. And your experience specifically in Chicago, are communities of colors disproportionately impacted by illegal migrants getting special privileges? And if so, how?
Yes, so they are placed in our communities. They are not placed anywhere else but in our communities. And they are taking over our schools. So whereas you already had overcrowded schooling, so you might have 20 to 1 class. Now you have 40 to 1 class, and then they don't speak English. So now that's taken away from the child already who is already in an overcrowded classroom. And then you have where now we can't even, they took over our parks. So where you'll have a grandmoms and things, kids, to keep the kids off the street, they house illegals into the field houses. So they took over our field houses, and then now apartments, whereas because our mayor is paying so much money for illegals to house them, now we have tenants that can't even, the landlords that won't even rent to American citizens because they're renting to illegals because they get paid more for illegals.
Let me ask you the next question, ma'am. You've been Black for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
So me too. I mean, I've been Black for my entire life. So just want to acknowledge that. So by basically what you're saying, do you view yourself as a different American, or do you just care about the safety of our community? Are you a racist for feeling this way?
No.
Thank you very much. And Sheriff Wagner, thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate all you've done for this great country. You've been a hostage negotiator, detective, a patrol sergeant, and sheriff. Your accolades are unbelievable. My question for you is this: what are the Democrats in your state doing to prevent you from doing your job? And do you expect more of this, or are you not allowed to enforce the law?
It's come down to I'm not allowed to or else. And that's really what we're faced with. We have an attorney general that is going by his marching orders, whatever you want to call it, and coming after our little agency to serve as a message to the rest of the state of Washington. And if you look behind me, that's why these sheriffs are here today. They all feel the heat. They feel the situation is bearing down on us. We're only 39 sheriffs in our state, and our state needs sheriffs, believe it or not. But they keep trying the attack constantly.
Thank you. And as somebody that has worn the uniform, I understand the importance of leadership, and it starts at the top. Thank you so much for what you've done for our great nation.
Has expired.
I have a unanimous consent request.
I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There was no time remaining. I have a unanimous consent request.
Go ahead.
To enter into the record an article about it's entitled U.S. Citizen Sues Department of Homeland Security Following 3.5 years in Immigration Detention.
Without objection.
I have another article entitled Marine Veteran Was Among U.S. Citizens Detained by ICE, ACLU says.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, if I've got one more UC request, this will be interesting to members. Just breaking news, Trump appointed federal judge, blocks all deportations from Southern District of Texas under Trump's Alien Enemies Act proclamation. You know, it was moved from DC to Texas.
Without objection.
And Mr. Chair, I have a UC request as well. This is actually laying out, this is setting the record straight on local involvement in federal civil immigration enforcement, the facts and the law. It lays out multiple settlements because of violations of people's constitutional rights.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're fiddling while Rome burns. Our country is in danger of losing the democracy that we valued for so many years. And we look forward to the 250th anniversary of our Constitution and our nation, when the Constitution that James Madison drafted is being torn apart by this administration. Powers that are given to the legislature, powers of the purse in Article 1 to Congress, are being surrendered to the executive. The ability to just eliminate offices that have been funded by Congress have been given to the executive. There are checks and balances in our Constitution, precious checks and balances that make us different from countries like authoritarian countries, where the ruler is like the king and does whatever he or she wants. And we're destroying those checks and balances. Congress is supposed to check the executive, and we're not doing it. They're taking our powers. They're destroying offices that were created by Congress, like the Department of Energy and the Department of Education. And the Peace Institute, which was set up as an independent group, not part of Congress, not part of the executive, and they've gone in Doge with police officers from DC and taken it over, and they're trying to eliminate it. And there are all other kind of offices like that they're trying to eliminate. Our country is in danger right now. And immigration is important, but if we don't have a country, immigration isn't an issue. And I'm just astonished at how many people, particularly on the other side of the aisle, are surrendering their power to Trump and letting him do whatever in the hell he wants. We had a continuing resolution. There were community projects authorized by each congressperson. I think almost all had community projects in there, and we wiped them out. But Article 1 says we're in charge of the purse, and we come up and make recommendations, and rather than include them in a congressionally ordered continuing resolution, we eliminate them. That makes no sense. We have given up our Article 1 powers, and Trump is just doing whatever he wants, and we don't even question him or challenge him. I wrote a letter to Kristi Noem on February the 14th, and I have not gotten a response to it. I served with her. I should have gotten a response. I wrote her that I inquire about the Department of Homeland Security's immigration enforcement policies, priorities, and communications. And I let her know in the letter that I agree with her that we should get the worst of the worst. She called it the worst of the worst. But there have been conflicting reports on who ICE is picking up and detaining. And I appreciate her letting me know who they picked up, how many of those were child sexual abusers, homicides, or rapists, where those individuals were apprehended and where they were previously in custody of another law enforcement agency, and how many went to Guantanamo Bay and whatever. I appreciate her clarifying the number of immigrants, if she would, who are the worst of the worst, and those who have been convicted for murder, rape, and child sexual offenses. This was on February 14. I have not heard from her. It's now 2 months. But she's had plenty of time to put on our cowboy breeches and our cowboy hat and ride on a horse. Fortunately, not shooting any dogs on the way. She's had time to pose in front of people in prison in El Salvador, dressed as she does with her Rolex watch and looking whatever and talking, using them as a prop. But she doesn't have time to answer a congressional request to state who have they arrested and who are the worst of the worst, and are they getting the worst of the worst. I have to presume her failure to answer is the fact that they're not getting the worst of the worst. And on CNN the other day, they showed a graph, and I don't know their stats, but at least they're given stats, that show that most of the people that were sent to El Salvador were not convicted of any crimes in this country, any felonies. They were not the worst of the worst. They might have had a bunch of ugly tattoos on. I don't know who they were, but they had a right to due process. And when we come into office, we take an oath to support the Constitution and to support the Constitution and our country against all enemies, domestic and foreign. That's not an oath we take just when it's easy. Saying that these people who are all tattooed and maybe they're members of this gang, I don't know. Nobody hardly knows. But that may not be easy in this climate. But due process is important all the time. And it's most important when it's in the worst circumstances, the most difficult circumstances. That's when you have to stand up and abide by your oath. So I appreciate everybody here in uniform, and thank you for what you're doing in protecting the laws of this country. The fact is, our country is at risk right now, and we need to stand up, support our oath, and keep the powers of the Congress as they have been intended, and stop this president from a coup d'etat and an authoritarian takeover. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The more things change, the more they stay the same, unfortunately. When I first got to Congress 2 years ago, the former ranking member said at our first immigration hearing that we Republicans were imagining a border crisis. So Ms. Carter Walters, are you imagining a border crisis? How would you respond to that?
And that's why President Trump we almost had a red wave in the United States, because we're tired of the lies, the gaslighting from the Democrat Party. All while everything they're saying right now that Trump is a threat. Everything is a threat. No, they're the threat. The Biden-Harris administration allowed 20 million people to cross that border unvetted and illegally. So no, we are not imagining anything. When I go outside my house and I look from side to side and across the street and I see what I see, I'm not, and see the gangs and see everybody that's not, well, let me say this, people who I know that's not from my community and people who I know that's not from here. When I see that invasion in my community, then I'm not imagining anything. No, I'm looking at that with my own eyes.
Thank you for sharing that. Sheriff, real quick to you, in your law enforcement experience, it's pretty customary to work with your state and federal law enforcement officials on any number of issues. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, actually, we've done that for years, yes.
All right, so in any given scenario, you back them up, they might provide you with resources. There is an esprit de corps, if you will, between the law enforcement community to work together on crimes that are happening in your community, in your state.
It should be, and it should not be political in any way.
So the interesting thing in your state is that you now have a state attorney general who is the chief, presumably the chief law enforcement officer of the state, that is impeding your ability to do your job. Have you ever seen something like that before? Not necessarily on immigration or sanctuary policies, but have you ever seen a state official like that impede local law enforcement to the degree you have right now with these sanctuary policies?
Not in the years that I've been in law enforcement until probably the last 10 years. Things
Mr.
in
Hallman,
Washington State have changed.
Mr. Hallman, are you familiar with 8 USC 1373?
Yep.
What is it, just to paraphrase, what does it say?
Well, I mean, it's a critical statute when it comes to immigration enforcement, and something that Democrats obviously ignore and disregard like they do every other part of immigration law.
So the statute basically says that you cannot restrict communication between state and local entities and federal immigration authorities. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But that's what's happening here.
Oh, they're not only restricting communications. I mean, let's give another example. Sanctuary jurisdictions are beyond simply complying with detainer requests. You have an example like Newark, New Jersey. You have a mayor, Ras Baraka, who is refusing to even allow a detention facility of 1,000 beds to open. He's doing a permitting nonsense. They don't only not want to comply with detainers, they don't want to detain, even in critical urban areas that are key hubs for removal.
So what's remarkable about this is why would they do that? What would be the policy reason, the logical reason that they would do that?
It's all by design. Again, it's all these urban areas. You're going to start seeing it too. Again, it's not just, hey, we want to keep you in the shadows. We want you to do as you please, live as you please. They want to make each jurisdiction in a flagrant abuse with a middle finger to the White House when it comes to enforcing our law. That's what they're doing. They're dismantling detention, immigration enforcement. And when it comes down to it, there's preventable crimes. We're going to keep seeing them. And until, adequate funding is provided to President Trump and ICE to do mass deportation and everything, it's going to be in our hands too.
Yeah, well, maybe we can start with some funding by restricting the ability of these cities. I mean, if we're giving them grants, what are they going to? Or we're giving them money, but they're not actually cooperating or helping. I think to the sheriff's point earlier, it's really alarming to me that that sanctuary cities even think that it's acceptable to exist, right? That this is a policy that is not based in reality, that it's an emotional response to the big orange man as a bad guy in the White House. That's kind of where they seem to be going, and that we would not allow the sheriff to do his job to work with our federal partners. And so I think the Congress absolutely has a role here. We absolutely should work to shut this practice down because, as Ms. Carter Walters talked about earlier, she sees it in her community. It is no longer safe. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major Franklin, just so I'm clear, I haven't been in for the entirety of the question and answers, but I want to ask you, do you believe that illegal immigration is a problem for the country?
Oh, it definitely is a problem, yeah.
Do you believe that the 10 to 15 million or even 20 million people of the last 4 years is a problem for the country?
Yeah, I do. There's no doubt that we have a border problem, and we need policies, because you've heard
yes
what we're dealing with at the local level once they get to our cities and towns. That's real.
Yes.
And then we have to make decisions on how we best manage it for us in our communities, and what we see is public safety. So this really pains me to not be able to see both sides come together and work within the brackets of the Constitution to come up with sound border policies and processes so people can become legal. I mean, it is a huge issue, but what we're dealing with at the local level, and Sheriff Wagner and the other sheriffs here, it's a problem. And you said it, Sheriff, the politics. It's difficult.
Well, let me
It's
just stop you
painful.
there. Our side of the aisle is not for legal immigration. Our side of the aisle is for welcoming millions of people here and then trying to offer them legal status without any process or recognition of the existing legal immigrants we have. And the problem that I have is with sanctuary cities like yours in Baltimore, where I personally had experience with detainers not being honored or respected. So in your experience, what is a federal detainer, and do you support exercising those?
Detainers become a problem for us.
What is, as you understand it, what is a federal detainer? I've issued
A
them as,
detainer is pretty much a notice to local law enforcement that they want a particular person and, you know, give us notice when they're going to be released.
who's already in custody.
Who's already in custody.
So that means by extension, they have already committed a crime or been arrested for a crime, correct?
Absolutely.
And those detainers, when they're not honored, those people are released without federal law enforcement effectuating an arrest, correct?
I've never experienced that, no.
Well, that's what the detainers, that's what the sanctuary policies are built around. You're not honoring a federal detainer.
Because under my command, the notice went out in a timely fashion, and the federal authorities, be it ICE or another federal agency, were then waiting for that person to be released. But by law, we could not hold them with a detainer. A warrant, yes. A detainer, no.
So just to cut to the chase, you don't honor the detainer. You have someone in your custody who's illegal. You're notified by federal law enforcement that they are here illegally. The detainer says, please hold. Sanctuary policy does not honor the detainer, correct?
Correct. If it's a warrant, we hold.
Exactly, exactly. So you have people who have been arrested at the local level. There's a federal instruction to hold them, an illegal immigrant criminal, and you prioritize releasing them rather than working with federal law enforcement. And it's your opinion that that serves your local community, correct?
They paid their debt.
Releasing someone who's here illegally, who has already been arrested. I'm asking the question, sir. It's your testimony that releasing an arrested illegal immigrant criminal effectuates a safety or a safe policy for your community.
When they're released by the order of the court on a specific date and time.
This is what I call an invasive. This is what I call an invasive answer.
That's what we're required.
Someone has been arrested in your town who's here illegally, and you want them to be released rather than to work with federal law enforcement. And it's your testimony that that makes your community safer.
We work according to the law.
Do you think that being here illegally is consistent with with the law?
With the federal law or state law?
Federal law. No. When they commit a crime, they get arrested by your law enforcement agency.
It's a civil process you're talking about.
It is not a civil process. They are not brought into your jail by a civil action.
Will the gentleman yield?
Local police do not have the authority to enforce that federal law.
They have the authority to hold someone when a federal detainer is issued. And that you're skirting the issue. They were in your custody for some other action, correct?
Which they've served their time for, yes.
For some other action. And when you issue a hold, it is a sanctuary policy to let them go, correct?
Sanctuary policy. I'm talking about what I know to be a legal policy.
My time's expired. I think that the point was.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I'm sure you do.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'd like to enter into the record an article, Police Say ICE Tactics Are Eroding Public Trust in Local Law Enforcement.
From NPR.
From NPR. I have another unanimous consent request to enter into the record an article entitled Immigrant Sanctuary Policies and Crime Reporting Behavior, a multi-level analysis of reports of crime victimization to law enforcement 1980 to 2004. I have another unanimous consent request to enter into the record an article titled The Effects of Sanctuary Policies on Crime and the Economy. And a final one, not a final one, some more, to enter into the record, Can Sanctuary Policies Reduce Domestic Violence? And another one, the local effects of federal law enforcement policies, evidence from sanctuary jurisdictions and crime. These are all supporting the very real data that shows that
Without-
Cities and towns and states
It's
across the
unanimous
country
consent-
with these
it's a unanimous
policies are
consent
safer.
request, without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the witnesses' time and being here today. It's an easy issue for most of us, at least it is for me. I mean, as a matter of principle, federal law says these folks, once convicted and subject to removal as a matter of federal law, you ought to have cooperation and communication among the various levels of government in order to effectuate the purpose of federal law. That's not a particularly difficult concept. I recognize, I was a state official for 2 decades. I recognize what's essentially a states' rights argument on the other side, the anti-commandeering doctrine and the theory, the idea, the legal principles that there are limits on what the federal government can do to compel states to do things they don't want to do. And I've always kind of thought in this space, the way I've looked at it is that, states and locals probably, as a general matter, have the ability to stand by and not be terribly helpful, but they don't have the ability to actively impede, either by action or omission, the enforcement of federal law. And Sheriff, you're in the middle of the bullseye right now as all this intersects. Do you look at it in a similar way, or how do you draw that line?
Yeah, I look at, it's very similar, but the problem that we face in Washington State and sanctuary policies, I mean, we talk about Chicago. I'll go back to Chicago. We had an illegal immigrant come to Chicago with his wife and kill her in our county, right? A few years ago. It affects us on a huge scale to not be able to communicate with another law enforcement entity. We got to stop these things that's called defund the police. And now because one side has control or whatever, now all of a sudden we have a situation where ICE is the bad guy, and now we got to get rid of ICE. We're a federal, state, local, federal should be working together on all these for law enforcement perspective to find solutions for our communities.
Amen, Sheriff. And I feel for you. I've been there. I've shared with this committee, the full committee, I think it was just a few weeks ago, a case we had a number of years ago where an illegal alien was convicted of DUI in California a number of years earlier, and then came to our jurisdiction, and some years later drove drunk again and killed a sheriff's deputy in the course of doing that. And I went back and double checked prior to this hearing, and sure enough, there's at least no record that the California authorities, when they released that fellow from their state jurisdiction or local, I don't know what it was, had ever communicated with ICE. There was no detainer request, no record. And so, what happened in California didn't stay in California. It came to my state and killed a young law enforcement officer. So we have an interest in each other's handling of this. And it's perhaps a profound interest. I want to ask you a question. I'm lucky I live in a state that's, my situation was just opposite of yours. While I served as our Attorney General, I had some local jurisdictions that wanted to become safe and welcoming, as they euphemistically put it. And I wound up working with our legislature. We got a statute enacted that preempted all of that local authority and, in fact, affirmatively obligates them to comply with federal law, to communicate with federal agents. And we fixed our problem, but I empathize you're not in a posture you can get that done. I want to ask you the other side of the coin. This is a little out of scope, so I'll start with Mr. Howman, and then if we have time, Mr. Wagner and Howard. So it just strikes me there's a strange juxtaposition here. On the one hand, the feds are limited in how we can put guardrails around state decisions in terms of becoming sanctuaries, non-cooperation. But on the other hand, the federal government has almost entirely preempted states that want to cooperate, that want to enforce their own state law as to immigration, consistent, not in conflict with federal law. We said you can't do that, and there's Supreme Court cases on point largely. That's not a constitutional function. It's a function of decisions made by this body. It's statutory preemption. And I'm just wondering if, sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. And as we're trying to figure out how we fix the sanctuary problem, should we also be talking about easing up on preemption so that states or locals that want to be helpful in immigration enforcement, enforcement of federal law, parallel enforcement, enactment, enforcement of state laws should be able to do that. And Mr. Hamilton, what do you think about that?
Well, under President Trump, one of the key things he's done, I mean, it's not a new or unique authority that would be expanded, but again, 287 agreements.
I know, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
287G requires a partnership and agreement between the federal government and the states. So when you have a hostile federal administration, they just stop agreeing. I'm talking about actually easing some of the preemption provisions that are in the INA so that states that want to enact and enforce laws that are consistent
Mr. Chairman,
with federal
this
policies may do
is
so.
time. We just need to be consistent. Just need to be consistent, Mr. Chairman. If you're going to cut off my witness, then I expect that you would. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've just got a UC request.
All right, go ahead.
These are 5 district court opinions which say that it is unconstitutional under the Fourth Amendment to hold someone beyond the term of their sentence on a mere detainer as opposed to a warrant.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Grossman.
America is so generous in the number of people we allow in our country. I don't think it's pointed out enough. We have, I think over the last 3 years, an average of about 860,000 people every year who are naturalized citizens, who are sworn in as new citizens and did things the right way. And that's in addition to, we let in about 470,000 people on student visas, about 900,000 people who are on citizens on work visas. So we're very generous. Nevertheless, we just got through a 4-year period in which we had a president. And I have sympathy for people as they're kicked out of the country because they might have been listening to our president at that time. Our president, in essence, encouraged 10 million people to enter the country in the last 4 years, knowing that eventually, if we had a law-abiding president who respected the law, we were going to have to remove this 10 million people, and which we should do because it's an insult. It's a slap in the face to anybody who came here legally, as they will quickly tell you. And you're going to get too much of a quick change in America, our cultural change, if you allow that many people in the country that quickly. So in any event, one of the things that concerns me is the mindset of people who really encourage breaking of the law. And we have the problem in Wisconsin, where we have a governor, we have a mayor of Milwaukee who is not being helpful to ICE like they should be. But do any of you folks, I guess we can start with Mr. Wagner at the end, have you had any experience with these people who apparently want us to ignore our immigration laws and what goes on in their contorted mind? Why they can't just say like 850,000 a year, get in line, do it legally?
Yeah, I can't speak to someone's mind, obviously, but I can tell you that we have those conversations within my employment and my people that work for me that have been through the process, that have family members that have come here. Some of them potentially their parents or relatives before illegally, and they're generational now. So there's a lot of those kind of discussions that happen, and there is some insulted people that have done it the right way that don't feel that this is correct.
Yes. Mr. Hallman, have you come across these rather bizarre people who have been encouraging people to break the law, and bizarre public officials who don't want these people removed? Can you imagine what's going on in their mind?
The left, you obviously have the immigration lawyer industrial complex that is really licking their chops over everything that's going on right now. It's interesting to see that even on social media or every public debate arena, all these lawyers and activists and everything, all they seem to care about is body art and other things like that as defending them from being unable to be removed and stuff, blasting obviously conditions in other countries. It's just everybody on the other side either has a financial interest in it or their interest when it comes to their extreme worldview of transforming our country.
We do have, I hate to say, businessmen in my own district who want a lot more immigrants above the legal amount because they don't want to give their employees a raise. And I think that's a motive that's going on out here, because they know if we got a lot of people here illegally, they'll be able to work for less and they won't have to give the average American a raise. And I think that's a motivating factor too. We got to get the view from Chicago. Ms. Carter Walters, do you have a view as to why these people want to encourage people to break the law?
Well, we believe that because the Democrat Party have a 21% approval rating, they need more, they need voters, first of all. And it's disgusting to hear that they're advocating for people who broke the law to come to get here, and to hear them talk about their rights, all while infringing on our rights as true American citizens, is disgusting. And that's why we, the people, trust President Trump, because he listens to us. He's a president of common sense, and who in their right mind will be pushing. Now they see that 80% want mass deportation of everybody. Like you said, when you allow millions of people to come over here illegally, saturating America, then that means that we have to get them out of here and then bring them back and let them come in the correct way. And this, under the Biden and Harris administration, they opened the border, and under President Trump, he's fixing the problem. So we, the American citizen, we are okay.
Ms. Carter, a lot of times, I'm sorry to cut you off, but the ranking members quite insisted on this point.
Yes, I
So
am.
I will have to ask you
Fairness in
to
the committee is
conclude
appropriate.
and recognize Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all the witnesses here today. You know, less than a week after I was sworn in as a new member of Congress, one of my 18-year-old constituents was sexually assaulted on a Lyft ride, which was driven by an illegal alien who had overstayed his tourist visa. 5 days later, this same illegal alien again kidnapped and assaulted another one of my constituents, this time while we're driving an Uber. Thankfully, our local St. Charles County, Missouri Police Department arrested him 2 days later, and this violent illegal alien faces multiple felony charges, including second-degree sexual assault and third-degree kidnapping. And while he is being held on a $250,000 bond, ICE could issue a detainer requesting St. Charles County PD to notify ICE before he's released from custody, so that ICE can take him into custody. And I have no doubt that in St. Charles County, the police department will cooperate. In addition, Missouri has a law which I actually passed in 2008 banning sanctuary jurisdictions, and at the same time requiring local police to cooperate with ICE in enforcement of our immigration laws. But of course, and that's why we're here today, in other states and jurisdictions, some police departments routinely deny these ICE detainers, returning violent illegal aliens like this rideshare driver back into our communities. Sanctuary cities are dangerous because they release safety threats back into our communities. And of course, Tom, our new immigration czar, Tom Homan, recognized that he will make fighting this a priority. Mr. Homan, if a sanctuary city ignores or denies an ICE detainer, does ICE eventually apprehend the criminal alien?
It obviously depends on the situation, and obviously ICE has resource constraints and their ability to comply with, to issue every request and how it works. I mean, the operational roadblocks that ICE is currently hitting based on the accounts that are running dry, the money they're having to backfill.
Yes.
They're not even close when it comes to capability at the moment.
So that would be sometimes called an at-large arrest. And why is that more dangerous to ICE officers and to the aliens and to the community than if the jurisdictions simply honored an ICE detainer?
I mean, because they have to go out in the field and conduct a removal effort that is complex. You're already seeing it too, the other side of groups on the left. We're out there leaking pending operations of them going to raid a house because they don't want it to happen when they're putting them at risk. Every enforcement operation that happens out there is at risk for them. 98% of illegal aliens are currently roaming free. We can't even track them with a monitoring device, or they're not even in our custody. Or just, like going out into the abyss and trying to find these people and putting their lives at risk. It's dangerous.
And do these illegal aliens who are released, do they sometimes reoffend?
Oh, of course, absolutely. I mean, and then the thing is too, it's when it comes to any crime that's committed by an illegal alien is 100% preventable. We could have prevented every single one. You cannot compare them to U.S. citizen crime rates. It's impossible.
And, proponents of sanctuary jurisdictions sometimes argue that honoring ICE detainers, cooperating with ICE will erode confidence in the community and the local law enforcement, make people afraid to come forward and report crimes. What say you to that?
Show me one example of it. I want to hear one example of a person that was arrested for reporting a crime, and we have legal immigration pathways that do protect witnesses and things like that. Show me one example of it. I still have not heard one from any law enforcement officer.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would, without objection, I'd like to offer for the record three studies. One, quote, another fatally flawed study on illegal alien crime from the Cato Institute. Another SCAAP data suggests illegal aliens commit crime at a much higher rate than citizens and lawful immigrants. And a third, Cato Institute's analysis on illegal alien crime, latest in a long history of poor scholarship. I think there's sometimes this narrative that illegal aliens are more law-abiding than American citizens, and I think that is truly false. Indeed false.
Objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing. I think Ms. Walters, said it best that we had a secure border under President Trump in his first term, that Joe Biden opened the floodgates, and now President Trump is cleaning up Joe Biden's mess. So that was very well said. I'd like to begin with Major Franklin. Thank you for being here. Do you know what percentage of illegal aliens reside in sanctuary cities, roughly?
No, I don't.
It's about 56%, rough numbers. And is it your testimony, and I've got your written testimony here, that local law enforcement should not dedicate time and resources towards information sharing and detainer requirements?
It's about, generally speaking, yes, it's about the context.
It's about the context. So I'll take that.
Specific circumstances, yeah.
So there's some criminal illegal aliens they should
I think it's
release.
more about having good policies on how and when the communication will occur.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Let me ask you, do sanctuary city policies and mass illegal immigration help American citizens enter the labor force? Yes or no?
I don't know. That's not my area of expertise.
Okay, you don't know. Do sanctuary cities and mass illegal immigration help lower housing costs? Yes or no? You don't know? Yep. Do they help reduce the strain on public services or public benefits? You don't know? Okay. Do you think that illegal aliens, you're saying that they should have safe harbor essentially in our cities? Should they have free access to medical care?
They should have access to medical care.
Should they have taxpayer subsidized access to medical care?
Depends upon the circumstances, I guess. I don't know.
What about taxpayer subsidized education?
It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, public housing?
Not my
You
area.
don't know? You're inviting them to come into our cities, but you don't have a position on what should happen to them then, other than that illegal aliens should
I'm not
be
inviting
detained.
anyone.
Well, you essentially are, actually. Would you describe Baltimore as a safe city?
What's your definition of safe?
Well, I'm asking you, is Baltimore a safe city? Is it the kind of city that you would want to raise a family and maybe go jogging in without having to be worried about being murdered or raped?
I grew up in Baltimore. My family is in Baltimore. My mother still lives in the same house in West Baltimore.
Is
for
it a safe
60
city?
plus years, so the answer is definitely yes.
You think Baltimore is a safe city?
Of course it is.
Okay. Do you know what the homicide rate is in Baltimore?
Exactly, no.
It's about 35 per 100,000. Do you know what the homicide rate is in the rest of the United States?
No, I don't.
I can tell you that the homicide rate in Baltimore is about 5 times the national average. Do you know how Baltimore's robbery rate compares to the rest of the United States?
At the moment, no, I don't.
You don't. It's about 8.4 times the national average. Do you know how Baltimore's assault rate compares to the national average?
No, I don't.
It's about 3.4 times higher. Does that sound like a safe city to you?
Safe to me and my family members.
So that's safe to you? 5 times higher than the national average for homicides. That's a safe city?
Perception.
It's what? Excuse me?
It said it's what for instance, it's perception. It's what you feel as a resident in Baltimore City.
If you're murdered, I don't think it matters what you feel, do you? Is it your testimony that the safety
Baltimore City
depends on how
city.
people feel?
To me, Baltimore City is a safe city.
To you, it's a safe city. I don't think it's safe to the people who are being murdered every single weekend there. Let me ask you, picking up on Mr. Knott's questioning, do you think that it's appropriate for local law enforcement to not honor immigration detainers and to release criminal and illegal aliens into our cities?
We go by what the courts dictate.
Well, I'm asking you if you think that that's an appropriate response. You arrest an illegal alien for a crime, that person has an immigration detainer. You think that it's appropriate to release them? Yes or no?
When the courts say release them, yes.
Do you think that keeps Baltimore safe?
If it's done appropriately, yes.
No, so you do.
Yes.
You think that that's a good way to keep.
When it's done appropriately according to the law, we cannot sidestep the law because we carry badges. We have to go by the law.
My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Is he Googling, I see?
Yes, because there are a lot of things that are being said on the other side that aren't true. So I wanted to
Okay,
respond
we have
to
a
my
unanimous consent
colleague who asked
request.
for one
What
case
is the
where
unanimous
somebody
consent request?
was arrested for reporting a crime. So here is one from the Detroit Free Press. It is entitled, "She Told Michigan Cops She Was Attacked, Now She Faces Deportation by the Feds."
Without
This is
objection.
exactly what we are talking about.
Again,
When you undermine
Gentle lady
public
chided
trust.
me for
Yes,
allowing
because
our member
it's true, Mr.
to
Chairman,
stray beyond an
correct.
introduction. I'm
Correct.
going to enforce the rules
Yes,
uniformly,
I
which
hope we
requires
do.
me to limit your comments to the unanimous consent request.
Yes,
that
I
you have
appreciate
made,
that.
and without objection, it is
I
so
appreciate
ordered.
that, Mr. Chairman. I've just been frustrated by the lack of uniform enforcement of our committee's rules. In the full committee, if somebody goes over on the other side, the
I did
chairman
enforce those
allows
rules
the
when-
other side to go over and you cut off my witness. So
when the
yes, I'm
gentle lady-
annoyed by that.
When the
And I
gentle
yield
lady
back. Thank you, Mr.
objected
Chairman.
to our member straying beyond biographical details on an introduction, I
Yes, you did.
sustained her
Yes, you did.
objection
And that's what I've always
and
believed
called the
about you, Mr.
member
Chairman.
to order.
That's exactly why
But
I'm
now the gentle lady
disappointed that
violates
this is-
exactly the same
Well, it
rule
seems that
for
it's only
herself,
being
and that
enforced in
seems
certain
rather
ways. So
inconsistent to
I'm
me.
yielding back, but I do want to register my formal
Without objection,
frustration with the way that the chairman has been enforcing the rules
Well,
in
I'm
this
trying
particular
to
committee.
enforce the
I yield
rules
back,
as you're
Mr. Chairman.
breaking them, madam. Without objection, the unanimous consent is requested. Major Franklin, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Florida.
Oh, in Florida. Well, I can't say that I blame you. Ms. Carter Walters, where do you live?
Chicago.
So you're living with the problems created by the policies that have been advocated by officials like Major Franklin, who has since fled those conditions. Did I pretty much have that correct?
Yes, it's funny because most of the people who leave Chicago, they usually leave to and go to a red state, but yet and still they advocate
Well,
for
as Major Franklin has, you testified that Chicago has cut law enforcement in order to divert those funds to support the illegal population. Ms. Carter Walters, why do people in Chicago put up with that?
Well, I think that we know that we can see what's happening and we know something is wrong, but people are just so used to the corruption in Chicago, and we just usually say that's just how it goes in Chicago. But now we have Chicago Flips Red, who's standing up to the corruption and saying no more.
The Democrats say that a city that refuses to enforce federal law should nevertheless continue to receive federal law enforcement funds, presumably so that they can divert them to support the illegal population. Does that make any sense to you?
No.
To me either. Sheriff Wagner, we've heard from the Democrats that and their witness that sanctuary laws make our communities safer by releasing criminals back into our communities rather than obeying the federal law that requires their deportation. What's your professional opinion?
I think it's wrong. I think we need to assist each other.
Do these sanctuary laws make our cities safer or less safe?
Less safe.
But the Democrats say that people in the immigrant community are more likely to report crimes in sanctuary jurisdictions. If I knew a criminal that I'm reporting is going to be released right back into my neighborhood after I've reported the crime, I think I'd be a lot less likely to report it, not more. What's your view?
I agree.
Ms. Carter-Walters, what's your opinion?
Excuse me?
Do sanctuary laws make our cities more safe or less safe?
Less safe.
Mr. Hellman, how about you?
It's not even a question. Sanctuary policies put the American people in danger. They undermine the rule of law. They must be stopped. Full speed ahead.
All right. So the Democrats and their witness tell us that we're safer if we release criminals back into our communities. The Republicans and their witnesses say the opposite. I think I'll just let that speak for itself. Sheriff Wagner, the Democratic witness testified that honoring an ICE detainer is unduly burdensome. Do you agree?
I don't believe they are.
How does honoring an ICE detainer differ from having to track down and arrest a criminal alien once they've been released under these sanctuary policies?
You pretty much just explained that. They get released and it's just harder to get them, hard to go after them, and a lot more dangerous, obviously.
So the ICE detainer simply basically requires a phone call to ICE saying we've got this individual in our custody, they're about to be released, you've got 48 hours to come and get them.
Correct.
Okay, so that takes about, what, 15 seconds?
I couldn't time it, but
And then once that individual has been released because that phone call was not made because of these sanctuary laws, what's involved in apprehending that criminal at that point?
Yeah, well, it depends on who the criminal is, obviously, what they're wanted for, those kind of things. But anytime you go outside and give a person an avenue of escape or a determination not to be caught or taken into custody, you inherently take on a huger risk. I mean, and that's just the reality of what we deal with in law enforcement, not just ICE agents, everybody in law enforcement.
So obviously it risks the lives of our law enforcement officers. What does it do to innocent bystanders?
It's increased for everybody. That's just the reality.
But that 15-second phone call is just too burdensome to these woke public officials.
I'll let you comment on that.
The ranking member tells us that the association that represents big city police chiefs supports sanctuary policy. Sheriff Wagner, who appoints these big city police chiefs?
As far as I'm aware, they're done by a mayor or a council.
Basically woke Democratic officials.
Correct. Well, I shouldn't say correct on the woke. I don't know.
Well, great. But anyway, thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes my questions, and that concludes the committee's questions. So that in turn concludes the committee hearing. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. And without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Thanks.
That was interesting.
Hey, Marvin.
Hey, Mellows, welcome.
Good. I'm just trying to set up here. If you give me a few minutes.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Hold on just a sec. There, got it. I do have a couple other hearings. Here's the other one I had. This one was an interesting one I watched yesterday. And I almost fell out of my chair when I watched this one. When I heard the price of a solar picnic table.
This hearing of the Subcommittee on Delivering on Government Efficiency will come to order.
I almost fell out of my chair when I heard about a solar picnic table. Literally almost fell out of my chair when I heard solar picnic table. I have never heard of solar picnic tables in my life, of why we had to have solar picnic tables. Yeah, I've heard of them for people that live off grid, but not for our government. This kind of blew my mind of why we have solar picnic tables for our government. Totally blew my mind. Totally blew my mind of why we have solar picnic tables for the government. It's only a little over a 2-hour hearing, but this shows some of the corruption in our government. And I don't care who you are, Democrat, Republican, Independent, this totally blows my mind of the overreach of our government, of how bad they are. And everybody should be upset of how bad our government is overreaching in our pockets of our taxpayers. Because we as taxpayers are never going to get this money back. Overpriced chairs, overpriced desk, overpriced office furniture, overpriced office buildings that are sitting empty all over.
That you're not allowed to visit without an appointment, and to get an appointment is impossible.
I have been fighting now for 3 years for money Social Security owes me. I can't get into Social Security. I can't even get them on the phone to talk to them. I am now reverting to sending them certified letters to try to get answers. It's ridiculous. And I have a Social Security office that's close to me, but I can't go in there because that's not my jurisdiction. I have to go to another jurisdiction, but I can't go in that office. Offices are now open, but you gotta have an appointment to go in there to see them, but you can't get them on the phone to get an appointment. My brother is drawing Social Security now, but it took him 3 weeks to get somebody on the telephone to start drawing his Social Security. It's getting ridiculous. And I'm not, I've been fighting since the Biden administration. So it's not Trump's administration, it was back in the Biden administration. And I've been fighting since the Obama administration over my Social Security. Because they screwed up clear back under the Obama administration on my Social Security. So you can't blame Trump, you can't blame Biden. I'm going clear back to Obama on my Social Security. And we're not talking a little bit of money, we're talking a whole lot of money. So I got one thing fixed, and I had to fight for another thing to get fixed, and another thing to fix, and now I'm fighting over another thing, and I want my money. Because I had to pay off a credit card that I had to use to pay my bills for those months. It's not fair to me that I had to pay interest on those credit cards. And then when I watched this, I really got pissed at Republicans, Democrats, and the independents. So this should piss off, I don't care who you are, Democrat, Republicans, or independents, of the spending that's going on in our government that shouldn't be happening. Because we got office furniture that's sitting, not being used, that we spent thousands of dollars on, billions of dollars on. That shouldn't have happened. And then we got solar picnic tables. Solar picnic tables. Come on. That's a little overkill. Okay. Let's go.
Order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection,
I don't
the
usually
chair
get
may
this pissed.
declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Welcome, everyone, to today's DOGE subcommittee hearing on federal real estate. This is an area where the Trump administration is taking long overdue action. The federal government owns a massive real estate portfolio of more than 250,000 buildings. No one knows how much of this real estate is actually being put to use or what it's worth on the open market. Here's what we do know. Taxpayers spend about $10 billion annually just to operate and maintain all of it. American taxpayers have been drowning in debt, inflation, unaffordable grocery prices, high interest rates, and have been suffering to get by. All while the federal government is pouring billions of dollars into wasteful, empty office buildings and luxurious high-end furniture, which they, the American taxpayers, can't even afford themselves. It's quite a hypocrisy. These buildings sat largely empty during the entire Biden administration, which kept federal office workers at home long after the COVID-19 pandemic ended. By the way, truck drivers, first responders, so many people worked during the pandemic, but federal workers could stay home and these federal buildings sat empty. Here in DC, GAO found in 2023 that the vast majority of federal agency headquarter buildings were less than 25% occupied, some much less. Meanwhile, from 2022 to 2024, the backlog of deferred maintenance on the aging buildings the government owns grew from 216 billion to 370 billion. That's more than 1/3 of $1 trillion it will cost to restore them if we don't sell them. What's worse, aside from paying for useless leases and allowing federal buildings to decay, the Biden administration spent billions on high-end furniture for empty buildings during the pandemic. No one was sitting in those chairs or at those desks. Our witness from Open the Books will testify to that. It is only now, under the Trump administration, that we see a light at the end of the tunnel. This administration is taking historic action on reducing the size of the government, and with it, a significant reduction in the useless office space that is claimed to be essential for the government to operate. GSA has established a goal to reduce the size of the federally owned real estate footprint by 50%. This is a massive real estate auction. The president issued an executive order instructing agencies to update their property inventory and to determine which of their government leased or government-owned spaces they don't need. In just the few months since Inauguration Day, DOGE and the General Services Administration have sold off several federal properties and worked with agencies to eliminate hundreds of unneeded taxpayer-funded office leases. More specifically, they've canceled nearly 700 federal leases of 7.9 million square feet of space, saving taxpayers around $400 million. One of the canceled leases was a nearly $250 million 15-year lease at a luxury office building on Pennsylvania Avenue to house Voice of America and the United States Agency for Global Media. The Biden administration signed the lease late last year, sticking taxpayers with the tab. It's one of the fanciest office buildings in the city. You can see of the building on this poster board. Incredible. Furthermore, this beautiful building had zero broadcasting capabilities, a capability one would think would be essential for a broadcasting media agency. The cost to taxpayers to build out the building with broadcasting capabilities, $130 million. The Biden team wanted to move USAGM and Voice of America from this building that we are sitting in today into that luxury space. Instead, the president is shutting down the whole state-run media operation, and taxpayers will be spared a $250 million lease and millions more for renovations and security measures. This is just one example of countless egregious abuses of leases and contracts being paid out across the federal government. Another egregious abuse of taxpayer dollars regarding federal property was the $200 million the FBI received last year for a new headquarters in Maryland. While the FBI was going after the American people, parents at school board meetings, and many others, our federal government gave them hundreds of millions of dollars of American tax dollars for a brand new, beautiful headquarters. Federal agencies shouldn't be maintaining empires at taxpayer expense. That's why GSA, the federal landlord agency driving this reform process, plans to lead by example. Imagine that. It intends to vacate its current headquarters building in downtown DC and co-locate with another agency. Then it will sell the GSA headquarters. Before I close, I'll note that Congress also acted on this front in January. We passed a law requiring federal building occupancy to be tracked and for low occupancy buildings to be sold. But it will take a willing partner in the White House to implement that law and to take other steps to shrink the federal real estate empire. We now have that partner, and I look forward to working with the Trump administration and DOGE to finally right-size the federal real estate footprint. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Stansbury for her opening statement.
All right. Well, good morning. I always enjoy a field hearing, and it's nice to be out in the field here in Washington, D.C. I'd like to thank the chairwoman for holding this hearing focused on properties that the federal government manages. The General Services Administration, or GSA, manages roughly 9,000 federally owned properties and private sector leases in all 50 states and territories. Federal real estate is what makes it possible for the civil service to serve the American people. This is programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, education, care for our veterans, and all of the programs and services that are so vital to our communities, but unfortunately, as we know, are currently under attack. For more than 2 decades across both Republican and Democratic administrations, the Government Accountability Office identified federal property management as a significant challenge, including problems of excess and underutilized space and poor building conditions. All of that is to say that this is a long-standing issue that many administrations have worked on, and it certainly isn't something new. My colleagues and I have consistently worked to improve stewardship of federal real estate so it can better serve the American people, and that is why I would love to make this a bipartisan hearing about how we address the needs of this country and best serve the people of this nation. The last administration disposed of properties saving nearly $2 billion for American taxpayers. And recently, Congress worked together to pass bills for additional tools to reform and consolidate the federal property inventory. These efforts also directed the sale of 4 federal buildings, including the one we are here in today. The Inflation Reduction Act also helped to facilitate property consolidation, including reducing the Department of Homeland Security footprint by over 1 million square feet and saving taxpayers over $1 billion over 30 years. But instead of building on these successes and continuing to do what could be characterized as the tedious analytical work on behalf of Americans, the Trump administration is currently taking a fire sale approach of looting the federal government and stripping it for parts to pay for tax cuts that we know will come up in their reconciliation deal. Let's be clear. Republicans are trying to pass legislation right now that would give billionaires permanent tax breaks on the order of $37 trillion over the next 3 decades. And in order to pay for that, they are looting the federal government and taking a page out of the playbook of private equity. Take public assets, privatize them, sell them for profit, lease them back, help your buddies make money. And that is exactly what we're seeing here today. And unfortunately, we've seen this across the federal government since the Trump administration took office. In fact, we have been deeply concerned that the entire DOGE effort has been a front to help support billionaires who are trying to privatize public services. And just this week, we have seen as Elon Musk is on his exit out of the federal government, he has secured billions of dollars in new contracts across the federal government. Conflict of interest? Yes, absolutely. It appears that he has recently secured contracts and promises for contracts at the Department of Defense, NASA. He has installed Starlink at the White House and is asking to install it at other federal agencies. And we understand that there is the potential to potentially deploy his AI technology across the federal agencies to replace the tens of thousands of federal employees that have recently been illegally fired. That is why we are deeply concerned about the non-data driven fire sale that the Trump administration is proposing for federal properties, such as the one we're in today. So I am deeply distraught and dismayed that we do not have an administration witness with us here today, that GSA is not here to answer questions, that yet again, Elon Musk is not in front of this committee. And unfortunately, we have yet to see a single Trump political appointee in front of this committee or the Oversight Committee. So we will continue to do our jobs to elucidate what is happening inside the federal government. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today, and I look forward to talking about how we can actually manage federal properties and the federal workforce to continue to provide the vital services that are needed for the American people. Finally, I just want to say that it is quite rich to talk about the abuse of federal properties after Donald Trump used the historic Postal Service building just down the street during his administration to make millions and millions of dollars from foreign governments while they came and visited him in the Oval Office. So let's make sure that we are doing right by the American people and doing things in a way that is transparent and also in the interest of the public. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, Rep. Brown from Ohio is waived on to the subcommittee for the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's hearing. I'm pleased now to introduce today's witnesses. Mr. David Maroney is a director in GOA's physical infrastructure team. He oversees work on federal real property management and the U.S. Postal Service. Mr. Maroney joined GAO in 2004. Mr. John Hart is CEO of Open the Books. Mr. Hart is a veteran of Capitol Hill, having served in the late U.S. Representative and Senator Tom Coburn's longtime communications director and co-author. Mr. Hart helped enact landmark transparency legislation to put federal spending online. Mr. Ron Kendall is the executive chairman emeritus at the National Federal Development Association. He previously served in senior roles in the federal government, including within GSA's Public Buildings Service. Again, I want to thank you all for being here to testify today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin speaking, well, this one may be different. Is it the same? The light will blink. It will? Okay. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please try to wrap it up. I now recognize Mr. Maroney for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansbury, and members of the subcommittee. I'm happy to be here today to discuss GAO's perspectives on how to make federal real property work better for the American taxpayer. For more than 20 years, we've identified the management of federal real property as a high-risk area in need of substantial transformation. The federal government has held on to too much space and has been too slow in shedding underused properties. Federal buildings are often in poor condition and not well configured for the modern workplace, and the data needed to make good real property decisions has often been unreliable and in some cases non-existent. The pandemic shined a spotlight on these long-standing problems and created a unique opportunity to right-size the federal government's property holdings. While there have been important actions in recent years to take advantage of this opportunity, progress has been slow. Agencies were in a wait-and-see mode for too long. Since January, there has been a notable shift in momentum. GSA is now rapidly moving forward with plans to terminate leases and dispose of large amounts of federal property. This has disrupted the long-standing inertia that has slowed previous efforts to reshape the federal government's real property holdings. There is a risk of moving too fast. Most buildings have active tenants, and relocating them could be costly. As a result, as GSA and other agencies move forward, it's important that they balance the goal of speedy reductions with the need for deliberate planning. This will best ensure the most efficient and effective result for the American taxpayer. There are a lot of moving parts right now that will shape federal property for years to come. First, the Trump administration's return to office policy and its reductions in force are still relatively early in their implementation. Second, agencies will be measuring building utilization across all their owned and leased space for the very first time starting this summer. Third, it's going to take time and money to move out of properties and consolidate into others, so agencies will need to prioritize. The administration will have better information on each of these data points by this summer to help inform its efforts. GSA and other agencies should use that new information to sequence real property reductions in a way that makes the most sense. GSA's recent decision to take an incremental approach to property disposals by starting with owned buildings that are clearly not needed is a positive step in this direction. Taking a deliberate and strategic approach to real property reductions could generate substantial savings for the taxpayer and mitigate the risk of costly mistakes and unexpected mission impacts. In conclusion, right-sizing the federal government's real property holdings is long overdue. As the administration moves forward with reductions, they should do so deliberately in a way that balances speed with planning. Doing so will best position the federal government to achieve the most efficient and effective result for the American taxpayer, while ensuring agencies have the right space to successfully carry out their missions. Madam Chairwoman, that concludes my opening statement. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Hart for his opening statement.
Madam Chair Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and distinguished members, thank you for having me today at this hearing. As we gather in this cavernous auditorium, we have an opportunity to reflect on not just the costly problem that Chairman Green described in her opening statement, but its root causes. Today's expansive, excessive, and sometimes opulent federal real estate portfolio is both a monument to the administrative state and a mausoleum of lost dreams, opportunity, and freedom for American taxpayers. In the early 20th century, progressives like Herbert Crowley dreamed of managing a complex new world with a managerial class. Crowley believed in quote unquote, increasing control over property in the public interest. He would no doubt be pleased to see this auditorium and the administrative state's impressive portfolio of office space. So this hearing is an opportunity for Congress to turn away from this failed policy of the past and reestablish our founders' timeless vision of limited constitutional government and transparency. At Open the Books, we view transparency as a first principle in a free society. Our work was in part enabled by landmark bipartisan transparency legislation, the Federal Funding, Accountability, and Transparency Act of 2006, or the Coburn-Obama bill, that I helped craft when I was working for then Senator Tom Coburn. And that bill created usaspending.gov and put all federal spending online for the first time. Our founders wisely prioritized transparency and wrote it into the Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 says that a regular statement and account of receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Note that these words precede the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, and our right to free speech itself. In the public square, transparency is like oxygen. We can't speak if we can't breathe. So when we had Opened the Books, looked at the federal real estate portfolio, we discovered the high cost of decorating and redecorating the administrative state. And to taxpayers, today's hearing is quite literally a kitchen table issue. Every family can relate to the cost of furniture. That's why taxpayers are so incensed when they learn that federal agencies are freely spending billions of dollars every year on high-end pieces. Since fiscal year 2021, executive agencies have spent more than $4.6 billion on furniture alone. That amount could buy 9.2 million American families a modest $500 kitchen table. And of course, workplaces need desks, chairs, and meeting tables. And it's true that beautiful spaces can make us more productive. But beauty at what cost and on whose dime? Do federal employees need 7 figures worth of abstract modern art to make government run? The State Department spent $1.4 million on artwork for various embassies, including $200,000 to procure a pair of custom paintings from a contemporary abstract artist. Do they need high-end leather recliners worth thousands of dollars each? Our embassy in Islamabad is a place where you can put your feet up, thanks to 40 Ethan Allen chairs, which cost taxpayers $120,000. During the peak years of the COVID emergency, from 2020 to 2022, agencies spent $3.3 billion on furniture, even as work migrated to Zoom. The SEC managed to spend $700,000 furnishing a single conference room in New York. And social distancing guidelines failed to keep even the Centers for Disease Control from buying solar-powered picnic tables with charging ports that by their own rules should have sat unoccupied. And an added burden for taxpayers is that many spaces are in long-term disrepair, as we mentioned before. Federal buildings need $370 billion in fixes. All in all, we have an incomprehensible amount of physical space and furnishings, too much of it inefficiently procured, leased, and maintained. At Open the Books, we believe taxpayers are demanding transparency and accountability. Instead of expanding federal agencies, they want Congress to expand their agency and their right to pursue happiness on their terms with their own resources. Thomas Jefferson wisely said, "The natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground." Every dollar saved in Washington is a dream realized somewhere in America. The administrative state's well-decorated real estate portfolio is a worthy place to start. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. I now recognize Mr. Kendall for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, other members of Congress, staff, guests. A brisk good morning to all. My name is Ron Kendall. I am the Executive Chairman Emeritus of the National Federal Development Association. That is a trade association comprised of owners and developers of real estate that is leased to the federal government, along with various service providers, financiers, attorneys, brokers, and so forth. My relevance to this committee's inquiry today is twofold. First, 24 years ago, when I served as the Chief Asset Officer of the Public Building Service, I wrote a paper called the Portfolio Restructuring Strategy. It bears very closely to what the administration is doing today in terms of disposal of federal buildings. I want to explain that a bit. It's based upon three key findings. Number one, that the PBS owned portfolio had significant accrued depreciation in terms of physical needs for the properties, billions of dollars, just as it is so today. Two is the recognition that GSA was never going to receive appropriations sufficient to be able to cure that depreciation, that all the repairs and replacements that the buildings needed. The third is a critical point. What we did when my analysts worked to look at the portfolio's performance, we noticed something very interesting. 15% of the buildings, in terms of building number, 250 roughly out of 1,750 buildings, produced 95% of the financial, what's called FFO, funds from operations, a term borrowed from the REIT industry. The profitability of the Federal Buildings Fund depended upon 250 buildings. That's a small number, less than 15%, but it constituted 55% of the square footage. So the portfolio strategy was very simple. Take and direct the scarce capital resources that GSA would receive by appropriation to those buildings, because those are the ones that are keeping you going. And sell off the balance, but only when you need to, not when the buildings when the buildings fall into decrepit states or when fire life safety issues are pressing and you need to vacate. There's no need to get out before then. Now, some may construe this strategy as being very GSA centric in terms of the profitability of the Federal Buildings Fund, but that's a mistaken apprehension because it is really good government. GSA's core portfolio, that's how we defined it back then, 24 years ago, is a portfolio of well-occupied, high-rent buildings in major metropolitan areas. And so by having those buildings in the inventory, you avoid paying high lease costs to the private sector. So it is really benefiting the American taxpayer. Now, my concern today is that the DOJ-led disposal group, the non-core buildings that were posted briefly and taken down after a day, 440 some buildings, consisted of buildings that shouldn't be on that list. buildings that are brand new, like the Volpe Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Brand new. It won't need major repair for 15 or 20 years. The main justice building was on that. That is a core property. So my concern is that this is not being done judiciously. The list of core properties is pretty easy to figure out and needs to be protected. So disposal is not the enemy. It's how it is done, and it must be done carefully with deliberate study. I'm about out of time. I simply want to talk quickly about leases. It looks to me that there's a list of leases that are being terminated purely because they're soft term. Agencies still have needs for that space. So my concern is that we are not looking at agency mission when terminating soft term leases. It's very important to maintain the viability of agencies to execute their mission. I'm out of time. I look forward to questions.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions, and I thank the witnesses for their testimony. Mr. Maroney, the title of your testimony is Reducing the Government's Holdings Could Generate Substantial Savings, and I agree with that. And thanks to the Trump administration, we're finally seeing some savings, $400 million on leases, according to the administration. Do you think the government's excess properties exist in part because federal agencies and the bureaucrats who run them have no incentive to move or to give up their space? Just why won't these agencies co-locate and downsize?
So there's a number of reasons, but certainly cultural reticence to sharing space is something we've identified in the past. Also inertia, for lack of a better word. It's a space you've already had, and there isn't as much incentive to move. It costs money to move out of space at times, and agencies haven't always put that up front. There's a number of other reasons possibly too, but certainly those are both valid reasons that they've brought up before. Those are reasons that have been brought up before.
Right, except their actions are different. They certainly were ready to jump out of this building and leased a very expensive building on Pennsylvania Avenue. Recent presidents couldn't overcome that bureaucratic inertia. Yet President Trump and Doge ended almost 700 leases in just a few months. That's unbelievable. Has any other administration acted so quickly to reduce the federal footprint that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that much needed though. Mr. Maroney, your testimony states that a GAO covert operation last year was successful about half the time in sneaking prohibited items past the guards and into federal buildings. I'm really interested in that. What sort of items did you sneak in? What dangers does this vulnerability pose?
Right. So we snuck in 3 different items: a multi-purpose tool with a knife, a baton, like a baton you could use to attack someone with, and pepper spray. All those are prohibited items. All those are things you could cause real harm if you wanted to. And like you said, about half the time we were able to get that through. So that raises concerns. We only did 27 tests and got through in half the time. That suggests other items could be getting through at a greater level.
But you got through half the time in 27 tests.
Correct. And that also comports with FPS's, the Federal Protective Service's own covert testing program.
Wow, that's definitely terrifying. Thank you for that. I have a lot of death threats, and several people have been convicted and served time in prison for planning to murder me. So I always appreciate the efforts on every single aspect of security to make sure that people that work within the federal government and the Capitol and visitors as well are safe. So thank you. Mr. Hart, I appreciate the work your organization has done in making the American people aware how the government spends Americans' hard-earned money, including this chart behind me here. Shows a disgusting amount of federal spending on furniture, which is what you talked about. So how did you go about finding the Biden administration spent about $1 billion per year on furniture while federal buildings sat empty during COVID and federal workers work from home?
Yeah, what we do, Chairman, is we have access to all federal spending through usaspending.gov. And that's a bill that I helped pass back in 2006. So we're able to do keyword searches and look at furniture, look for vendors even, and identify and keyword search things like recliners to identify and understand how much the federal government is spending on furniture. And it's really a scope of government problem issue, as I mentioned in my opening statement, is that when we decide when we decide to have a large scope, there is going to be a big cost of furniture. So it's a very useful way to think about and assess whether we ought to have this number of federal buildings.
Yeah, Mr. Hart, we appreciate those efforts. In 2021, the CDC spent almost $250,000 on solar powered picnic tables. The CDC at the time was telling people to socially distance with masks and basically forcing a vaccine that many Americans didn't want. So what use would its employees have for this new picnic table that has quite the price tag?
Yeah, it's quite expensive. And the social distancing guidelines suggested they shouldn't be seated at that table while they were spending $237,000.
Look at those seats. Look at those seats. That's not social distancing.
No, they're quite close. There's a close proximity of those seats to the other person.
Yeah, real quick, I've just got short amount of time yet. I'd like to ask just basically, just for the general audience, is $238,000 spent on solar powered picnic tables at the CDC appropriate? I think the American people thinks that's disgusting. Is $700,000 spent by the SEC for their New York regional office conference room appropriate of taxpayer dollars? I don't think so. What about $6.5 million spent on high-end furniture to redecorate the EPE office? No. And then $284,000 in Herman Miller furniture for FEMA's headquarters conference center, and appropriate use of taxpayer dollars. I would argue not. I'm definitely over time. So thank you, gentlemen. I now yield to the ranking member, Stansbury, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Maroney, I'm grateful that you're here. I know in the report that GAO has published that real estate of the federal government has been on the high risk list since 2003. And part of that is that we're not disposing of it and taking care of it in as quickly a process is needed. So I think this is an issue that we have bipartisan agreement on. Certainly, if you're overinvested in assets, it's something that you need to deal with as a business. But, I'm a former OMB employee. I was a nonpartisan a federal official, and I worked on the Department of Interior's portfolio. And one of the things that the American public may not realize is that when the federal government is trying to figure out how to reconfigure its federal property footprint, there's a whole planning process that begins. So you first work with the federal agencies, you identify, are they going to change the configuration of how they're using space based on sharing of desk space, if there's laboratories needed, do they need to be physically located in certain spaces? This is what any company does, right? They try to figure out where their employees are going to be located. Then there's a planning process with the actual real estate itself, because in many cases you can't dispose of your leases without investing in construction and improvements because of the terms of a lease, if it's a lease, or if you're trying to dispose of the property and get fair market value. So what I really want to highlight here is that we need an expedited process, but any private company or public entity would have to go through an extensive planning process to do it in a way that would get a fair shake for the taxpayers. Would you agree with that?
There's certainly planning steps you want to take.
Absolutely. So the idea of just putting out a list of hundreds of federal properties, including some of the most valuable real estate in Washington, D.C. on the federal mall, including the headquarters of every major federal agency, is not a planning process. That is a fire sale of some of the most valuable real estate properties in Washington, D.C. Now, we all know that Donald Trump is a real estate developer. Let's not lose sight of that. And certainly he understands the significance of the disposal of properties in the most valuable real estate in our nation's capital. So I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we're thinking about, is the intentions of what DOJ is doing, are they actually in the public interest? And Mr. Maroney, I want to also go back to kind of the bigger economic context, because I think it actually relates to the issues that we're dealing with this week in the House. In fact, Donald Trump has put into place tariffs last week that are causing the markets to tank. Right now, the economy is in complete free fall, and House Republicans are whipping votes to try to get this new package across the finish line that would give permanent tax breaks to billionaires, and the markets are completely shook by it. And I know you, this is outside your purview, but the issue here is that anyone who works in real estate right now knows that this is not a good time to sell real estate. Would you agree with that?
It is a challenging time, particularly in commercial office.
Absolutely. So that's the point I want to make. If we're talking about actually getting value for the taxpayers, then doing a fire sale of federal properties and then putting into place expensive leases where the federal government would spend federal taxpayer dollars to lease back from private entities at this moment as the market is in free fall and the real estate market is in complete tanking at the moment is not a good use of taxpayer dollars. Like, this is a terrible idea at this moment, and it needs to be done through a sane process. Now, Mr. Hart, I was interested in your testimony, and I actually just want to follow up. You used in your testimony a bunch of times this concept of dismantling the administrative state. And so I'm just curious, do you view the disposal of federal real estate as part of dismantling the administrative state?
No, I view it as empowering taxpayers and transferring wealth from Washington to individual Americans. So I think it's probably one of the best economic stimulus programs you could have.
May I
is to
ask,
shift
Mr.
tax
Hart,
dollars
is your
those
agenda
entities.
to dismantle the administrative
No,
state?
my agenda is transparency. And to
I'm
give,
sorry,
and to
Mr.
give, and
Hart,
to
I
give-
understand. I just listened to your 5 minutes of testimony. I think it's very clear that part of the agenda here is really about dismantling the administrative state and using real assets of the federal government to do that. I mean, no disrespect, but I wanted to reclaim my time. So the point here is that things are not always as they appear in Washington, D.C., and I think it's very clear that this is not about the federal taxpayers and the American people. This is about disposing of federal property and a fire sale to make the wealthy more wealthy. Thanks. I yield back.
I'd like to point out that the market's up about 1,400 points. With that, I now recognize Mr. Fallon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You got to love the hyperbolic accusations in class warfare all in one sentence. We have 1,500 federal buildings. We have 7,500 leases of other locations, 511 million square feet of office space. And it really comes down to need and want. There might be some people that want all of that space, but do we really need it? And clearly, when you read government reports, even pre-COVID, we didn't need the space that we had. We had too much. Then COVID exacerbated and the surplus exploded. Now, in 2022, Joe Biden in the State of the Union address, and I quote, said, "The vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person." Mr. Kendall, do you believe Mr. Biden achieved his goal?
Mr. Fallon, I believe that he made a directive which was tempered by agency input. There was a
So,
lot.
Mr. Temple, Mr. Kendall, I'm sorry, I have 5 minutes. So do you believe he achieved that goal? Yes or no? We can talk about why
To some
why not.
degree, he did.
To some degree, okay. 2023 GOA report found that 17 of the 24 largest federal agencies used only 25% of their headquarters capacity. And all 24, not one of them reached over 50%. And we're talking big ones: defense, state, commerce, justice, treasury, et al. This much space, when you're talking about operation and maintenance bills, are going to be in the billions. Leases, $7 billion just on leases. And then there's a backlog deferred maintenance, which is now estimated, and these aren't our numbers, these aren't Republican numbers, these are numbers from government agencies, is $370 billion. So 17 out of 24, it's 71% are under 25%, and all of them are under 49. We clearly have to take some of this off the book, so we can be accused of nefarious intent. The point of the fact of the matter is we are looking out for the American taxpayer. Now, you're talking about very expensive real estate in Washington, D.C., New York City, San Francisco, and to alleviate some of our friends' concerns on the other side of the aisle, there is something called strategic sequencing to prevent the flooding of the market, and I would trust somebody that has real estate experience. The Biden administration, when we're talking about 1,500 buildings, 7,500 leases, 511 million square feet of office space, what did they do? Did they take action? Fact of the matter is they did not. And it is time, and it's high time, 20 years in the making, to take some action. The U.S. Center of Disease Control, as that Madam Chair pointed out, spent $230 grand on solar picnic tables. Is that a good use of government funds, Mr. Kendall, do you think?
I just wanted to respond to something you just said. When I did this portfolio
well, I'm not asking
restructuring
you that.
strategy, it
Mr.
was
I- Madam Chair,
197
Madam
million.
Chair,
It's
you'll-
now
I- or,
180, it's 183. So
The witness is not recognized.
Thank you. Reclaim my time. Mr. Kendall, you're a witness. You are here of your own volition. Could you answer my question? Do you think that 230 grand for solar picnic tables at the Center of Disease Control is a good use of taxpayer money?
I have no opinion. I don't know.
Okay. How about State Department, high-end furniture, 120 grand of leather furniture in Islamabad, Pakistan? Do you think that's a good use of taxpayer money?
I would like to examine.
So no opinion again. How about the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation spent $14.4 million, about $14,400 per employee on brand new furniture? Is that a good use of taxpayer money?
Did it include IT? Does it include computers and so
furniture.
forth?
So again, yes or no? No.
I don't have
No.
sufficient information to make an informed
Okay,
decision.
thank you. The Biden administration essentially did nothing. And what we've had with new leadership with DOGE is terminating 700 federal releases already, 10%. That is a chunk. That is a good start. Any building that has national security implications is going to be unaffected. And now they're moving on to sell, and we're going to do it again with strategic sequencing as well. I think it should be noted that Democratic Witness works for a trade association that represents real estate owners who lease space to the federal government. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Kendall?
That is true.
Okay, thank you. Then we've got something in the research that we were doing, the McKinney-Vento Act in 1987. I was shocked to find, Madam Chair, that homeless assistance providers have right of first refusal on any sale of any federal building. I think the American people should know that, and legislation should be drafted, and our office will be doing so, to repeal that, to give the federal government more flexibility to properly sell and unload these buildings to save the taxpayers, not the super rich evil people, the taxpayers of this country, some money. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. I now recognize Ms. Norton from the District of Columbia for 5 minutes.
Good luck, man.
I strongly oppose OMB and OPM's recent directive to federal agencies to, quote, propose relocations of agency, bureaus, and offices from Washington, D.C. and the National Capital Region to less costly parts of the country, end quote. I also strongly oppose the many bills that have been introduced this Congress to relocate the headquarters for federal agencies in the National Capital Region to outside the National Capital Region. These relocations, as we saw during the first Trump administration, would harm the operations of these agencies and waste taxpayer dollars. They would also harm the economy of the National Capital Region and upend the lives of federal workers, many with kids who love their homes and schools. Last month, I introduced a bill to prohibit such relocations. However, there are specific federal buildings in DC that GSA should dispose of in an orderly manner and move the employees from those buildings into other buildings in DC. These disposals would save the federal government money and could generate tax revenue for DC, increase housing supply, and create new mixed-use neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. There is precedent for orderly disposals of federal property in DC. Congress has passed many of my bipartisan bills to transfer unused or underutilized federal buildings and land in DC to the DC government or the private sector, including the Webster School, the development of the wharf and the yards, and most recently the RFK Stadium campus. Mr. Kendall, I believe that there needs to be an orderly process for disposing of federal buildings in DC as opposed to putting many federal buildings up for sale at the same time. how would putting many buildings, federal buildings in DC up for sale at the same time affect the price the federal government could get for the buildings and the value of commercial real estate in DC generally?
Congresswoman Norton, selling into a down market is not a sagacious plan. As Ranking Member Stansberry said, that's a kind of fire sale approach. Vacancy in the office market in Washington, D.C., and I've been here for 47 years, it's the highest rate of vacancy in four and a half decades. You don't sell into a down market. That is, it's folly. You're going to get the lowest price possible if you can move the assets at all. I mean, there is, of course, McKinney-Vento, as the congressman just made some could go the homeless way, and others might be public benefit discount conveyances, and you get nothing. But the point is, it is not, you're loading up a market with that's already under distress. So it's cataclysmic.
Well, 3 months ago, Congress passed the Bipartisan Water Resources Development Act, which established a clear federal standard requiring GSA to identify buildings for potential consolidation or disposal, specifically any with an occupancy rate below 60%. However, I'm concerned that GSA is trying to dispose of federal buildings without looking at data to judge whether the buildings are needed or not. Mr. Maroney, based on the timeline established in the recent law, when do you expect the GSA would have the information needed to make more informed decisions about property disposal?
Agencies are supposed to start collecting that data in July, and then they're supposed to report in January.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields, and I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you, Chairwoman, for holding this hearing on this topic. It's certainly one that we've talked about before, but one that we've seen very little action on. One of the reasons and discussion points surrounding those who were proponents of teleworking were that we would save all this money on not needing these federal buildings. And yet what we've seen was, in the business world, what you would do is you'd lose a little productivity with people maybe working remotely, but you would gain that from, less cost and overhead of maintaining buildings and facilities. But of course, in the nature of the federal government, we sent people home, we got less productivity, and we continue to grow our assets and property portfolios, and now are maintaining empty buildings to the tunes of millions and millions and millions and billions of dollars even. Biden had, as Mr. Fallon mentioned, committed to getting the workforce back to work in person in offices, and of course we know that didn't happen. This has really been a bipartisan issue. Even Obama in 2011, in the campaign to cut waste, laid out what you could almost describe as the goals of DOGE, but we saw very little progress over that. And so our friends in the left right now are kind of complaining about how this is being done, but one would have to ask them, they had all the House, the Senate, and the White House just 3 months ago. Why didn't they do anything about it then? And so now we continue to, I'm sorry, you're right, a couple years ago, but nonetheless, you had it a couple years ago and didn't do anything with it. And so now we find ourselves to the point where President Trump and the Trump administration is finally doing something about this, and this is good for the American people. We must find savings for it. As Mr. Fallon mentioned, the vast majority, I think 17 of 24 agencies were almost vacant, it seems, using 25% less, and then we have a backlog of $370 billion in maintenance costs backlogs. And so we have to do something about this. And I think it's worthy to note, you keep mentioning selling properties in a down market. Who would benefit from that? Well, that would be the American people who are buying it. These businesses who could buy it up and turn it into a profitable asset, create a property that would bring tax flow to Washington, D.C., for example, income, as opposed to a vacant building sitting there being a burden on the American people. So there's a lot of reasons to continue to move forward on this. Of course, we want to make sure this is done the right way. Mr. Maroney, could you speak to kind of the decision-making process that you look to bring? First of all, thank you for being willing to take up this fight that so many administrations have been willing to talk about and bring little action to. But could you talk about kind of your decision-making process and apparatus as we continue to look forward, and how you evaluate what properties are valid and which ones are not for sale or
Right.
or
So for
off
owned,
leasing?
for owned properties, GSA and the administration in general should take a look at first, sequencing makes sense. Take a look at the properties. There are already a number of properties that have been previously identified as properties that should be gotten rid of. Oftentimes, these are buildings that are underused, have been for a long time, and have large deferred maintenance liabilities. So it makes sense. Start with those. Get those out the door as quickly as you can, and get those savings. And then as the new data that we're going to have on utilization, which is going to start rolling in July, comes in, you can use that to further assess where are there additional properties that are underused. We'll have that data for the first time for many buildings, and assess what makes next sense in the next tranche to sell off and consolidate. This all is going to take money. It does take money to move out of spaces, to build out consolidations, to reconfigure spaces. But at the end of the day, you save, not only do you potentially get proceeds from the sales, but you also save the operation and maintenance costs, which have a very long tail, and save a lot of money over time by getting rid of buildings that are just too costly to maintain now.
Now, more than half of GSA's leases, I think it's 4,108 out of 7,685 are set to expire between, 2023, but in 2027. How much of the federal government can save by allowing these leases to expire that are not needed?
Right.
Using properties that we already own.
Right. Well, from a pure financial basis, we spend about $6 billion on leases each year. So if you're reducing whatever the math is, I can't do the public math, but it's a substantial amount you can get from lease savings. You just want to make sure you know what your end state is going to be. How much space are you aiming for at the end to make sure you're sequencing things in a way that makes sense?
I only have 8 seconds left, so I will yield back to the chairwoman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields, and I now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, I would just suggest that if this committee were truly concerned with delivering on government efficiency, we might examine the devastating impact of President Trump's recent trade tariffs on the financial security of the American people. In just the 2 days of the president's tariff implementation, U.S. stocks have lost more than $6.6 trillion in value. The market turmoil has already placed the retirement savings of millions of Americans at risk, with more than $44 trillion of U.S. retirement assets tied to the stock market via 401k plans and other retirement accounts. I know that President Trump has recently stated, "I haven't checked my 401k," close quote. Well, Americans, retirees, and workers that are approaching retirement have certainly been checking theirs. And I can tell you they're alarmed. They're alarmed by the extent to which the president's trade war is pummeling their retirement investments. So for the average American who's approaching retirement, who has about $500,000 in a 401k, that American worker lost $35,000 in their 401k in the last 2 days of Trump's tariffs. So, you know, I've heard from one of our witnesses that if every dollar saved is a dream realized, then this is really a nightmare for the American worker, especially for those who are approaching retirement. And while the president made great promises in reducing the costs of groceries, food, housing during his campaign, I really would like him to get around to that if he could at some point. So, Mr. Kendall, the suggestion here is that we're supposed to move away from a situation where the government owns the buildings. Instead, we're going to move to the private equity model where we sell the building, that is home to a federal agency, and then we're gonna pay rent to a private equity firm to rent that same space out. In Massachusetts, we just had a situation like this with one of our hospitals, actually 8 of our hospitals. So those hospitals were receiving a lot of money from Medicare and Medicaid, okay? They sold the building to a private equity firm. The private equity firm drove up the prices. The CEO of the private equity firm bought 2 yachts. He's got one of them off the coast of Ecuador. But at the end of the day, the federal taxpayer money, the money that was going to that hospital through Medicare and Medicaid, was now going in the pocket of a private individual who could spend it on whatever they want. They introduced the profit motive into the ownership of those buildings. So how does that work for these government buildings that are now going to go to Elon Musk's pals who are in private equity, and they're going to have to get profit in addition to just covering their bills?
Well, Congressman, while my trade association always feels that there will be adequate leasing, the truth is leasing does cost more than a federally owned space. And I make it very clear. The cost to the federal government to borrow long-term is about 2%, 2 to 3%. There's a 500 basis point premium to have space that's leased. That's what the market charges. So to bring it home to everybody, would you rather have a 2% mortgage on your house or a 7% mortgage? Obviously, 2% is a lot cheaper. So it behooves the government, when it can afford to own space, to own it. And you only lease in the alternative. It's a stark world. You have to lease because you don't have the sufficient capital to own enough buildings. But it is a mistake if you have a choice to lease and to sell off buildings and now pay for them, to pay private sector lessors. It's going to be more expensive.
If you have a unique facility that is designed to provide veteran benefits or some other public service, it makes it tougher for the government to move, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I yield back, Madam Chair. If I could, I'd ask unanimous consent, a press release from GSA dated December 4th.
Without objection, so
2024.
ordered.
Thank you. And a press release from the Biden-Harris White House titled, President Biden Announces New Actions to Ease the Burden of Housing Costs.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Timmons from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're here because this country faces an existential threat, $36 trillion in debt, $1.8 trillion annual deficit, and we're trying to find common sense solutions to address unused space and how we can be more efficient with taxpayer dollars in that regard. And this is really a whole of government approach. We have to right size our fiscal ship in order to have a country long term. So I guess this is just one small part of that endeavor. And it really is just common sense. And I'm going to tell you a story about my time in office. I got elected 7 years ago, and my predecessor had 2 offices. They were spread out in my district. I have a fairly small district, and they were in some of the highest costing office space in my district. And we only had 3 employees, and we had two offices, and they were, one was in Greenville, one was in Spartanburg. And I just said, well, that doesn't really make sense. So I went to a wonderful, municipality that is up and coming, and I got this fantastic office space. It's actually more square feet than I had between the 2, but it is drastically nicer, and it costs less than half as much. So just in my one little congressional office, we're probably saving $60,000 to $70,000 a year. So that is just pretty straightforward, and we're going to basically do the same thing across the country. We're going to figure out what we need and what we don't need, and then we're going to dispose of what we don't need by either selling it or by not renewing the lease. So, Mr. Maroney, the Department of Government Efficiency has already terminated close to 700 federal leases. what financial impact has that created for taxpayers?
That once the leases are drawn out, there's about 90, 120 days, but there'll be this lease savings. You won't be paying that lease rent anymore.
And I mean, 700 leases, that's likely hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean,
Depends on the
depends on
content
the
of leases,
properties.
right.
And I know we're complaining about a property in DC that we own. So this building is likely to be sold in the next couple of years. Do you want to guess at what, I mean, this is probably what, 3 acres? How much is 3 acres worth 4 blocks from the Capitol?
I would imagine quite a lot.
I mean, that's at least tens of millions of dollars. And you know what we really need in this area? We need housing. And so I guarantee you that a developer, a big bad developer, is going to come in. And you know what's funny? The DC City Code is going to require them to do 30 or 40% of it as affordable housing. So that'll make some of my colleagues across the aisle happy. But there'll probably be, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000 units to address the housing crisis in this area. Because this is crazy. The highest and best use of this property is not what is currently being used, and we're going to transition it to that. And the best part is when they build this massive building and put housing in it, they're going to pay taxes. So we're going to take a building that is currently using taxpayer dollars to be maintained, but not very well. And we're going to then sell it, get tens of millions of dollars, and we're going to turn around and create a highest and best use for this property, which is then going to result in it paying taxes. So, I mean, that's the whole theory. And while we can look all across the country for areas that we can save money, I mean, this is just common sense. I do have a question. So, Mr. Maroney, why is this so hard? Like, what is wrong historically that has created this problem where we use such a small percentage of property that we lease and that we own? And what are the structural impediments to really turning this problem upside down and solving it?
Yeah, I'll point to a couple. There's multiple reasons, but the biggest challenge is we're typically talking about underuse. So it's not a lot of properties that are just purely vacant and empty, and there are some, but the bigger issue is agencies having space where only a portion is being used. And so a couple of problems. One, agencies typically haven't had the incentive to move off of properties that are underused but not completely vacant. It costs money for them to get the buildings ready for disposal. Another reason is reticence, inertia. You've been in this space for a long time. You're familiar with it. Recent years, there's been some uncertainty, right? How many people are going to be in the office versus not? Do we get rid of the space and have to get back new space?
I'm running out of time. Okay. I want to close with this. President Biden, in his State of the Union address, talked about how he was bringing people back to work. He didn't do that because he actually wanted to. He did that because the city of DC was crumbling without the federal workers coming and supporting the businesses that they previously supported. So I know that my colleagues across the aisle do not like this effort, but when this building becomes 2,000 apartments, those people are going to then spend money in Washington. So it will actually help the economy. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Crockett from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I can tell you one thing that is crumbling for the city of DC was that continuing resolution that defunded approximately $1 billion from them. But I will focus on today's hearing. The Republicans' recklessness and chaotic approach to reducing the size of government has shown us what we've already known. Concepts of a plan don't work. This is the committee's 4th hearing, and still no one from the so-called Department of Government Efficiency has testified before this committee about their plans to break the federal government, because as it turns out, breaking the federal government doesn't just hurt people you don't like. It's not just going to be Democrats who miss out on Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, or only Democratic veterans who will miss out on their VA benefits. Their approach will negatively impact all Americans. So it's unfortunate that Republicans have taken a seemingly bipartisan issue and included it as part of their scam to subsidize tax giveaway for billionaires. They haven't proposed anything that will improve the efficiency of the government. Instead, they have put the country on a path to a recession and implemented the largest tax increase on Americans in decades through Trump's tariffs. This hearing is their latest attempt to try to convince the American people that dismantling public-facing agencies will somehow improve government efficiency. Let me tell you, it won't. There's nothing efficient about terminating leases for IRS taxpayer assistance centers during tax season, nor dismantling farmers support offices in rural communities while farmers are trying to survive Trump's tariffs. And just like their trade policy, there isn't any logic or strategy behind the Trump administration's reductions in force or accelerated disposal of federally owned property. It has been discussed that managing federal property has been on GAO's high-risk list for more than 2 decades. Currently, GAO has almost 60 recommendations that the administration could fully implement, but decided to ignore. And I'm going to veer off for 2 seconds because all I kept hearing was fire. Fire, fire, fire is what I heard. And as I heard fire, it seems like we are talking about an administration that has been hell-bent on firing government workers. They are hell-bent on engaging in fire sales of our government buildings. And while we are at it, they are lighting the Social Security on fire, Medicaid on fire, Medicare on fire, 401ks on fire, Department of Education on fire. And instead, what we need to light on fire are Trump's tariffs. In fact, we could probably go a little bit further and fire this incompetent administration. But if we are going to talk about efficiency and worry about some solar paneled whatevers, let's talk about the fact that as of March 30th, Trump's golfing has cost us approximately $26 million. And the last time I checked, we're not getting anything in return for that. So I will get back on my remarks, but I just wanted to point out that maybe we need to talk about the president and his golfing habits. In fact, he decided that he was going to golf as the markets were tanking. He decided he was going to golf instead of receiving 4 heroes who died serving this country. He has decided that he wanted to play games while the rest of us are really trying to make sure that we can serve the American people. So, Mr. Maroney, you were quoted in the New York Times article dated March 17th, stating that it is important for officials to have a plan to generate the most savings, and that, quote, all of these moving parts point to the need for some deliberate planning. Did the administration consult with GAO regarding their plans to dispose of hundreds of federally owned buildings?
No.
In your testimony, you highlight that one of the core issues associated with managing federal property is the lack of reliable data to support decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would reducing GSA's workforce by 50% improve data gathering and analysis?
I cannot say they're
That's
not
perfectly
correct.
fine. We know that we need experts and not idiots, but Mr. Kendall, we will move on. In your written testimony, you state some of the actions of this administration suggest that the administration is not following a strategy designed to save taxpayer money and that the administration seems to ignore agency's mission integrity. Why do you think that?
In the
You
list
got
of
20 seconds.
in
but
the
I'm
list
giving
of
it to you.
projects, there were a couple score Social Security offices, IRS, taxpayer service offices, which those agencies, those end user agencies wanted, and yet the administration is canceling those leases. So it does imperil mission accomplishment.
Thank you so much. Oh, you're back.
The gentlelady yields, and I now recognize Mr. Burleson from Missouri for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to acknowledge these amazing chairs that we're sitting in. I looked them up. These chairs retail for $2,900. This is the nicest chair that I've sat in. And I've worked at a lot of I've worked at Fortune 500 companies, worked in the private sector, never had a chair this nice in a building that's empty. I'm speaking to you from a microphone that I looked up right now. It's over $1,600 for this very nice microphone that apparently needs video. This is why we're here. We're in an empty building from an agency that decided this wasn't good enough. So they decided to spend $250 million more over a 15-year period for a more luxurious location than this. So, and with that, I want to say thank you
Will
to
the gentleman
Chairwoman
yield?
for this
Will the
for this
gentleman yield
hearing.
for question?
When it comes to, I have very limited time. I don't want to yield.
Okay, I understand. I'm just asking. Thank you.
So the solution is quite simple. Reduce the budgetary burden of the national real estate portfolio by disposing of federal properties like the one that we're in today. It could be repositioned. It could find a better purpose, as was mentioned before. So I want to ask Mr. Maroney, how many properties in the federal portfolio, how many are there?
So there's about 277,000 buildings, but that's everything.
And how many of those have approximate utilization, their full capacity, or at 75% or above?
There's just not good data. We don't
Okay.
have data.
How many are below 15%?
Same thing there. We only know for headquarters.
So I want to show you, the American people, a chart that we found. Where there's a list of a number of buildings, and on this list, you've got, for example, the James Forrestal building, which is this estimated capacity of almost 5,000 people. There are 8 people occupying that building today. We have the Wilbur Cohen building, which could house almost 3,500 people, but there's 72. This entire list, it goes from the top to the bottom. At the very bottom, the GSA headquarters is 14% occupied. So this is where we stand. Milton Friedman had a great quote that I want to mention. Say that you're committed by making every dime of government spending accessible to the public, which I commend you for what you're doing. Transparency is exactly what we need from our government. More than half of the current leases that GSA maintains are set to expire between now and 2027. How much money could the American people save by not renewing these leases?
Well, I can speak to the cost of furniture, which is going to be about $1.1 billion on just furniture, and I'd have to get you the figure on leases. But it illustrates again is that when you decide to have a massive expanse of federal agencies, it's very, very expensive to decorate and redecorate these agencies and buy chairs like the one you're sitting in right now.
Apparently my $1,600 microphone
Failed.
wasn't working.
You got the $800 one.
So I want to put into perspective a report that we uncovered from the Public Buildings Reform Board's report to Congress. Instead of using, what was the accounting that was given to them, they used available cell phone data. And in 2023, the cell phone data indicated that approximately 441 people occupied the Francis Perkins building on an average day, costing the American taxpayer approximately $182,000 per employee each year in operating and maintenance expenses and rent paid. Mr. Maroney, is that a reasonable expense from the American taxpayers, $182,000 per employee?
You certainly don't want to spend more on real property than you need.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and I now recognize Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I wanted to wave on to today's hearing because the General Service Administration is rushing to sell a piece of federal infrastructure in my district, the Anthony J. Celebrezzi Federal Building in downtown Cleveland. Let me be clear, this isn't just the sale of a building. It's a reckless decision that could destabilize essential services for my constituents, displace some 4,000 federal employees, and deal a blow to the local economy. The Celebrezzi houses the IRS, the Veterans Benefits Administration, the Defense Finance and Accounting Services, DHS, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. These are the people ensuring tax seasons run smoothly, our veterans get their benefits, and military payroll is processed accordingly. Selling this building, especially on an expedited 3-year timeline compared to the usual 10 years this takes, is short-sighted and misguided. And what it really represents is another example of Donald Trump and Elon Musk's chaotic and careless approach to cost cutting. In fact, cost cutting is too generous. What they are really doing is looting the federal government and stripping it for parts. This sale could result in reduced public access to services, lower job security for thousands of workers, and a ripple effect throughout Cleveland's downtown economy. Local businesses, public transit, and city revenues all depend on the federal footprint of this building. The administration promises to relocate workers to other spaces in Cleveland. That's great. But how? How can their word be trusted? They are selling a building while forcing workers to return to the office. They claim they will look for new lease space as they simultaneously cancel leases nationwide. And they are firing federal workers that provide my constituents and the American people with critical programs and services. So what assurances do we have that they'll actually maintain staffing levels and secure new space for the agencies affected? Or is this just another slash and burn strategy, a thinly veiled attack on the federal workforce under the guise of reform? This building is an anchor for downtown Cleveland. Removing this presence will not only leave a void in the heart of Cleveland, it will undermine the progress that we've made in revitalizing the city. There is a responsible way to reduce and consolidate the federal government's real estate portfolio, but this hasty decision is not it. So, Mr. Kendall, can you tell us, how does GSA balance the social and community impacts like job loss, transit disruption, and economic disinvestment with the needs of the agency?
That's a difficult question. GSA defers to end user agencies in terms of what their space needs are. They really are a reactive organization in terms of finding space. They typically, the rule is to use own space, and if that's not available, to lease space. The Calabrese building, I don't know the particulars of it. If there's not an exigency about selling it because it constitutes a life safety threat to the occupants, it doesn't have to be moved. I mean, part of the argument here today is that federal workers are being put in opulent space, lease space, and incurring great costs, but they could be retained in maybe Class B or B minus federally owned buildings and avoid lease costs. GSA is all about avoiding lease costs. So I don't know specifically about the mission needs of the agencies that are housed in that building, but my sense would be GSA is deferential to those concerns.
So given your experience at the GSA, how would you characterize the administration's rushed approach? Would their rushed approach to decision-making and shortening the disposal timeline lead to more efficiencies or less?
I think that there is a lot of haste going on today, and I think it is ill thought through. I think that a much more deliberate approach should be taken to deciding what buildings to retain and what to get rid of. I also think that the staffing levels are endangering GSA's, the reduction in staffing. I understand 63% of the PBS employees are to be terminated. That's 3 out of every 5. I don't know how it was determined, how they reached that number, and in consideration of what mission needs are and what types and numbers of employees you need to execute.
So the
I'm
last thing I
concerned.
want to get before I run out of time, this question in is, the list reported that building utilization is a contributing factor to the need for management of federal property. How is the president's return to work impacting GAO's analysis of federal real estate?
The
Sorry,
gentlelady's
thank you.
out of time. I now recognize Mr. Jack from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for convening this hearing in an underutilized federal office building. To establish context for those watching at home, our federal government owns roughly 511 million square feet of office space, and that does not include large swaths of military bases. So again, to establish context, if you, like me, watched the national championship last night and saw how massive the Alamo Dome looked, the 511 million square feet of federal office space represents 3,200 Alamo Domes. If you watched at home, if you're watching this hearing at home, the average square footage of an American home is about 2,000 square feet, which represents 255,000 average American homes. So that's the scale with which we're dealing when we discuss federal office space. And if I could start with Mr. Maroney, I'd like us to look into the 2020 GAO report that just describes how inaccurate the database is that monitors all this federal government. Are you familiar with that report? And could you share a little bit about its findings?
Right. We found that the Federal Real Property Profile, which is the database for federal real inventory, had significant data reliability problems, including something as simple as address information.
And if I'm not mistaken, that report demonstrated that of that 511 million square feet of federal office property, 67% of the addresses and accounting for it is inaccurate. Is that true?
That was the case in 2020. There has been some improvement.
One of the things that we've highlighted throughout this hearing thus far is just how underutilized this office space is. And could you walk us through GAO's survey? I think there were 24 agencies surveyed. Just how much underutilization is there today?
Right. Well, in 2023, when we did that, there was significant underutilization in headquarters buildings. None of the agencies were using more than half of their office space in the DC area for headquarters, and about 17 of the 24 were using less than a quarter. So it was a significant issue. That was 2 years ago. We don't know what the picture looks like today because there isn't good data. That should be coming this summer.
And I'm just curious, within those 17 to 24 agencies that use 25% or less of federal office space, which agency was the most egregious, if you will, at underutilizing office space?
So the lowest agencies were HUD and SSA for their headquarters buildings, but I will say no one had a great track record in terms of the utilization.
Thank you. And in your assessment, how much taxpayer money could have been saved if the federal government had begun right-sizing its property portfolio shortly after the pandemic shifts to telework became apparent?
So certainly you could get substantial savings. It's about $8 billion a year on owned and leased office space. So any reduction is going to generate a lot of money.
Thank you. If I could ask some questions, Mr. Hart. First off, I appreciate your opening testimony. And just for the American public, I'd love for you to walk through usaspending.gov, walk through the parameters of it. How can we use that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So usaspending.gov was created through the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act of 2006. That was a bipartisan bill that Coburn and Obama wrote. And what that bill did is it, for the first time, it took all of the disparate databases among federal agencies and put them together so that the American people could see how Congress is spending their money. And again, this is a foundational first principle of American society, is that taxpayers have the right to inspect the government's checkbook. The government does not have the right to inspect their checkbook. So transparency in the founder's vision is not a two-way street. It's that we have tools to help hold government accountable because it's their money, it's taxpayers' money.
Well, in that vein, in the last minute of questioning, I was alarmed, as I think some of our colleagues were in your opening testimony, about some of the expenditures you walked through. There were egregious examples of wasted taxpayer money. And your findings over the course of your work, what was the most egregious expenditure that you saw? And at the same time, too, would love recommendations from you as to how best we can correct that.
Well, it's a very target-rich environment. I think the totality is quite egregious, where you're looking at $1 billion spent on furniture. We talked about the picnic table as one, where the CDC told the American people they can't sit together, but yet they're spending $230,000 on a picnic table. That violates their own standards. That rubs the American taxpayer the wrong way in every way imaginable. So I think what you could do is really reorganize federal agencies. Is that, it's the perfect political moment to cut spending is always a mirage over the next election horizon. But this body has the opportunity to do an agency reorganization bill that will solve all of the problems we're talking about, because it's a scope of government question. And to the question before is that we spend about $80 million a year on leases, and that's not as much as the owned property. That's a larger number. But there are incredible opportunities for savings that could be produced by having a smart, strategic agency reorganization.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to our witnesses. I think we're again here at another hearing where House Republicans are trying to help Elon Musk get cover for looting our federal government. DOGE, and so far this committee, has not been about efficiency or better services. It's been an attack on programs that we rely on, from public health to Medicaid to the Department of Education, and of course now to office space. And we all know that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are attacking all the safeguards designed to make sure they just can't sell our government assets to their own companies, but they can also sell them to their friends. Our committee is ignoring the biggest threat from the Trump administration so far, and that is a horrific economic plan, Maganomics. Now, Mr. Kendall, we've been hearing testimony complaining that the federal government spent $4.6 billion on furniture since 2021. Do you know how much the U.S. businesses will pay every year in tariffs under Donald Trump's plan? Any idea?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, well, the U.S. businesses will be paying $654 billion a year, and that number will rise. And that's just in 1 year. That number, of course, is enormously much larger than anything that we ever spend in furniture. We're looking at the biggest tax increase in over 50 years. Now, Mr. Kendall, the total value of all property held by the federal government is about $330 billion, as stated. Is that correct?
I have no basis to challenge that number.
Okay, great. So do you know how much wealth has been wiped out from the stock market in just 2 days after Donald Trump's tariff announcement? Any idea, Mr. Kendall?
It's in the trillions, but I don't know.
Around $6.6 trillion. So I want to make sure what people should be understanding here. Last week, we had the largest 2-day stock market fall in history. We're talking about furniture and office space while people are losing their retirement accounts, while the stock market is crashing, while Medicaid is under attack, while healthcare costs are going up. We know that retirement accounts are being wiped out right now as we are holding this hearing. Companies, many of them, are no longer able to invest. People are losing their jobs. And we're here talking about furniture while Donald Trump is destroying the economy. We also know that predicting a recession, which many are now doing, is looking more and more likely, which we hope, of course, doesn't actually happen. And while all this was happening and Donald Trump was imposing his tariffs plan, and the prices of almost everything, groceries, housing, clothing, computers, can be expected to go up, Donald Trump, of course, the next day left to go play golf. Now, Mr. Kendall, were you aware that as the markets were crashing, Donald Trump the next day went out to play a few rounds of golf?
I do read the paper, so I did know that.
And perhaps maybe instead he should have been working with world leaders or allies to actually work on the tariff crisis. But instead, of course, he was, of course, on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, which is a very conservative paper, as we know. I think it's clear that Donald Trump could care less about the harm he's doing, doesn't care about American workers or the community. And unfortunately, Republicans in Congress want to debate office space and furniture while the president torches our own American economy and the global economy. We have businesses right now back in my district and across the country that are getting hammered and suffering and firing employees. But instead, we're continuing to have these really unfortunate, I think, hearings. It's crazy. It's cowardly. We should stop the tariffs now. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you for indulgence and allowing me to be on this committee. I come in here usually ticked off and I leave in worse condition. So thank you for that. If I ever have a counselor, I'm going to send you the bill. Mr. Hart, do any members of Congress, their spouses, or their immediate family have any property ownership rights to this property or any federal land?
Congressman, I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head.
Okay, do spouses of members of Congress own real property and lease it to the federal government? And how would we find that out? Because I think I know what you're going to say.
I believe the answer to that question is yes.
You do?
I do believe that.
Is there any way we could verify that
Well,
information?
you go to USA Spending and search, you open the books, our website, and you can look up members' names. You can look up any person's name and find that information.
All right. I suspect that's being done as I speak. Mr. Maroney, how much underutilized space does the federal government have?
Can't say. There's not good data. We just don't have data. There's going to come this summer. Congress has now required it. But prior to this, once you get outside of headquarters, there wasn't meameasurement of how much the
I hate these studies. Every day we vote on a new study, and I suspect there's some warehouse like in Raiders of the Lost Ark at the end where they're putting this, and our top people are looking at it, and there's these studies are just on these shelves in these vast warehouses. Would you agree with that assumption?
There are a lot of studies.
All right. Remember, you're whatever. All right. How much would the federal government save by allowing unneeded leases to expire?
Federal government spends about $6 billion on leased office space. So depending on how many you let expire, you get substantial savings.
As I said up here, people chastise the thought of making a profit. To me, that's not an evil thing. That allows for more people to be employed. It seems that we have forgotten exactly who we work for, and it's the people back home who are struggling. Now, when I was mayor of Knox County, one of the first things I did was I said, get me a list of all the property we own in Knox County. And it was amazing to me. I mean, we had property in neighborhoods. We had some of it was obviously undevelopable. So one was on the corner of a small airport. But it was all over. We had something listed as a park, and it was nothing further from a park. And we ended up selling a lot of this property, and we paid cash for schools, crazy things like that. We didn't stay in debt. And to me, that just seems like the model that the federal government should adopt. We should have a listing of the property, and the people ought to be able to review that and make better assumptions, because I think they're a lot more smarter than we give them credit for. And I suspect that's part of the problem. They don't want to let them look behind the curtain, so to speak. Would you agree with that?
It is important to have that kind of data. There is an inventory that's available online, but there are significant issues with this reliability.
Mr. Hart, would you care to address that?
We would like to enhance the transparency of all of that data. I think it's one of the most important assets that taxpayers should be able to review the cost so that they can make good decisions. And again, the purpose of transparency is to empower taxpayers. Transparency is not a two-way street. The government does not have the right to inspect our checkbook. Taxpayers do have the right to inspect the government's checkbook because it's their money.
Mr. Kendall, would you care to offer your?
I'm all in favor of transparency. No objection.
It seems our friends in the media always strive for that, and then and we get pretty gutless up here. So I would hope in the future we would address that. Well, I'll yield my 49 seconds back to you, Chair Lady. Thank you for your indulgence, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to Ranking Member Stansbury for closing remarks.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I hope that in some ways this hearing has been elucidating, but I'm going to be honest, just listening here today, I've had trouble understanding the theory of the case. Now, anyone who's in business knows that if you're going to go in front of a boardroom and present your case, you've got to have compelling data. You've got to have an analysis of what you're trying to accomplish. You've got to have an analysis of the money that you're going to save and a proposal and a plan for how you're going to execute that. And I think the thing that is troubling about the entire DOGE exercise is that it doesn't seem to have a coherent theory. It doesn't appear to have a plan. It doesn't appear to be utilizing data, and it doesn't appear to be executing on any kind of coherent theory of how we're saving money for the federal government, because as we learned here today, it will actually cost the federal government more money if they sell these vital assets to private companies who will then lease them back to federal agencies for more money. So it's troubling to try to understand. And I think it kind of goes along with the troubling theory of the case that Donald Trump seems to have about the economy overall, because as my colleague pointed out, we're sitting here talking about microphones and furniture in an office building while the economy is tanking and trillions of dollars in losses are happening. And we know that the potential for both a recession and costs are going to go up, which will cost the federal government more money. So what's the theory of the case here? I've also heard conflicting theories just about this very building that we're sitting in. Is this building too fancy, or does this building need to be demolished to make way for housing? It's not even clear what the argument is for this building that we're sitting in, having this field hearing in. Now, what I think is interesting about what we heard here today is that some of the quiet part was said out loud. In fact, what was stated by some of the other members on this panel was that they'd like to sell valuable real estate to private developers, potentially demolish federal buildings like this, sell them potentially to private equity and developers, and then they can lease back and make money off of it. And that's exactly what this scheme is all about, because this is what we're seeing across the entire Doge effort and across the administration. And this is not really about public interest. This is, as we keep saying, the private equity model. Privatize, buy low, sell high, make lots of money. This is what the Doge bros are all about. But we know that there is real data coming in July, as was stated by the GAO, that will help us take a data-driven approach. This is data that was demanded by Congress. It is bipartisan. Let's come up with a plan if we're actually going to deal with this bipartisan issue. Now, I also want to point out some other ironies and inconsistencies that we heard here today. One of my colleagues quoted Milton Friedman, which I found actually quite funny, because Elon Musk himself has also been quoting Milton Friedman over the weekend, because he thought the international trade was good and tariffs were bad. Anybody? Donald Trump is crashing the economy over tariffs. We also heard my colleagues across the aisle talk about right-sizing and righting the fiscal ship, while they're literally about to try to vote tomorrow on a budget proposal that will increase the deficit by $37 trillion over the next 30 years. This would raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion just this year, and would cost the United States the largest amount of debt ever in the history of its 250 years. So again, I don't understand the theory of the case. If what we're about here is trying to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, make the government more efficient, save the government money, then why on earth is Donald Trump trying to tank the economy? What are they trying to do with the sell-off and privatization of the federal government? What are they trying to do with downsizing and firing thousands of federal employees? So I'll close out by saying this. To my friends across the aisle and to the administration, hands off our Social Security, hands off our Medicaid, hands off our Medicare, hands off the VA, hands off our education, and hands off our vital programs and the services and the federal assets that make them possible. With that, I yield back.
I now recognize myself for closing remarks. Thank you for our witnesses coming today. We greatly appreciate it. And thank you to the American people for tuning in into what is an extremely important issue. Your Social Security is not under attack. Medicare is not under attack. Veterans benefits are not under attack. But our very existence is under attack. And this has happened by dirty, greedy, lazy politicians and bureaucrats who have plunged you and chained you in $36 trillion in debt. You are under attack, and you've been under attack by your own federal government. We're here today proudly to talk about how we can reduce this debt, and this is a bipartisan issue. Selling federal property and returning the money back to the American people is the right way to protect you. And as Republicans, we believe in this, and we proudly stand with President Trump, Elon Musk, and their Doge efforts to reduce the size of the federal government, reduce the federal debt. And we are so grateful, and definitely America voted for President Trump to stand up for Americans, the American worker, and American companies with tariffs that return the order back to America and defeat the globalists who have attacked American interests, stolen intellectual property from American companies, and have turned rural America into a graveyard of factories that have been shut down and American jobs that have been shipped overseas. So I want to say directly, thank you, President Trump, for standing up for us. And we will be so happy when you stick up for us and make it fair again through these tariffs. The federal government's management of its massive real estate portfolio has been problematic for decades. Everyone knows it. The United States is $36 trillion in debt. In fiscal year 24, the government spent over $1.8 trillion more than it took in. And in fiscal year 25, the interest on our debt is expected to exceed $1 trillion. Many Americans are suffering every day while the federal government continues to recklessly spend hard-earned taxpayer dollars to foot the bill of luxurious, high-end furniture for offices, or on the flip side, carelessly waste billions on unused buildings and leases. Young people cannot afford to buy a house. For today's 27-year-olds, only 33% own their homes versus 40% of baby boomers when they were 27. From 2019 to 2024, housing prices in my home state of Georgia increased by up to 67%, as did areas all across the country. Everything went up. Life became unaffordable. Over the past 4 years under Democrats, overall inflation hit 20%. The cost of food increased nearly 34%, and the cost of energy increased nearly 33%, and credit card debt was up nearly 50%. As Americans racked up grocery bills, credit card debt, and couldn't afford to buy a home, the federal bureaucrats recklessly spend their money without a care in the world. In the last year, 7 in 10 Americans completed at least one DIY project, do it yourself. And nearly 50% said it was because they couldn't afford professionals to do it. Americans are either renovating their own houses by themselves because they can't afford to hire a company to do it, or in many cases, they will have to go without. What do federal bureaucrats do when they need to renovate a conference room or redecorate an office? They spend $700,000 and $6.5 million of your money to do it. American businesses can't afford these types of upgrades, and the reality is that the federal government is $36 trillion in debt and can't afford it either. As we continue investigating waste, fraud, and abuse, we can look no further. The unconscionable amount of spending that the federal government spends on empty buildings and brand new high-end furnitures, and something as ridiculous as solar-powered picnic tables. Every year, taxpayers have to spend about $10 billion just to operate and maintain it all, in addition to backlog of deferred maintenance that is now up to $370 billion. In 2023, GAO reported that 17 of the 24 largest federal agencies used 25% or less of their headquarters buildings capacity, and none of these agencies ever utilized more than 49% of the building's capacity in an average week. I just want to inform you that that all happened at the same time when homeless rates skyrocketed and veterans were kicked out to make room for illegal aliens. When you own property in the real world, if you breach a term of your mortgage agreement, you mismanage your finances, or you miss payments, the lender will repossess your property and auction it off. While the federal government can't miss payments because they will just print more money, they have grossly mismanaged their finances, and it is time for the American people to evict federal bureaucrats, repossess the properties, and auction them off to the highest bidder. Thankfully, the American people now have the president on their side. While the previous administration did little to address the problems laid out here today, we're finally seeing meaningful progress under President Trump. The early successes of selling off unused properties and canceling wasteful leases by the Department of Government Efficiency shows what can be accomplished with strong leadership. With Congress and the Trump administration working together, I'm confident we can finally resolve this decades-old problem and deliver the results and the money back to the American taxpayers. With that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there is no further business without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
That was addressing. Solar-powered picnic tables. Unbelievable chairs prices. Kind of interesting.
Sorry, Mark, I was just in front. Yes.
kind of interesting.
Well, they've got to do it in your face, haven't they? Look, we're going to spend your money. We're going to waste it. We're going to sell off all the buildings. We're going to downsize. We're going to take more. How are they taking more and downsizing at the same time? How are they saving by spending?
And the buildings are half empty.
How's he gonna stop the war by starting it?
I don't know.
When will people wake the fuck up, man?
I don't know if you've seen what I posted, but President Trump has announced a 90-day pause on tariffs, except for China. He raised it to 125%.
Yeah, it's definitely a shit show.
He raised it to 125%. So he raised that.
Yeah, we're going to lower tax by raising interest rates.
Yeah.
We're going to lower tax by taxing everyone else.
Yeah. I just dropped the panel link. If anybody would like to jump up on panel to discuss this,
We're going to lower the debt by spending more money.
I got yelled at this morning. I got yelled at. By the way, I got yelled at by BBA.
Really?
I got yelled at by BBA.
No way. What for?
That I do not, all I post is the U.S. committee hearings. So tomorrow, when I get up tomorrow, guess what I am going to feature?
Here.
You betcha. Tomorrow we'll be here.
No, I'm not.
So be ready. Be ready. Be ready for tomorrow. I will be posting here. Hey, JT.
Hey, Mama Bear, how you doing?
Good. Tomorrow we'll be here.
Yeah.
Here and there.
Isn't it so nice when we're all so rich?
You will hear Kill Stubber tomorrow.
Lovely. Can't wait. I can't wait to listen to that bastard lie to us.
So tomorrow we are going across the pond.
Oh, goody. You're going to hear the Cromwells. Yeah, the Cromwells. It's on Cromwell's turn to speak.
Yeah.
Because they put their wigs on.
Mr. Speaker.
I have me robe, sir.
So everybody brush up on the UK. Because we are going across the pond tomorrow.
You got to.
I'm going to have to look at what a crumpet is. I'm not sure on that one.
But it won't be till after I get back from my infusion. So y'all going to have a break until I get back from my infusion. Unless I start it and leave. And hopefully it'll play while I'm gone.
And you need to practice drinking your cup of tea with your thumb and your forefinger while having your little tiny pinky finger pointing up.
Oh, yes.
While you're saying, here, Kiss Starmer, here.
Be right back.
Yeah. I try to masturbate to say that way as well. Yeah. but I can't quite close the finger. How do you watch that stuff, you guys? How do you watch that stuff?
Someone's
And, you
got
know,
to.
those clowns. I mean, it's just heartbreaking the way they just sit there and the stuff they say that they just don't mean, and it just hurts. It just wrenches me inside. I don't know how you sit there and watch that.
Well, it's about having an informed opinion, right? I mean, if you want to have an informed opinion, you're going to have to sit there and torture yourself through countless hours of bullshit.
Well,
I mean, it's just,
I
there's
mean,
no other way.
do it really? If you want to
No
talk about
other way. You
horses
go
fucking,
way
do I have
too
to actually
stupid.
watch horses fucking? You know
Sorry?
what I mean? If you want to talk about horses fucking, do I actually have to watch horses fucking? It's just I don't. It's
No, I
jackassery, man.
mean, you could have an opinion, but it won't be informed, will it? I mean, because you don't know what's going on. You're not paying attention. You're not listening to the bullshit. In order for you to criticize and take the bullshit apart and analyze it and understand it.
So you're saying I don't know politics when I hear it unless I hear it.
There's no other way of doing it, and the only way of doing it is listening to every word they say, and trying to understand everything they say. Do you know what I mean? That's the only way to do it. You got to take it all in. You know, you can't just take the bits that appeal to you and then ignore the rest, because you would have an opinion, but it won't be an informed opinion because you don't know. You haven't heard the other side. You haven't heard what they got to say. You haven't examined the evidence. It's like you're going into
nothing with there's no substance in anything they say. There's nothing there.
And your duty is to offer a verdict, right? Your verdict, right? Whether it's guilty or innocent, but you don't want to listen to the evidence. It's bullshit. You just go, oh, fuck it, he's guilty, right? Without listening to the evidence.
It is though.
Evidence, because it's just too tiresome, too bullshit. I don't want to listen to that. He's guilty. End of story. Throw him in jail. Fuck him over. You know?
Do you really think that their little attacks of consciousness? Do you really think their little attacks of conscience are actually real? It's not a lip service, man. You know, it's a teddy bear. It's thumb sucking. It's sugar pills. It's placebo. None of it is actual
hypocrisies if you're not willing to listen to them, and basically make a fool of themselves. Do you know what I mean? If you're not listening, if you're not going to listening, and they're going to come out and say some hypocritic things that go against what they've promised, right? How do you point that out if you haven't listened to it? You know, our job to criticize these people, to speak truth to power. We can't do that effectively unless we listen to every goddamn word they say. And examine it and fucking shove it back up their ass. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, because if you listen to every word they say, you're gonna tend to get influenced. It's just like you can't.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. That's if it depending on your state of mind. But if you're basically sitting there as an analyst, it's very the very nature of analyzing things. You have to literally stand on the line, be neutral at all times, in order for you to be able to absorb both sides of an argument. Do you know what I mean? And make sense of it. You can't already.
Well, okay, but you're assuming listen to people who are actually passionate on the things that they say.
Well,
okay,
listen,
like I can listen to my son and my daughter argue back and forth, and they can make point for point because they're actually passionate in what they're saying. But these people are morons who just find another way to lie to us.
All right, I already know that this is where I've got my basically. I'm already expecting them to lie. I know that they open their mouths and they lie to me, so I've got to do something.
So you admit.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking delusional moron like most people are. Right. I know people fucking lie.
Right.
Okay.
The past fucking 10 years I've been sitting here pointing my finger and telling her, I caught you on that lie. I caught you on that lie. Do Do you know what I mean?
But everything they say is a lie.
You can't catch them on a lie if you don't listen to what they got to say.
You know they're going to lie regardless of who it is. Republicans, Democrat, or Independent, they're going to lie. They open their mouths, it's going to spill out a lie. So you take what they say and you nitpick it apart.
But do I have to watch the campfire from beginning to end to know that there was a fire?
No, because you know the
Right.
title of it says it's going to be a campfire. But you got to watch it to know when it's going to be a campfire.
Now, I'll agree with you on like the certain ones, the key ones, like the ones that we believe, like Trump and RFK, and like I'll agree with you on that. Like, okay, you got to hear what the dickhead said. You know what I mean? But like,
you listen to what they're saying, but you got to find when they're lying.
well,
So-
it's their lips are moving.
Okay, just like I'm going to say to you, the sun is shining, but it's raining. Where's the lie?
No, as soon as their teeth are chattering, it's a lie. I mean, that's the thing is people go, oh, but that black lady, she sure was on the ball. She sure cared. Meanwhile, she came into office making $100,000 a year. She leaves. All of a sudden, she's worth $5.2 million. How did that happen? You know,
Right.
and she's the one who's being honest, but yet, they're all doing it. They're all doing it.
Yep. It's just like Pelosi says, I didn't give it any insider trading. Not one bit of insider trading to my husband. Not one bit. But before a stock broke, her husband dropped his stock.
Well, here's one. Here's a good one. You talk about insider trading. You remember Martha Stewart? You remember Martha Stewart went to jail for 2 years on insider trading?
Yep.
On that exact same deal, there was an NFL player who was standing next to her who did the exact same trade, and he was only fined $1 million. And he paid his $1 million, and she went to jail for 2 years. And she got fined $2 million.
Yep.
Boom. How's that?
Now, Pelosi's husband.
Did you know that, Mellows?
Now, Pelosi's husband is a real estate investor, buys this great tract of land along the coast. Okay? Isn't it funny that her husband gets this great funding to build this great investment property?
Oh, yeah.
Ain't that interesting?
Why won't she die? Why won't they both just die?
She's got too much alcohol in her.
She's tickled. And she got olives. She poops green olives.
She's got too much alcohol in her.
Just the martinis. That's funny.
Too much alcohol in her.
I enjoy me some alcohol time to time, but oh my god. I mean, but I actually don't do it because I enjoy it.
Why do we have solar picnic tables?
Exactly. I actually put in the chat. Did you know in California they're giving away solar panels? I live in California, and I get calls every third day.
I'm going to tell you.
They're trying to give us solar panels for free. But I tell them I won't take it because I won't justify their theft. If I take the handout, I justify their theft, right?
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something about it. Do you know your insurance company? Once they're installed on your roof, Your insurance company will cancel you, and they will not insure your house because of the pressure and the downforce of those solar panels on your roof. Did you know that?
Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends on how the job is done. Yeah, you're right. You're right on that. Yes,
No.
it depends on
They
how the
will
job
not.
is done.
Nope, they will not insure you at all. Because my son checked into it. Because my son lives in California.
Well, no, I can get solar panels all day, every day. I can have people come out here. In fact, before I replaced my roof, I looked into getting solar panels, and it was just cost prohibitive. And I also don't want to get solar panels unless I have a battery backup. If I'm not going to get battery backup,
Check with
then
your.
what the heck do I want the solar panels for?
All right, check with your insurance company because number one, fire for the
Oh no, we actually have and I actually have a ADU, and that was part of the reason why another reason we didn't do it, because I have an external unit. Um, what do they call it? A mother-in-law unit. I have an apartment out back, and I had to redo that roof as well. That was another reason why I didn't do it. But they're trying to give me. I get calls all the time. The government wants to give you free solar panels. Now I say, okay, nothing is for free. Okay, that's what I say. And if the government puts solar panels on my roof, they're going to want access to my property, and that right there is a no-no. I am not allowing government no access to my property in any way. That's not going to happen. You don't get to come on my property unless I say so. So I'm not going to sign off for you to give me something for free and then have access to my property. You can spin on that one.
I'm just going to go out to the shop. It'll be about 10 minutes. I'll drop this link in the back. You can play it if you want. It's King Charles' speech in the Italian Parliament. It was today. I'll drop the link.
But so they're trying to give me free solar panels, and I'm like, no, because the reason why I won't take it is because if I want solar panels, I'll buy my own solar panels, because I'm not going to take your hand out. Because if I take your hand out,
right back.
What I'm doing is I'm saying
I didn't drop in the back, Mellows.
Well, what I'm saying is, if I put my hand out and I take from the government, what I'm saying is, it's a good thing that you took money out of my paycheck to give me solar panels,
Yeah.
right? I don't need you to take money out of my check to give me solar panels. If I want solar panels, I'll buy them, and everybody else will do the same damn thing. But what do? They stick their hand out and go, well, these are just something for my tax dollars. But then what they don't see is now you're justifying the theft. You're justifying them stealing from you. You're saying it's a good thing you stole from me, so you can give me free solar panels. And then what are you gonna do in 10 years from now when the solar panels are bad and they gotta be replaced?
They don't cover them.
Oh, you're gonna pay $60,000 is what you're gonna do to get them replaced. And then when it's $60,000, what do? You tax on your home loan. And now you owe another 5 years worth of payments. Are you why would you do that?
And there's no place to dump them.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no place to dump them. If you take them off and do it yourself, what are they going to do to you? Oh well, that's not you. They're not certified, and so now you gotta. We can't give you the tax breaks and all this other stuff.
Oh shit!
And they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. They're always gonna get you somehow, some way. Oh, did you pay the dumping fees? It's always it's just like your tire. You change your tire. You just go out and get your tire changed. Oh no! Did you know that there's a state fee to dispose of your old tire? That's you get a $5 fee to get rid of your old tire. Really, I gotta pay $5 to get rid of my old tire? Yeah, you owe us $5, or we can't throw it away. Okay, could you put it back in my truck and I'll throw it away? No, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Government, they get in there. They get in there. They get their nickel every single time, and people let them do it. They don't stand up and say no. They stick their hand out. As soon as the government offers something, they stick their hand out and go, "Well, it's free. At least I get something for my tax dollars." And you go, "No. If you take it because it's free, you're justifying their theft." And people don't understand it. You know?
Yeah.
You're saying it's a good thing you stole from me, so you give me something for free. You know, it's like at my daughter's school. Oh, it's free lunches. There's free breakfast for the kids. Well, you know what? I feed my daughter breakfast, and we pay for her lunches. You know, but all the other kids, they get free lunches and free breakfast, and it's like, why? Oh, because all these kids are underfed. They're underfed. Well, maybe these kids are underfed because you're taxing their parents so much they can't afford to buy breakfast for their kid. Do you ever think of that one? Did you ever think that maybe you're taking too much money from these people? They can't afford to buy their kid breakfast? Like, well, but I give them free breakfast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My kid went on a field trip today, and they gave her Chick-fil-A. Have you been to Chick-fil-A?
Yeah. Once.
Yeah, $10 chicken sandwiches, right? $10 freaking chicken sandwiches. My kid went on a field trip, and they gave her Chick-fil-A. I was like, I've only had Chick-fil-A once in my life. Because it's a $10 chicken sandwich. So my daughter goes on a field trip, and the teachers and all the kids had Chick-fil-A. I'm like, the school can afford $10 chicken sandwiches?
Yep.
That's obscene.
Yeah, hold on.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear's new chain, big house, fast cars, so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise or quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm designed to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
And the corruption. Big time corruption. Time to expose them all. Like you said, the schools are outrageous. It's time to expose them. A $10 fish sandwich is unbelievable. Time to expose them.
Yeah, it's a sickness, and people don't believe that things are true. Here's one. Like in the courts, the reason why everybody loses in court, when you don't have a lawyer, the reason why you can't represent yourself in court is because you don't speak the court's English, and you have to pay a lawyer because he has been authorized. He's passed the bar, and so he's authorized to speak the court's English. So he can speak for you.
I guess you haven't been watching that Arizona case then.
Which case? What are we talking about?
The Lori Daybell case. Doomsday Mom?
Doomsday? And I haven't heard about this. What Doomsday Mom? What's that?
She's already been convicted of murder in Idaho. She's been convicted of murdering of her 2 children and her husband's wife, first wife. She is now.
This is okay. This is that. Yeah, this is that the cop's wife.
No, she ain't no cop's wife. She's now on trial for conspiracy to help commit murder of her 3rd husband or 4th husband. She is now on trial.
Yeah.
She is now on trial for the conspiracy to commit murder of that husband so she could marry her husband, Chad Daybell. She helped commit murder of that guy's wife. She's got life sentence on the murder of JJ and Tylee Valor. She's already been convicted of that. So now she's on trial for her husband, Valor in Arizona. She has another case after that one for trying to kill her cousin's husband. So she still has another trial. She is acting as her own lawyer.
Right. Does the judge like stop her a lot? Does it just constantly, because that's a big sign of what you see is people try to represent themselves. The judge goes.
He's letting her have a lot of free reign. more than what normal lawyers would get, but she is getting some free reign.
Because he doesn't have to listen. If she's not speaking the court's English, he doesn't. He can't hear it. It doesn't
Right.
matter if
Right.
no one's ears can hear.
She is a Mormon. Yeah, and she believed that her kids were and people were of the devil, and she believed that she was the Holy Spirit, and she was going to go to she was a prophet and
Mormontown.
yeah, LT something church.
Yeah, Latter-day Saints.
Yeah. And Chad wrote many, many books. He's got actually death row. Chad got death row. He's on death row. Her husband. Matter of fact, they had it was a national alert for the kids. Because JJ was an autistic kid. They found the kids on his property. They were murdered, and they were found on his property, buried on his properties where they found the children. And they were honeymooning in Hawaii.
Terrible.
And they brought her back from Hawaii. He flew back from Hawaii, and she was in jail.
That sounds familiar.
And they arrested him. They dug up the kids on his property. He left the property, and they went and arrested him. And they arrested him because the kids were found on his property. And they arrested him. Yeah. They arrested him. There
had to be lots of drugs involved, no?
No drugs. No drugs.
That's sick. How do you do that with no drugs?
She believes she's a goddess. Oh no, she believes she's a goddess. I followed it through the Idaho case, and now I'm following it through the Arizona case, and I'm also following the Idaho 4 case, the Koberger case. They've had court today. He goes to trial in August. The Koberger kid goes to trial in August. We'll see what happens to him. Because he killed those 4 college students. He killed those 4 college students in that fraternity house and left 2 of them alive. They did take the death penalty off the table on that one.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, nice of them.
Yep, death penalty's off the table on that one. So.
It costs more to kill them anyway. Just stick them in a hole somewhere and forget about them.
Yep. So, and of course, I follow the Diddy case, but I don't follow that one real close.
But you know what? The sickest thing is with the laws in this country, like drug crimes, drug felony, there's no parole, and so you get 7.5 years for a drug felony, but the average murderer just 7 years. Because even if you get 15 years with time off for good behavior, you get out in 6.5 to 7 years for murder. For freaking murder.
Yeah.
They don't even give you life for murder anymore. You know,
and nowadays, you can get life sentence, and it's an automatic 25 year sentence. 25.
Right, yeah,
you're automatically up parole in 25 years.
Well, that's got to be like egregious to get 25 years these days. You know, rape. rapists get out in 3.5 years.
No.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, you do it to my sister, you get out 3.5 years, I'm gonna come looking for you. You know what I mean?
And you know, I'm
You
sorry.
give it to my wife, you get out 3.5 years, I'm looking for your ass. I'm gonna find you. I just, you know, but then I go to jail for the rest of my life, right?
You know, and you know what I don't like is we've had around my area, I have seen every week we are getting a child molester posted in our news beat. And
Right.
they're released. They are released.
Right.
And
Oh,
you know,
they get like 3.5 years tops.
no, they aren't even in jail. They aren't even in jail.
And they damage these children for life. These kids they're fucked up for the rest of their damn life.
We just had a guy who starved his child to death. Literally starved his child to death.
Could you imagine?
You know how much time he got?
I would like to say life, but it's probably like 3 months.
0 time.
Life is cheap, huh?
His child was handicapped. His child.
Oh, so that made him worth less, right?
Child was handicapped.
So there's mitigating circumstances. Really,
He got.
It's still such a malicious act. That's life. If you do something like that to another human being, you deserve to just be stuck in a hole for the rest of your life. Gone. You can't play nice with other people. You're in a hole for the rest of your life. Sorry, goodbye. Goodbye. Have fun in the showers. See ya.
And
You know, you don't deserve to walk around with other people.
the judge is up for re-election. The judge is up.
Exactly. That's what we have to do. Recall all the judges. And then we can make real reforms.
The judge is up for re-election, and
Recall that mother.
And you know what?
Father.
People told him right point blank out, don't run. Don't run.
Yeah.
Don't run. You've let child molesters go. You've let now a killer go. Don't run.
Well, yeah, I wonder why he has such a soft spot for him, huh?
Don't.
Why do you have such a soft spot for them mo's? What is it you're doing behind doors?
Because
right?
he wants you. We don't want you in office. We don't want you in office.
He's probably one of them too.
We do not want your ass in office.
All those politicians, all the movie stars, that's all they do, man.
And we told
for some reason, man.
If you don't start pushing for prosecution, we'll take you out too. Our county is sick of it. We're tired of it.
Yeah. These people are weird. You know, when I turned 30 years old, I tried to date a girl in her 20s. I just didn't like her. You know, I dated a couple girls. I was like, I just don't. They're not women yet. You know what I mean? I was like, they're just too young. I need a woman. You know what I mean? And I was like, I need a woman like. So I decided only to date women my age, like 30 or over. And I was much more satisfied because these women were actually women. You know, when they were in their 20s, they were just too much like kids still. And so I can't comprehend the appeal of these people that want to do this stuff with kids. I don't get it. You know what I mean? I have a complete disconnect from understanding them, and I just really wish they would all burn in hell. I don't understand. What is it? What is this weird attraction? You know, like is your penis so small you need something so tight? I'm like, what is it? What the frick is going on with you? You gotta have this innocent thing and you have to destroy it. You know, these kids, they're giving them life today. You know, you can't, you can't let them go outside because there's a white man around every corner. These kids, man. Like when I was a kid, I used to run when I was 5 years old. I used to ride 2 miles down to the arcade and go play putt putt. You know, I had to come home when the streetlights were on. But now, if you let your kid outside, it's like all of a sudden they don't come home because
Yeah.
all these weirdos are out there after them. It's like what is this fascination with with children?
Yeah.
You're supposed to see a kid and smile and laugh and go, yeah, I remember I was your age. Yeah, what the heck is going on with these people? What attracts them to that? I don't understand it, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, what is this stuff? And
Uh,
these judges let them off. These judges let these people off. It's probably because they're doing the same damn thing too, right?
yeah. Okay. You want to hear ye yet?
You're the what?
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'll mute up. Oh, is this Charles? Is this the king?
Yep. King Charles.
How nice it is. We're all so rich and white. What on earth is a plumber? You know, old Charlie, he's a blood drinker from way back. You know that, right? He's one of them. How's Diana, Chuck? You son of a bitch.
Dinner on the wedding day.
You know he had everything to do with Diana. You know that, right? I mean, she couldn't just run around and be rich and famous and be free from him, you know what I mean? There's no way he was going to put up with that. He looks like Count Dracula. Blah, blah. Hey, Mellows, it's your guy, dog.
He'll be back.
It's your boy, Mellows.
Presidente del Regno Unito di Gran Bretagna e Irlanda del Nord, signora Presidente del Senato, signori ministri, ambasciatori, colleghi parlamentari,
Where's Cromwell when you need him?
e gentili ospiti. Il Regno Unito e l'Italia sono legati da una storia di amicizia e di mutua ammirazione che affonda le proprie radici di secoli. Il rapporto tra i nostri paesi è contraddistinto da una profonda fiducia nei valori della libertà e della democrazia, che trova nelle istituzioni parlamentari il suo più saldo presidio. È ancora vivo nella memoria degli italiani il viaggio che la regina Elisabetta II, alla quale va il nostro più affettuoso ricordo, compì qui a Roma nel 2000 in occasione del giubileo inaugurato da San Giovanni Paolo II. Oggi, nell'anno del nuovo giubileo, il Parlamento italiano è lieto di accogliere Sua Maestà Carlo III.
Are they speaking douchebag? Is that what they're speaking right now?
Mi è inoltre particolarmente gradito salutare, a nome di tutti i colleghi parlamentari, anche Sua Maestà la Regina Consorte Camilla, proprio nella giornata in cui le loro maestà...
Was that Portuguese? Italian?
Proprio nella giornata in cui le loro maestà festeggiano il 20° anniversario di matrimonio.
Mangia bene.
La visita odierna segna un'ulteriore tappa nel cammino dei nostri paesi che si sviluppa nel segno giubilare della speranza. Questa stessa speranza tende infatti un filo invisibile che da Roma oltrepassa la Manica legando le nostre nazioni. L'origine di quei valori della Magna Carta del 1215, una pietra miliare
We can speed this up, can't we?
nella difesa delle libertà.
Can we move forward to the English part?
I'm trying to get it to English.
That's terrible.
Portare il saluto del Senato
Was he the Pope?
del Regno di Stato in Italia. È molto importante per la
Freaking Aristotle.
tornare in Italia per la nostra
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
Il momento è ancora più speciale per entrambi, dato che oggi ricorre anche il nostro 20° anniversario di matrimonio.
What is that? Yeah, are they speaking Greek? Sound Greek to me.
All right. I ain't doing that shit.
Yeah, that's what you gotta like about the Greek. If they got something to get out, they take it out of the sheet, right?
Not doing that in foreign language. No, thank you. Not foreign language.
I know. Yeah, it was Portuguese or Greek, and that was something. That's some kind of weird European stuff.
They're in Italy.
Oh, okay. Mangia bene. That's all I know. Mangia bene.
He is in Italy.
You go to Italy.
Yeah.
You get a beer in your hand. You say mangia bene, or a glass of wine. You say mangia bene, and everybody goes yeah. And you have fun.
Yep, he is in Italy.
Freaking Charles.
I
What
know.
a son of a bitch. Freaking Dracula. That guy is Dracula. I swear to God, if he's not Dracula, I don't know who is. And his mother, I mean, that lizard lady, how long was she around for? That bitch was around for like 129 years, wasn't she?
Oh.
Like, how did she live so long?
Oh.
Elizabeth, she was around for like 129 years.
Queen Elizabeth, she was in her 90s when she died.
Oh, she gotta be older than that. You know what's funny is, I like to buy the silver coins, I didn't mind the silver coins with the lizard lady on it so much. But when I looked at the coins with Charles on them, I just can't. I can't buy them.
I can't either.
I look at that son of a bitch. I was like, I'll buy the Maple Leaf.
It's like I can't stomach Harry.
I'm like, I'll buy the Kangaroo. I'll buy the Krugerrands. I'll buy. I just can't buy that damn Charles, man.
Hold on, just a second. Just had somebody at my door. FedEx.
Where you at? You're in.
I'm in
I
upstate
want
New
to
York.
say you're in New York.
I'm in upstate New York.
Wow. I was there once when I was a kid. My mother had a friend who had some property, and they would go hunting and stuff.
I am.
I want to say Rochester. Is that a place?
Yep.
I was very young.
Rochester's up by Niagara Falls.
Yeah, it was way. Yeah, we went up through Canada and then came down.
Yep.
This is what we did.
Yep. Rochester.
My stepfather had family in Idaho. I'm in SoCal, so we drove up through. Then we went through to Idaho, and then we drove up through Canada. Then we came down to New York, and we did actually stay there twice. Then we went down to the capital and all, and came back up. It was a lot of fun. I liked it up there. I was like, man, I would rather SoCal.
I am by Syracuse.
Hello. Oh man. Hello. Are you there? Mama Bear, are you there? Yeah, somebody called and messed my whole thing up.
Yep, I'm here.
Let's try this.
Oh, Trump
Okay,
signing.
you there?
Yep.
There we
You
go.
there?
I'm back on. Okay. Yeah, I got it back.
Oh, Trump signing a new executive order. What's this executive order?
Oh no. You can't You can't write on sidewalks with chalk anymore.
Oh, he's signing a bunch of executive orders.
Children can't use belts to hold up their pants. And no more shoelaces. Everybody has to wear slip-on shoes or sandals.
Oh God, what's he signing?
I think, or hairspray is free now because he needs more hairspray.
God, what's he signing now?
I mean, is his comb over getting ridiculous now, or what? I mean, come on, like that comb over he's got. That thing's a parachute at this point, isn't it?
I think we're in great
Like, let's be for real.
So thank you
What's
very
he
much.
signing now?
Look at that. Look at that hair. It's a surfboard.
And
Look at that thing.
one for a man named Mike Huckabee. Does anyone know Mike Huckabee?
What the hell's he signing now?
Ambassador to Israel. And they're thrilled to have him, that I can tell you. Go ahead.
What the hell's he signing now?
Confirmed Governor Huckabee to be
Free nuts for all squirrels. That's what he said. All squirrels deserve a free nut. This stupid red tie. I just want to choke him with that tie. Am I a serial killer? Do you ever watch Saturday Night Live? Do you ever watch that guy on Saturday Night Live that impersonates him?
Apollo.
Gonna bring home the bacon.
Something to do with Mike Huckabee.
My uncle. Really? What did Huckabee do? Oh, is Huckabee? Is he a pedo?
Congratulations to Mike Huckabee.
No.
Yeah.
Sir, this is a big one. As you've consistently
Huckabee's a pedo?
restoring our maritime dominance.
Damn, I thought that guy was all good.
From shipbuilding to
That sucks.
merchant marine that's capable of supporting American military efforts, really up and down the line, restoring maritime.
They're all evil, aren't they?
This administration.
Every single one of them.
Was prepared primarily by your National Security Council staff and National Security.
Hey, look at the flag behind Trump. You see that American flag behind Trump?
Significant policies.
Yeah.
All aimed at.
Can you see the way you can't see the edges?
That we have the shipbuilding capacity and ability to.
Because the edges on that flag have the gold fringes. Because it's no, yeah, and the gold fringes mean it's the U.S. Customs flag, which is because we're still in a state of emergency for the Civil War, and it's a true thing. People don't realize this. It's actually really true. For the Civil War, this nation has never come out of a state of emergency from the Civil War. It's a true thing. People don't realize this, but it's true. It sounds like conspiracy bullshit, but if you saw the flag behind him, you would see there's gold fringes on that flag. That's why they're hiding the edges.
Defense procurement. Our current defense procurement process has been criticized by many folks on both sides of the aisle as being too slow to adapt.
It's a weird thing to do.
Technologies not delivering the sorts of weapons.
The gold fringes means it's U.S. Customs flag. It's a weird thing, but it's true. I used to think that was conspiracy bullshit and stuff, but I saw it a lot. I was like, why is the president always in front of a flag that has gold fringes? And I looked it up. It's because it's the U.S. Customs flag, and that is because we're still in a state of emergency. It's a weird thing, but it's true.
Horrible. I'll tell you, they're horrible. That process is ridiculous. What they do, they get the highest.
And I'm not one of those moon landing guys, okay?
Equipment, and we're changing it. We're going to change it.
Although at this point,
It's a very.
I'm not sure I know we landed on the moon. Just because they said we did.
I want to say hello to Brooks. Well, look at Brooks. You got the cost of eggs down 87%. 87%, Governor. We have somebody that's done a great job at Department of Agriculture, and Christine Ohm, who perhaps a few of them have heard of. She has done the most unbelievable job as somebody that's.
Hey, Mulder.
Yeah.
Did you know that NASA gets $69 million
Tremendous people. So thank you.
Yep.
a day?
Who would think that she's
A day?
like meant for that job?
Sorry, Mama.
Every single day, NASA gets 69 million tax dollars per day. Did you know that?
No.
Per day. How sick is that? What are they really doing with that money? How are they laundering that money and giving it to other people? Like, you can't tell me NASA needs $69 million a day. But look at it, they get $69 million a day. You can't tell me they're using that money. Like, where's that money really going? $69 million a day. Because, you know, a million is a thousand thousands. But a billion is a million millions. Right? So a billion is a much bigger number than a million because a million is a thousand thousands. But a billion is a million millions. And a trillion is a billion billions. Right?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me.
So
Hold on. I want to hear.
so a million really isn't that much. Yeah, turn it up. I can't hear it. Turn it up and I'll mute.
I can't turn it up anymore because they're.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and memorandum, all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority for administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you call the war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir.
Sinks and toilets.
Dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a
There's
huge
no
deal.
water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one.
You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers are not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do.
An executive order about shower heads.
You wash your
That's
hands.
what he's doing?
In my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. So it's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve it so it's memorialized. We're going to try and get all of these things, including straws, a little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting, they were dissolving, they weren't working well. And we went back to the.
Do you know he's never made money? He's never made $1 in real estate. Do you know that? He never made $1 in real estate. He went bankrupt 4 times.
You know, it's going to be a long.
Did you watch that King Charles speech?
Yes. And so we're changing. It's a big deal. I did it.
It was in Italian, brother. We couldn't understand it.
He was speaking in Italian, was he?
Well, everybody was.
Did you not skip it forward to the King's speech?
So once you skip forward, but everyone was speaking Italian. It looked like the Pope was about to come out.
500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that.
With the altar boys and everything.
Approved by Congress, so they're memorialized.
Chicken waffles.
It's very important. And Congress is going to start working on it.
Now we're looking at Trump. He's about to eat chicken and waffles.
Beautiful deal done. A big deal.
I think.
That's in the history of our country.
At least his hair is waffles, right?
It's like have some noodles. I don't want noodles. Enough.
I'll give her anything.
Hey, Mellows, man.
What's going on? Sorry, man.
How you been, brother?
I'm all right, man. I just went and got a takeaway.
You really that displeased to hear from me after all this time?
No, why would I, man? How you been? You good?
I ain't talked to you. Was it been 6 months?
I have no idea. Probably, maybe less.
No, I ain't seen you. I ain't talked to you like at least 6 months, man. How you
It's
been,
like
brother? Man, I want
time
to know
on
how
the
you doing.
time on
How's
the
your
internet
life?
feels a lot longer, man. You know, a week feels like a month. Month feels like a year.
How's your life? How you doing?
Life stinks. I'm okay. You know, usual shit. Different day.
Come on, man. It's gotta be better than that.
It's usual shit.
Come on.
Different day, bro. You know, trying to.
How's your music coming? How's all that going on?
I'm setting up myself my new command center. Once that's up and running, we will be cracking. We'll
You
be
got a new
cracking.
computer going?
A new couple of computers, yeah.
Did you build it? Did you build your own computer this time?
No, it was kindly donated to me by someone, my friend.
I'm telling you, you can build one, man. It's not that hard. You can build a badass. But hey, I mean, if me and you can stream or something, I can help you. But it's not so hard. And you're a smart guy. You can really do it. You can really build yourself a badass computer for half
Yeah,
the price. I'm telling
yeah. That's
you.
the
You're a smart
problem.
guy. You can do it.
Even at half the price, it's like it's a mountain for me to climb at the moment, man. I'm skint, bro. That's why I'm relying on. You know what I mean?
Well, I get you.
If I had the money, I wouldn't be sitting around waiting for somebody to, sort me out a
So
computer.
you've been working? You've been working a lot or what?
No, I'm not working, man.
Well, that's good. Hey, working sucks. At least you're not working.
Sucks that I'm not working. You mean? Yeah,
Oh,
when
you
you're
okay? I
working.
was say you want to work. Okay. Yeah, but hey, working sucks anyway, doesn't it? Being told what to do, you got a boss. Screw them anyways, right?
Yeah, it's getting
You
there.
know, the last boss I had, I liked. No, I can't remember that guy. Do you remember the last boss you had that you liked? I probably listened to my wife. At least when she tells me something to do, it's worthwhile.
You're married, right?
Well, of course.
You got kids, right?
Yeah, when she tells me something to do, it's worthwhile.
So, if you didn't think you got a boss, you're wrong. Your kids boss you around every day. Daddy, I need. Daddy, I need.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah, they're the real bosses. Yeah, yeah. Those when my kid comes home and time for homework, gotta get to work. You know,
Don't think you don't have a boss.
because I ain't raising no dumbass. That's for sure. Hey, uh, we're going on the eighth semester straight. My kid is on a principal's honor roll. Never had more than two B's, and this year she's getting straight A's. Can I get applause for that one? She deserves it, man. My kid, she works her butt off. I love that girl. She works very hard. I give her all the credit. No, Mello's dipped out, huh? No, yeah, the kid's the boss. The kids are the boss, and the wife is the boss. You know, that's what us guys do, right? We hold the line.
So don't ever say you don't have a boss. You're not a boss, babe, because they boss you around more than a boss does.
I know, but I don't mind listening to them. You know what I mean? That I expect. You know,
How many kids you got?
I got just the one. I didn't want to. I didn't want to fucking more than one, so I only had one.
I had 5.
Oh my gosh!
So try having 5 kids
You know that's a lot of love, though. You know,
and
good for you.
work full time.
Yeah, I couldn't. I couldn't do it, man. We thought about a second one, but we both were like, nah. We're barely making it with one, and we just didn't want to bring a second one. You know what I mean? We're doing okay. I mean, it's not like we're destitute or anything. Like, you know, we got a home, and so we just didn't want to. But now I wish my daughter had, you know, a sibling. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, maybe we should have a second one. I wish we didn't think about it. You know, the more the merrier. And I envy people like you. You know, you got the big family. You got it all.
We had 3 girls and 2 boys.
That's beautiful.
And well, 2 were mine, 3 were his, but they're all ours.
Right.
And they all lived with us. He had custody of his, I had custody of mine, and we made one happy family. And
right on.
I was mom, he was dad. We were one happy family. And you know, the kids were, you know, they grew up together. They were young when we got together, so they grew up together. They're very close now. Even though we got them from California to Kentucky to New York, you know, we're across the country. 11 grandchildren. They're all married. They all own their own homes. You know, they're all successful.
That's beautiful.
So I'm lucky.
Yeah, you know, well, that's the great thing is, you know, you stay together, and it's like I really realized that, you know, when my daughter was born, I was like, you know, what really ruined me, and you know, and I see my old lady too, and it was the broken home,
Yeah.
and so that was, we vowed, you know what, we're staying together, no matter the fuck what.
Well,
No matter how much we hate each other, we'll work it the fuck out. We're going to stay together. We're not going to ruin this child. You know what I mean? We'll let her know because whenever one parent leaves, they think it's their fault, and no matter what you do, they think it's their own damn fault, and you can't undo that.
Well, my husband and I split up after the kids were gone. We split up because of he couldn't deal with my accident and my disability. Because he couldn't deal
I
with
guess
me.
you just proved me wrong.
It wasn't to do with the kids, but we split up after the kids were gone. He could, you know, I was a truck driver. I got hurt driving truck, and I could no longer drive truck.
Wow.
And that was the dream of us driving truck together, and the dream was gone. And he couldn't.
When you
handle
were a truck bike driver back then, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Being a truck driver from back in the day.
Yeah. He couldn't handle that I could no longer drive truck. I was the local truck driver. He was a long haul truck driver. And the dream was once the kids were gone, I would start driving long haul. I didn't.
Right.
I was still driving local because my son was in the military. And I didn't want to start driving long haul until my son came home from war.
Right.
I wanted to wait till he was back home, and then
so they were raised. They were raised before you guys split up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, that's what I mean. You know, if you split it before they're raised, we split up when they're little kids.
No.
The kids internalize it.
They were graduated and out of the house before we split up.
Yeah, like my parents split up when I was 2. And when her parents split up when she was like 3, and you know, and the kid, you internalize that, and it just ruins you.
No.
So we were like, no matter what we do, we stay the freaking together. This kid's gonna understand.
No.
Nothing's her freaking fault.
No,
You know?
we had grandchildren when we split up. The grandchildren took it hard.
Yeah. But that's a little different because that's not where they live every day, and it's not where they eat and sleep and shit and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's not where they, you know. And then I just know I went through it, and it was. I didn't realize how much it affected me until I was out of it, and I really saw, you know.
Yeah.
My sister got into drugs and all that kind of stuff, and it was something I never gravitated towards, you know. And I had to pull her out of that whole thing, and but I had also, you know, I had my own freaking damage too that I had to get over and get my head straight, and you know, once I finally did all that, it was like, you know, now I'm married, and then that didn't work out. We didn't have a kid, so I was like, okay, great, it's time to go. And then, but then I met somebody else who was okay. Now we're pregnant. What am I going to do? And it's just, so we said, okay. We shook hands and said, it's to the fucking end. And that's it. We don't care. I don't care if the wheels fall off. We're sticking. And that's it. If I hate you and you hate me, we have to get the fuck over it. We're going to have to work it out. It's just how it's going to have to go. We got to figure it out. You know, it's not about us anymore. Once you got kids, it ain't about you. You know that. Once you have a kid, it's not about you anymore.
Yeah.
Right? It's their life. And you gotta live that.
Yepper.
That's been the biggest joy of my entire life. You know, I thought it was the end, you know. And I do miss the casinos, I do miss the bars, and yeah, I do miss my single, you know, man lifestyle, and you know, going playing poker 3 nights a week. You know,
yeah,
with $1,000 in my pocket. I miss that shit, but you know what? I mean, the joy of this friggin' kid, you know, with the way she's so talented, this and that, and God, I just love it. You know, it's so amazing when I get home and she says, "Daddy," you know, there's nothing better. There's just nothing better, man.
Oh, it's time for a music song.
I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace, and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke some more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking, man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first they care of it. So now, I smoke 2 joints when I get up. In the car, I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints when I play video gaming and every 10,000 points. I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke some more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking, man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first they care of it. So now, I smoke 2 joints in the morning, I smoke 2 joints at night. I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Smoke 2 joints, that's what I do. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the morning. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the afternoon. Yeah, yeah. Smoke 2 joints, smoke 2 joints. I'm gonna do your homework. Smoke 2 joints. I knew you were gonna say that. Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints. That's what I do. Smoke 2 joints.
We just passed 420.
That's coming up in a few days. We're past April Fools. You know, my father remarried on April 1st. So we could never believe him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he called me and said, I got remarried. It was April 1st. I said, okay, yeah, I'm stupid.
My dad used to say, I didn't get married. I didn't change my name. She did. I didn't change my name. She did. That's what he used to say. I used to laugh at him. You there, Mellows? Or did you disappear on us again?
He disappeared. He didn't want to talk to me.
Sorry, guys.
Who's
I
the
was
guy,
just
man?
I'm munching away over here. Stuff in my face. What was that?
What you eating? Anything good?
I got a Chinese. I went out to get a fish and chips and ended up with a Chinese.
I just threw in a pizza.
I think it put some enchiladas in the microwave.
I just threw in a pizza.
Yeah. Oh. Did you didn't play it then? It was all in Italian.
Yeah, it's all in Italian.
Did you skip it forward to the King's speech?
And he's talking in Italian.
Yeah, it was all Italian, bro. I wasn't sure if it was Portuguese or Italian.
It's all in Italian. I tried
Freaking Dracula.
to change it to English for the closed caption, and it was so freaking confusing you couldn't understand shit.
Hey, Mellows, you've seen him on the coins, right?
He butchered the
That
Italian
fool looks
language.
like Dracula. On the
Sounds
British
like he
coins, that
butchered
fool
the
looks like
Italian
Dracula.
language.
Mellows, it's so bad that it's not funny. His hands are so swollen.
His face is all bruised from drinking the adrenochrome. Oh wait, you can't say that. Huh?
He needs to go, man. He needs to retire, resign, abdicate, wherever the case may be. He needs to just stop getting involved.
He needs to go to Stonehenge and lay down.
He was just in the hospital. He was in the hospital last week.
What business has he got in Italy, for fuck's sake?
He's still under treatments for his cancer.
Well, he owns it, all right.
What business does he have in Italy, giving the speech to the Italian parliament? And what business is that of his?
None.
Get the fuck over here and sort your own fucking shit out over here.
Well, he owns the banks, right? He owns the shares in all the banks that own everything.
Shit.
Right.
Everything he owns, he stole. Just like the rest of them.
They rushed. Daryl Henry got rushed out of court today.
Who did?
Harry. He got rushed out of court today.
For what?
Well, he's there fighting. He's still fighting to get security.
Basically.
He thinks he can get security back again. And he got lippy with the judge today, and they rushed him out of court after he got lippy.
Oh, the guy from Utah.
And they rushed him out of court.
Well, he had a heart attack or some shit.
You don't get lippy with the judge over there. He got warned yesterday. He got lippy yesterday, and then he got lippy again today.
Hey, in England, in the UK, do you guys elect your judges, or are they self-appointed?
He's self-appointed.
They're all self-appointed.
Yeah, they select them amongst themselves.
That's sick.
Yep.
Well, and here it's the same thing, but we act like we elect.
You want to know what their hearings look like?
We pretend.
We're too stupid to select our own judges, so we have to rely on their expertise.
Here's what their hearings look
So
like.
I've dealt with my first point. The second, and the reason for the first point.
That's what their hearings look like.
At paragraph 54 of Lee McFarland, policy
There's
statements
their
are a
hearing.
important source of individual rights and correspondence. He said,
There's their
critically,
appeal hearing.
Again, I quote, the decision maker may depart from the policy, but until he has done so, the citizen is entitled to ask in a court of law whether he fails.
I don't know what he did, but he got
By contrast,
escorted
the role
out.
of the court in assessing good reason is to assess the
So I don't know what he did.
in the appellate committee. That is wrong. He was not followed on the application of that test to the facts, but the appellate committee was very clear that it was accepted per articulation
But he,
on Sneddon, where in this appeal, very important. But, and I know the court has this point.
boy, does he look pissed.
Well, can I start by thanking counsel and solicitors, parties for the concise way in which submissions have been addressed and the very focused, helpful submissions we've received. Plainly, we will take our time to consider our judgments. I'm afraid it is most unlikely that you will get any outcome before the Easter break. But we will try and do our work as quickly as we can. We understand the importance of the appeal. When we deliver the judgment, we will first let counsel have it in draft. Because of the confidentiality issues, it's likely that the ring for any draft judgment and any annex or redacted version of the draft judgment is going to be quite tight, so nobody should expect to see it. But if you do see it, it is only for the purposes of agreeing order and costs and disposition, and for no other purpose, as you will all be well aware. And it's most important that those strictures are observed and that we only get typographical.
So how about Russell? What about Russell Brand? Is he guilty or what?
Can't talk about it. No.
But so if you deal with it like that, it's likely that the time you
can't talk about it
because of the sensitivity of this case will be very short indeed. So you had better have a team on all sides standing by. I don't expect leading counsel necessarily to be available to deal with this when it comes out, but you should on each side, you've got plenty of lawyers, you should have a team standing by to deal with it within 24 hours of the absolute outside, basically at any time. I'm afraid we will.
Under the laws of the UK, the case cannot be discussed.
You're talking about the Russell Brand thing?
Right. It cannot be discussed.
That's fair.
Mellows can get in trouble.
That's fair.
Okay.
Wait till the evidence, right? Wait till the evidence comes out, then you can discuss things.
Nope. Cannot be discussed due to the allegations and because of the court, because Mellows does not have a license. And due to the nature of the crime, it cannot be discussed, and jeopardizing Mellows, we are not going to discuss it here on this channel.
Okay. Understand.
I will not jeopardize Mellows and our channel.
No, I had no idea that things were like that. I had no idea things were like that at all. Otherwise, I would have brought it up.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Due to the legalities of it in the UK and their court systems, I will not put Mellows.
I was just really trying to get some insight on what the evidence was and all that kind of stuff. But if you can't discuss it, can't discuss it.
Yeah, due to the legalities of the court systems over there. Matter of fact, the victims cannot even be discussed. Nothing. Their court systems are very strict.
Wow.
Strict.
Are you allowed to mention the person's name?
Okay.
They brought new legislation in over here that criminalizes anybody. It criminalizes free speech, basically.
Yeah. This is what. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what it's doing.
Yep.
We are in the end times. We are at war. Anybody wants to still believe that I'm over exaggerating and going and what was the other word that they use? But anyway,
jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's real. There's a war out there, and it's not against Ukraine and whatever. It's basically against these people who want control and those people who don't have control. Basically, we the people, we're all under fire, every single one of us, in every single country, because those at the very top are hell-bent on regaining control over all of us in a tyrannical dictatorship style. They intend to carve the world up and divide it amongst themselves and turn us all into their debt slaves, basically. They're cattle. That's what we are to them, sheep, like chickens in a farm.
Well, yeah. Hey, I think I can talk about this. Stop me if I can, but Trump was talking about these dollar-backed cryptos that are going to come out. And I think that's how they're going to get us to beg for the digital dollar. These dollar-backed cryptos that the Fed is going to introduce. Right? Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
And that's how they're going to get it. They're going to offer us dividends and coupons, and they're going to get us all wanting to use the dollar-backed cryptos. Right? And that's the gateway right there. Right? And so they're going to get us all, if you use the dollar-backed crypto, you get 10% off, you get 20% off, and you get paid a dividend and this and that. So they're going to get us to beg for it because they know they're trying to force it on us. We're going to reject it, right? Especially
the money,
America, right?
The programmable money that they intend to replace the current currency they'll
Right.
be able to put a time limit on it, for instance, or restrictions on what you can use with it. You know, you won't be able to purchase beef or chicken, for example, if you've had
Right.
enough meat and they want to cut you down on your meat consumption. They can
Well,
restrict
that's all going to come. That's all
to
going to come
buy
after the fact.
fuel, food, anything they want, transportation,
Right.
whatever they want. They can program
That's
it.
all going to. That's all going to come after the fact. But before the fact,
If you
they're
don't
going to
spend
offer
it,
us.
they'll give you a certain credit, right? And if you don't spend it in the month, it'll just disappear. That way we will never be able to get ahead or get. They did warn
Right.
us. In the future, you will own nothing, and you'll be happy.
Right.
Because most of you will be 6 foot under.
That's why I tell everybody, buy a home now. Start buying metals and saving. And
This is what
you're gonna have
my
to get
my
outside the
fear.
system.
My fear is those people. They've come up with a solution to solve their problems, right? And how do they do it? They'll just come and take your shit, bro, and make a law that they can do it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Make it illegal for you to have this. Make it, and then it's contraband, and then we've got to confiscate it because you're not allowed to have it. This is the game that they're playing.
Well, it's like these electric cars. They're gonna spend all their money on these electric cars, and then what's the next thing come down the pipe? It's gonna be
Electric cars are
it's gonna
good
be
for them.
the hydrogen cars, and now you have to buy a hydrogen. You have to sell your electric car and buy a hydrogen car.
Electric
Right.
cars are good for them because they can just turn them off anytime they want, right?
Right. Well, yeah. The way cars are going, yeah, they're gonna be able to switch.
And it'll be just a useless fucking lump of metal. You know what I mean? What are you going to do with it?
And everybody will freaking buy in, and people just keep making their
They need us
payments.
to demand. They need us to demand our own chains of our own oppression. They want us to
Exactly.
demand those chains.
Well,
Please,
yeah, that's their
they'll
game.
turn us all against each
They
other.
get
So
you
when
to
we see
want it. They
one
get you
free
to want it.
person,
They get you to beg for it.
and then when we see one free person exercising his freedoms, we won't allow him to exercise his freedoms because we're not allowed to.
Like what was 2 years ago in SoCal? They put on the ballot to raise the gas price, to tax the gas by 10 cents more a gallon, and people voted it. People in California voted for an extra 10 cents a gallon tax. They actually voted for it.
Yeah,
I was like, "What are you idiots?
that's the
Why would
insane.
you vote
But
to get taxed?"
it could be just the illusion of voting, right? I mean, they just corral a handful of people to do it, and then all of a sudden they told us we don't know how many people voted. We're relying on them to count the fucking votes.
Well, yeah, true with the electric voting machines and all that stuff, we don't know. We truly don't know. But when you talk to people, and I've talked to people, they're like, "Yeah, I voted for that," because it's like it's just another 10 cents. Like, do you not understand how 10 cents compiles? Every 10 gallons, that's $1. Do you not understand that? It's $1.30 every tank. You don't get that? And they're like, "Oh, it's not that much." And I'm like, "That's a lot over your freaking lifetime. That's a lot of money." They're like, "Oh, it's not that much." I'm like, "Are you freaking serious? You voted for this?"
The country is almost totally energy sufficient, right? We export energy because we produce more than we need. But somehow they've positioned us in a situation where we're buying energy from foreign countries, right? Even though we've got more than enough, we're selling it and we're buying it. Why? What the fuck is going on? Man? Why are we buying energy when we don't need it? And why are we paying triple the prices of the energy when we can just get the shit ourselves and we don't have to charge ourselves in it? You know what I mean? We don't have to rip ourselves off. You know what I mean? What the fuck is going on here? It's just
Well, then, like atomic energy, they made us so afraid of atomic energy. But really, if you really look at atomic energy, like it's the way to go, and it would make so much sense
Yeah, it
It's like
is the
air
way to,
travel.
it is the way to go. But in order for you to go that way while preventing other countries from going that way at the same time, you got to play this game, right? Oh no, we can't have it. Oh no, no one can have it. Oh, it's so dangerous. Oh, only we can have it because we're the best and we know what
Right.
we're doing. You can't have it because you don't know what you're doing. We can't trust you to have it, but we can trust ourselves to have it. What up,
Right.
hypocrisy bullshit, right?
You people live in sand. You don't understand atomics.
Yeah, a bunch of camel fuckers. What do they know?
Really? It's just so stupid. And people just go, "You're right. Okay, okay. I'll listen to the guy with the surfboard for hair and a red tie. Okay."
Well, you notice how you watch these mainstream media, right? And you know, 1 minute they haven't got a clue. They get everything wrong, right? It turns out everything they said was fucking incorrect, right? And then they just, you know, as a matter of fact, they know exactly what was happening, what's going on. They've got all the inside information, and they're giving you it as if they've got this informed consent, but all they're doing is reading off a script that somebody gave them. And they didn't know anything what they just said until 5 minutes ago when they got the script. There's no research. Someone else does the research for them. So they don't have to fucking worry about, you know, is it real? Is it not? Is it true? Is it true? Is it not? They don't have to worry about it. You give me the script, bro. I'll read this shit. You know what I mean? It's not true. All right, never mind. Give me
You
something
know,
else.
there was an article after Trump got elected the first time, and a guy did a study. He went over to ask Trump voters, you know, what's questions, and he nailed it down to where he realized why people like Trump so much, and it's because he says everything twice, right? He says,
Because
"Oh,
it's a simple one. The reason why everybody loves Trump is because he tells them exactly what they wanted to hear, right? He told them exactly what they wanted to hear. He told them exactly what they needed to hear, and they voted for him. And then
but
fucking
he says everything
oh
twice." He goes,
what? He ain't gonna fulfill his promises. Oh no! Oh, is he just gonna be like another dirty politician, like lies to us like the others? Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, we're so shocked and surprised that he lied to us. Oh no! Oh, you
he's the
fucking
TV
moron!
you're fired guy. He's the guy who came on TV and said you're fired. Did you know the TV was Trump's only successful venture? It's the only thing he ever made money at his entire life.
Well, that and the presidency.
Well, okay, yeah, he made money there too, yeah. But before that,
He was
when he was
bankrupt.
elected the first time,
He
he
was
owed
bankrupt.
$400 million to Deutsche Bank, which is
Yeah.
owned by a Russian oligarch, and he should have never been allowed to even
And who
run
was
for
it that bailed him
president.
out?
How can you owe $400 million to a foreign power and get elected American president? Well, I mean, you talk about a conflict of interest.
Who
I
was
mean,
it that bailed him out? You
Deutsche
remember?
Bank bailed him out because he bought all those golf courses. He tried to buy his way into the PGA. The PGA rejected him and moved, and PGA in fact moved all their tournaments from the golf courses that he owned, and so the golf courses that he bought, they all sunk in value, and so he went over to Deutsche Bank and they loaned him $400 million, and that was like a year before he ran for president. It was like, wait a minute, but the owner of Deutsche Bank is a Russian oligarch. The guy is a gangster. That's the guy that goes and meets him at Mar-a-Lago. He's our fucking president. The guy who's rubbing elbows with a Russian gangster, and he's allowed to be our fucking president. Like, how stupid are you, fucking people? Can't you read an article? Can't you research something? But you tell people, they go, "Oh, you don't get it. I don't get what? I don't get okay." And then what? He appoints fucking 6 bankers to his cabinet, and I'm the one who doesn't get it. I mean, how am I the one who doesn't get it? It's just insanity. We're living in this weird, some kind of strange world that if this is reality, I'm not sure I understand what is. I mean, I might as well just watch episodes of Scooby Doo all day.
We're in a simulation, man.
Okay. Well, Letitia James is no different in pulling the wolves over people's eyes, because Letitia James lied on her bank apps to get her houses too, because she fudged paperwork to get her homes. The AG that prosecuted Trump.
Oh, that was all after the fact. That was all that bull crap.
Bullshit!
Biden versus Trump stuff.
I live in New York.
Did he go to jail for it?
Just like Hochul's husband is the attorney for the food vendors that built for the stadium, the Buffalo Bills Stadium. Let's also talk about the money that was seized from the Indian reservations to build that stadium.
No, I was talking about the Trump trials. It was just all for show. It was all. I was talking about the Trump trials. I didn't mean to say what. I didn't mean to say that your Letitia thing.
Politician is crooked, no matter who they are.
I want to know one politician that isn't a dirty fucking sellout cunt. I just want to know one of them. If anyone knows
right?
one politician who's not a dirty sellout fucking motherfucking cunt, I want to know which one that is, because I want to fucking praise him.
There isn't one. What's his name? RFK, right?
Fuck him, the lying bastard. Look how he fucking turned out.
Just like, Como. I love Como. Got pissed off because the cop was dating his daughter. So what did he do? He shipped him up north, as far north as he could, to the Canadian border so he could be near his daughter. Yep. I love that one. We need to do a song. How crooked can they get? How crooked can they be? Is that Nash one, that newest Nash video? Mellows?
It's the newest one, yeah.
You been working on any blues, Mellows?
Tune on the confident low show. I'm on a low show. So that means the man is down low and a confident brother, but it never would show. You understand that? Talk shit but never know. But hey, I got man that never would know. So people ask questions about me, I don't mind that. Fucking that's hype made me hot that. So for hey, brothers on his ass, never would pass. Bro, confident about me, I'm confident about myself. Hey, I wouldn't drop you on that pass. I wouldn't put you on your fucking ass. Bro, a man to a man. You don't even need to show that, Dan. You know what I mean? It's that way. I'm a confident brother and I wouldn't show, because I wouldn't fucking drop you, though.
I didn't show low, show that means man lol with them, but never show understand that talk shit but never know. But I got man that never know, so people ask questions about them. I don't mind that fucking, that's how I bet me had dough. So fucking brothers on his ass, never would pass. Bro confident about me, I confident about myself. I wouldn't drop you on that pass, I wouldn't put you on your fucking ass, bro. A man don't even need to show that they know what I mean. It's that way. Comforting brother, I wouldn't show, cause I wouldn't fucking drop you though. I didn't low, show that means man low with them, but never show understand that talk shit but never know. But I got man that never know. So people ask questions about me, I don't mind that fucking. That's how it make me have that. So fuck it, brothers on his ass, never would pass. Broken forward and about me, I confident then about myself. I wouldn't drop you on that pass, I wouldn't put you on your fucking ass, bro. A man, or a man don't even need to show that they know what I mean. It's that way, a comforting brother, I wouldn't show. Cause I wouldn't fucking drop you though. I done them low, I done them show low. Show that means my low. But never show understand that talk shit but never know. But I got man that never know. So people ask questions about me, I don't mind that fucking. That's how it make me have that. So fuck it, brothers on his ass, never would pass. Broken forward and about me, I confident then about myself. I wouldn't drop you on that pass, I wouldn't put you on your fucking ass, bro. A man, or a man don't even need to show that they know what I mean. It's that way, I comforting brother that I wouldn't show. Cause I wouldn't fucking drop you though. Yeah. Gonna fucking drop you though. Yeah. Gonna fucking drop you though. I dent it low, show that means man low with them. But never show understand that talk shit but never know. But I got man that never know. So people ask questions about me, I don't mind that fucking. That's how it make me have that. So fuck it, brothers on his ass, never would pass. Broken forward and about me, I confident then about myself. I wouldn't drop you on that pass, I wouldn't put you on your fucking ass, bro. A man, or a man don't even need to show that they know what I mean. It's that way, I comforting brother, I wouldn't show. Cause I wouldn't fucking drop you though. I wouldn't show. Cause I wouldn't fucking drop you.
Thank you, Marvo.
No problem.
Yeah, still waiting to do a part 2 on that one.
I got a good one.
What, for a part 2? We do need to make some new songs for the show. Sorry, guys, I haven't been around doing my thing. Let's see what we can play. I might have some new songs to play. Hang on. When I mean new songs you haven't heard.
Those that don't know, we did have a birthday. Friday was Grim's birthday. So if everybody wants to jump over to the Grim Reaper's channel and wish Grim Reaper a happy birthday, belated birthday, it would be much appreciated. But Friday was Grim's birthday. Jump over to his channel on one of his posts and wish him a happy birthday. He was down to Mellows for the weekend, and they had a little birthday for him. We were all in Jitsu singing him happy birthday and wishing him happy birthday. It was kind of fun.
do need to work on some new songs. All right, let's play some old songs then. Fuck it.
I hope nobody had anything coming from China to Amazon, because Amazon has canceled inventory orders from China.
I can't remember what this one was.
Hey, Apollo, won't you please shut the fuck up? Wanda strummed her sixth string while Mama Bear found her voice. As Apollo rambled on, we had no other choice in a world of endless chatter.
Apollo, shut the fuck up. Oh, shit. Where else can we can play this one.
Shining high in the dark blue sky. Let's dance tomorrow is far underneath the moon's bright eye. Feel the beat of our feet on the ground, lively and free. The night is young, the world is asleep. Together, just you and me, dancing in the moonlight, holding hands so tight, spinning through the midnight. Everything feels so right. The breeze whispers our song in a world where we belong. Every moment pure as gold. This love will never grow old. Laughing loud, glowing bright, soft shadows in the light. Time stops with every twirl. You are my whole world. Dancing in the moonlight, holding hands so tight, spinning through the midnight. Everything feels so right. Laughing loud, glowing bright, soft shadows in the light. Time stops with every twirl. You are my whole world. Oh, dancing in the moonlight, holding hands so tight, spinning through the midnight. Everything feels so right.
All right, this is If You Know, You Know. I played this one the other day. See if I don't know if Apollo's still here, but
Yeah, he is. He asked what was that song.
here we go. He's gonna like this one.
Believing she was innocent, Itamianita to Santiago, and almost out of duty. Ilang pesanap subs, and the crickets went silent. The light of understanding, mechanic sigrato meno. And I won't say as a man the things she whispered to me. Yeah, tenoy Andra, she swore she was free. When I took her to the Rari, Naila was crying in front of me. She told me softly, Otimada puseme trela. I asked her why she cried. Kikini mui Betsy. My touch is not the same now. I'm not your Naila anymore. I gave myself to another man. I'm not your Naila anymore. Naila, tell me why you leave me. A noite a fucsia risposta acabou. Come back to me. Stop searching for other roads. Sissy Coro, because without your love, my heart just breaks apart. They told me yesterday, Roses, over some I hear ya, that you got married last month. Que horemi nos dijimos. Somebody else in my place. Τα είχε βάλει τα κλάμα. Το cross in my arms, I said I don't care. Ούτε να τραβήξω σφαίρα, no cushion. Ούτε να ρίξω μέσα να στεναγμούς μου stones at your balcony. You got married. Καλή τύχη. May you live 100 years in happiness. Κι όταν έρθει η ώρα του θανάτου σου, I can't forgive if at the altar το όνομά μου το ξέχασες. For my mother's honor, I swear I hold no grudge. Αλλά επειδή ο άντρας σου είναι πλούσιος, I leave you this prophecy. When the dawn comes, θα ονειρευτείς πως ήσουν δική μου. And you remember the evening που τα χείλη μου σε φίλησαν. You wake up crying and you will call yourself coward, coward. Just as I say it now, because he was not your boyfriend. Ούτε ο άντρας σου, ούτε ο εραστής σου. He was the one who loved you the most. Και αυτό μου. And now that's good. Να σου στείλει άλλη τιμωρία. Just that when you sleep in his arms, you dream of me.
I like that one.
Yeah, if you know, you know. The link is in the chat. Give it a like and a share. That was a good tune. I like that one.
Yes.
I think it was a Spanish song and he translated it and turned it into English song. English Greek.
Yes. I like that channel.
Yeah, he's done well with that.
He's done good with that channel.
Should we see what else he's got on there?
Yes. This is Ariel's channel.
If you know. There you go. Let's play this one. This is one of his recent uploads.
I hear you telling everybody you moved on. Say my name, don't hit the saying that we long gone. Just another page you turn, nothing more than that. Listen, got somebody new up in your bed now, living out the life you planned somehow, acting like she did you right, saved you from the past. Should probably check myself and delete your number. Should probably love myself and stop going under. Should probably walk away with my head high. Bet you keep pretending everything's fine. Can't tell who's taking the bigger L. Can't tell if you see what's real. But I know she'll never give you this feeling, never make you feel this deep. You flexing like you winning, but you losing low-key. Got her frontin' in my place, but it don't feel cozy. I was building up a dream, you just let that go. Now you trying to paint a picture that we never wrote. Took my love for granted, now you see what's missing. Took my name about your mouth, but still be reminiscing. Late nights checking my page, girl, I know you're lurking. She don't got my touch, I can tell that you hurting. Acting like you leveled up, but it's all pretend. Got a body in your bed, but your soul don't bend. You can hide behind the lies, but the truth don't bend. I was the real, now you stuck with the could've been. One day, when a touch leaves you cold and empty inside, when a kiss feels routine, just passing time, you gon' remember what real love was like. And me, I act strong even when my heart breaks. Play it cool like I ain't missing you. Though you know you're tattooed in my soul. Should probably check myself and delete your number. Should probably love myself and stop going under. Should probably walk away with my head high. But you keep pretending everything's fine. Can't tell who's taking the bigger L. Can't tell if you see what's real. But I know she'll never give you this feeling, never make you feel this deep. And today, yeah, baby, baby, yeah, tell me why, yeah, baby, tell me why. Can't tell who's taking the bigger L. Can't tell if you see what's real. But I know she'll never give you this feeling, never make you feel this deep. Yeah, baby, never like this. You know what it is, 'cause you know you know.
Yeah, this is another one of his as well. Yeah. Play this one as well.
Go for it.
Remember when we run until our feet were sore? Just you and me, we didn't need anything more. The grass between our toes, the sun upon our skin. Back when every day felt like it would never end. And all the neighborhood would come alive at night. Paper planes and fireflies, everything felt right. Take me back to when we were real. Back when love was something we could feel. Back when we were real. Oh, when we were real. This is Johnson's garden where we hide and play. All those summer evenings that just slipped away. The ice cream truck, sweet song, the chalk upon the street. Simple kind of magic that we can't repeat. From porch conversations lasting through the night. The walls between us then, we were doing alright. Take me back to when we were real. Back when love was something we could feel. Back when we were real. Oh, when we were real. Now we're all so close, but somehow far away. Looking through these windows at a different day. We were real, so real. We were real, we were real. We were real, so real. We were Take me back to when we were real. Back when love was something we could feel. When we were real. Oh, when we were real. No. I never knew sadness, never knew tears, nothing that could make me cry. All I knew was love and kindness, because since I was a child, that's what my mother taught me. That's what my mother taught me. That and so much more. I never suffered, I never cried. I was happy, life was good. My world was different, beautiful, full of joy, overflowing with happiness. I knew laughter, the beauty of life, but I never knew loneliness. I never knew loneliness. That and so much more. I never suffered, I never cried. I was happy, life is good. Until I met you, then I saw life through pain. I won't lie, I was happy, even with the little love you gave. But too late I realized I should have never loved you, because now I think of you more than yesterday, much more. Until I met you, then I saw life through pain. I won't lie, I was happy, even with the little love you gave. But too late I realized I should have never loved you, because now I think of you more than yesterday, much more. I never suffered, I never cried. I was happy. But then I found you. Now tell me honestly, was it worth it? Was it worth knowing you? Because I don't believe you anymore. You were cruel, so cruel to me. That's why I don't love you. I don't want to see you again. Go, 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 go. Take my pain with you. Oh, go. I don't want you. I don't want to see you anymore. Just go. if you know you. You were cruel, so cruel to me. That's why I don't love you. I don't want to see you again. Go, go, go. Take my pain with you. Go, I don't want you. Don't want to see you anymore. Just go, 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 go. Take my pain with you. No, I don't want you. I don't want to see you anymore. Just go, go, go. Go you, go, go you. If you know, you know. If you know, you. If you know, you. If you know, you.
They have a link now.
All right, that's enough of that. This sounding pretty horrible. I just checked it on the other one.
They have a link now.
The sound was coming through a bit awful on that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, screen sharing music is not a good idea. Let me close this door so I'm not echoing. Oh.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
what computer is that?
Send me some of his music over so we can play him directly from StreamYard.
Yeah. What computer was that?
What computer?
Yeah.
It's one of the laptops. It's not so much the screen sharing. It doesn't really like sharing audio for some reason. Music. StreamYards. I mean, I can hear it. It's fine, but everyone else, it's all muffled.
Yeah, it did sound muffled big time.
Yeah.
Ah, we missed it.
Missed what?
5:20.
Miniature everybody.
I'm feeling so high. Your dream got me floating up into the sky. Kush, OG Kush, feeling so plush. Gosh, Acapulco Gold, Gorilla Glue. Yeah, we love that rush. From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Herrera, wedding cake to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies all night. Northern Lights, Pineapple Express, take flight. Super lemon haze, white widow, feeling fun. Alien OG, apple fritter, got that divine. Scotty runs, Godfather OG too. Soothing my soul, now that's the groove. From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Herrera, wedding cake to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies all night. Northern Lights, Pineapple Express, take flight. Those terpenes, vibe so right. Honey, they humulini, lemonade, mercy. every night. Sessions with the best strains, Mother Nature's delight. So grab a blunt, spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Hey, light the blunt, keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal. Spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Vape, pipe, or blunt, we keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal.
Old favourite. Auditing Australia. Wonder who he's up to these days. We haven't spoken to him for a while, have we?
Yeah. And we haven't seen Auditing Odyssey in a while. No?
Oh, sorry about that. Just let me talking. Alright, so what else we got, Robert? Oh, good. I should have got support to send me some of those new songs that he made. Oh, I didn't realise we were going to go live until you went live.
I was already live for 2.5 hours there.
I didn't prepare nothing. Otherwise, I would have, got a few songs ready or something.
Oh, I know. I was bored this morning, and I says, "Oh, we got a good one going." They were a little nasty with each other. And I said, I got a feeling this is going to be a good one.
Why not? Hours in, we need the hours.
And it was nasty at the beginning.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a good one this morning before you came in. So I decided to go live. So I decided to pop it live. So I decided to go live. So we've actually been live now for 7 hours. So we can go ahead and cut it.
You want to cut it, or do you want to play something else?
And we can bring back something tomorrow. I've got an infusion in the morning. So I don't know if UK is live tomorrow morning or not. Because I think they're actually, because this weekend is Palm Sunday. Do they take break over there in UK for Palm Sunday?
No, I don't think so.
See what UK Parliament got. scheduled for tomorrow? Is there anything ready to go for tomorrow?
I mean, if we're going to shut down this live, we might as well just send everyone over to Northwood. Just stick
Yeah.
a link in the chat and say hello to him over there. He's running the live at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
And we'll catch you on the next one, I suppose.
Yeah.
Everybody for joining us.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what they UK's got for tomorrow. But if they've got one, I will start it up in the morning. Because I'm not sure what they've got for tomorrow. If they have one for tomorrow or not. I don't see anything posted for tomorrow yet. I don't see anything for the House of Lords. So I'm not sure if they have anything. So everybody jump over to
Northwood's got a new channel.
Northwoods. And we'll see you over on Northwoods.
See you guys later. See you later, Apollo. See everyone else. Whoever else is tuned in with us still. You can switch over. Hang on. Let me just switch over. You can play the outro now. When you're ready, Mulder.
You got it?
You want to do it? I'll do it. Bye, everybody.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.